The dawn of a new day awaits new challenges, but along the way, new friends are made. Well, speaking of friends, we've got some friends on board for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 3 of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. Speaking of friends as well, we've got some pink friends on the desk. We are going to be your friends for the day. Hi, Fixes, how are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm really amazing. Considering the fact that I just arrived last night from Odisha. I was really looking forward to today's day because we've got round 3 beginning,
Yep,
right? The steepest climb where we had to slash off quite a lot of teams.
a
And
lot.
now heading on to round number 3, where just 32 qualify and move on to round 4. Well, that's where it gets so much more exciting.
Exactly, and for our underdog boys, I feel like this is going to be their last hurdle, right, where they meet the pros. But ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, we've also got to give you some information as well. This is going to be the biggest, baddest smartphone in the 25K segment. It is going to be
Yeah.
none other than iQOO Z6 Pro Fixes. I think this is my new favorite smartphone.
Oh, it already has been. I mean, if you haven't ordered it for yourself already, because there are few pointers that I really love about it, especially their chipset, right?
Yeah,
In the mid-range segment, you've got the best out there, the 778 5G from Snapdragon coming in,
yeah,
along with that flash charge of 66 watts. Now, this is where things tend to get really exciting and
yeah.
interesting because that is where, teams sort of need that flash charging while the games are going on. You cannot play like all your 5 to 6 games just on that 100% charge.
Exactly, and right in between your games, when you get that like little 2 to 3 minute break when you're about to get your
Yeah.
chai, and you can just plug it in, immediately just charges up. It's super fast, but
Yeah.
also it stays super cool as well because the liquid cooling, that's one of the biggest liquid cooling chambers that is there inside this device. But enough of iQOO. I feel like this is where we're gonna talk about what lies ahead in front of us. Round 3,
Yeah.
again, the last hurdle for every single one of these teams. They have had such an extraordinary journey for themselves. 512 teams and 256, and now down to 64.
64.
This is exactly where they are going to face their fears, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see the format of the tournament. Of course, you have seen this already. Round 4 is where they're going to meet their ideals again, Fixes.
Now a lot of teams would be wondering, or rather a lot of players, why 64? Of course, you've got 32 invited teams coming
Yes.
in round number 4 to make things even more intense, right? Now again, round 3, it's going to be really difficult, but then again, I'm kind of happy about the fact that, we're back to the top 8 teams qualifying for round number 4, which was not the same while in round number 2. It was such a steep climb and so many
Yes.
good teams sort of missed out, but that is what the fierce competitions do, because
Yep.
eventually it's a run for the BMPS. That's the bigger glory that you're looking forward to, in which just 24 teams are going to be participating over 3 weeks, and only the top 16 make the cut for the grand finals, for the ultimate glory, for what lies ahead. You guys have to be tuned in on our socials to know more about what the other tournaments coming up after this.
Exactly, but we'll have a look at the points distribution, ladies and gentlemen, where we figure out how this entire event is going to pan out. Now, this is the usual stuff. You know all of this. I feel like most of the audience, be it a kid who is watching or a big daddy, you're well acquainted with the placement points as well as the finish point that come up with. Now, all that it depends is how much or how well you actually balance those two worlds together. You kind of have to get those placement points on board as well as get some finish points. Now, of course, just like Fixes mentioned, round 3 is sort of where, again, top 8 qualify, so you can kind of go a little easy on the finish points. But ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen, from today onwards, we're going to have 6 matches every single day, and we've got Erangel thrice this time.
Oh yeah, and that is where things get really more interesting, because again, a bread and butter map of BGMI.
Yeah.
We've been watching this map ever since its inception of the game, and well, a lot of players are quite well versed with it. But apart from Erangel, what I'm really concerned about is how teams tend to perform in Sanhok. Now,
Yeah.
again, we've been talking about the meta being abused by a lot of players. We used to see those healing battles going on, which was not a lot of happening around the first 2 rounds, but from round 3 where it really starts getting riled up. So that is where I'm kind of anticipating, few players just outside the circle, just patching themselves up, trying to survive, get those early position points for themselves, because Sanhok sort of has always been the table turner, right?
Yep. Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, the match is going to start in just a few moments. And just like he
Yeah.
said, it's a battle between the top tier competition. And of course, with just 64 teams, just 64 underdog teams left in this segment for us, of course, I feel like this is where competition gets even more fierce. Fixes. Teams could actually go completely bonkers in rounds 1 and 2, but this is where they've got to be very steady. Now, few teams whom I would like to talk about is going to be Autobots. Now, we just had a post on our socials as well where Autobots were going bonkers in round 2. They've got themselves probably around 60 plus 68 frags for themselves. It's absolute nuts.
Oh, indeed it is. I mean, especially that one player, Hells, he's the one to look out for the way they've been playing. I mean, getting 68 finishes in just 5 games and absolutely dominating the lobby. They've clearly made a statement out there. But there are still a few more teams that, we would love to talk about, one of them being Heroes Officials. Now,
Yep.
you've got experience in that lineup. You've got Puvali, one of the players who used to play for Insane. And you've got a few couple others. If you talk about UP50. Now, I've known these lads for quite some time when they were playing in my customs itself. And watching these lads from there to the journey at the big stage, nothing could be more bigger than this.
Absolutely. But we are going to head into the game in just a few minutes, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. But before that, we have a small message from our sponsors.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Woo! Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like opening up my phone and probably order one for myself because we were having this conversation last day that my device doesn't really support the hardcore mechanics of BGM. I kind of get those lags and jittery movements in the final circle, and my friends kind of think that I'm a noob, but honestly, I'm not.
That's a story with every other guy. I just have a bad device. So this is one for you guys out there because being a ex-competitive player, I always used to feel these problems with there, right? One of them being not having good battery over there, not having good charging because you had to plug in your charger and then like once you play while you're charging, it kind of heats up your phone.
Yeah.
You've got a really nice vapor cooling technology also over here, and then again adding on to it, it sort of adapts and adjusts to your brightness, right?
Yeah.
With my device, I'm not going to be lying about the fact, once my phone starts getting heated up, the brightness sort of gradually reduces. Now, the boys from iQOO have certainly found a really good solution around it. I'm pretty sure that, as things keep on progressing, especially with majority of the people around in India looking out for that mid-range segment,
Yeah.
so I could definitely provide some bang for the buck.
Absolutely. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the game
Yeah.
very, very soon. Erangel is getting hot and ready. It's being completely dolled up for battle. Of course, at the end of it all, I'm not really sure if it is going to restore its beauty. But we're going to have a look at the beauty shots in just a few seconds.
Right.
But for that, we have some time for that. So we can talk about, again, the teams and the rounds. And of course, you've
Yeah.
mentioned how the entire round 1 and round 2 was a very fierce competition. The slash was huge, right? From 256 to 64 teams. Just only top 4 make the cut. That is where you've got to make those rash dishes and probably go for those harsh finishes and try and, rush towards the squad whenever possible. But this is where you've got to kind of calm yourself down a little because you are facing fierce competition. These 64 teams, they're probably the best underdog 64 teams in the country right now.
Exactly. I mean, if you take a look at all of them, they were top 4 of their groups in round number 2,
Exactly.
right? So this is where you kind of start wondering, maybe, this the top 8 teams are going, so it's going to be rather easier for us to qualify. But you need to understand who your competition is. Now, they have been dominating the lobbies. Now, we've got so many teams and a variety of players coming in. You've got teams like Autobots, like you just said, who tend to dominate the competition with a lot of finishes to their name. And then we have teams like Tenacity, who sort of tend to, prioritize a lot on the circle, look out for those position points. And, talking about Tenacity, we can also get in teams like P6, if you remember.
Yep.
We had it on the broadcast. And they were one of the teams, out of 5 games, in 3 of those games, they perfectly predicted the circle where it had to be, and it sort of went over there. So you have variety, you've got mixture. So today is going to be so much fun.
It exactly is going to be. But of course, you've got to play according to
Yeah.
your strength, right? Whatever your strength is, just like you said, it can be, pushing against an opposition or prioritizing the circle.
Right.
But then again, all these underdog teams just so close. I'm pretty sure nobody wants to get eliminated from this point on, because you're just one step closer from playing against your idols, from playing against those people who you probably started, watching and playing, having a look at them. So I feel like this is a great opportunity for them, but again, it is going to be very, very tough competition. And I'm pretty sure these guys, these lads who are sitting back at home and playing,
Yeah.
they are pretty ready. They are warmed up. I guess we are warmed up as well. Our pings are shining bright, as I
Definitely, yeah.
guess we look as pretty as Erangel is going to look.
Oh, indeed it is. And in fact, you've been talking about giving them that opportunity, the platform. This is it, right? This is
This
where
is
it
it.
all comes down to. Because, of course, we have the top 8 teams qualifying, but at the same time, the bottom 8, they're going to be having an end over the journey that they've, traveled so far along till round number 3 for sure. But the Cinderella story that I've always been harping about should not end for them. But yeah, that's the harsh reality, right? You've got a bit adieu to all these teams. Not that they were really bad today. It was
Yeah.
just that they woke up at the wrong side of the bed. That happens to everybody, and has happened to teams even in round number 2. We've had quite some promising ones also missing out. One of the biggest one of them has to be Lifecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is where um, a lot of opportunity is being obviously given to the underdogs, but they've got to make proper use of them. I feel like being efficient with your movements, being efficient with what you make out of this opportunity is what makes sense. You've got to get those points up, you've got to get your finishes up as well, make good decisions, not really let your nerves get over you, but rather just make calculated decisions so that you can progress further. Because again, we kind of stressed upon it as well. Top 8 shouldn't really be that hard if you play that sensibly, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you've got to have a good mindset, first of all, right?
Very
And
fresh mindset.
there cannot be a substantial game plan that, you come with it and everything sort of works according to what you
Exactly.
think. Because, again, you're sort of kind of getting into the uncharted territories, right? You do not know how your opponents have played. Not a lot of teams have been broadcasted, right? So this is where we do not know if they're going to have those drop collisions early on. And these are the teams, these are the upper echelon teams that have sort of made it over here. So this is where you're sort of going to be anticipating that, they're not going to back out of a fight if it comes down to it. A few of them, the ones focusing a lot on position points, they certainly can, go for other measures. But the ones like Autobots who have been looking out a lot for those finishes, they certainly aren't the ones to back off. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just have this big bird up in the skies as we have the flight path trajectory almost dissecting the map into 2 halves. It is from Siverny towards Sosnovka military base. A fresh new week. It's going to be round number 3, match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And this sort of has me wondering, where is the first circle going to be at?
Maybe towards Katka once again. May history repeat itself, but nobody knows actually. But I love this circle, to be honest. I absolutely love the flight path. It's just completely vertical. There is no trajectory to it as well. Players can drop to whichever location that they want, and you can already see that a lot of parachutes are in the skies. Are they birds?
Well, they certainly are. Birds trying to take a mark for themselves, inside cities where you would not want to be pooping, but rather get your loot done. But there you have it. We've got a few splash of colors spreading across the map. You've got Stalber already being occupied. You've got DMES taking over Siverny as UP50. I believe this is one of those teams that is heading towards Georgia Paul, maybe?
Yeah, might be. And it kind of looks to be like as well. Now, you've got 2 teams, I believe, towards the southern island. The circle, once again, just like I said, should be towards that Katka side. History, once again, repeats itself. But we've seen that it kind of has a few variations. It can go towards Everest. It can go kind of towards the south, towards the quarry region as well. Has a few variations towards the end. Might just have some hardships. But one thing is for certain, that you've got to make a move towards it very quickly. You don't really have a lot of compounds in that direction.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, taking a look at this particular circle, you might be wondering, it's again that standard plain old Gatka circle, but the kind of transitions we've seen to it, see, and you've got a lot of
Yes.
topography around where things can pan down to. You still have Everest in contention, you still have the Gatka Suez in contention, you've got the Gatka flatlands in contention.
The
and
ruins as well.
Yeah, the ruins as well. And we haven't seen a lot of ruin circle so far lately, but we've seen that one little uncommon or quite rare quarry circle. So,
Yeah.
there are slight possible chances, even it has that tendency to shift towards the Pochinki Hills. So a lot of places where, it comes down to how good you are with your IGLing, and it all comes down to a hunch, right? An IGL
Yeah.
having that hunch, the circle will go towards this particular place, and suddenly, it's bingo for you, and you suddenly seems, you feel like you've cracked the code.
Yeah.
And that's where, the confidence gets instilled. Now, in those first initial rounds, I would love to see, these teams kind of focusing a little bit on their positioning, in this initial few matches, and later on, as they kind of start feeling themselves, that's where they should be looking out for finishes.
Exactly. Once again, it's more about how these teams proceed, right? How these teams approach this particular round. Now, we've seen where teams require finishes. They know how to go hot-blooded, but this is where they can kind of calm themselves down. Just like you said, focus more on positioning, focus more on those early rotations. Getting their loot done right is going to be quintessential for them to stock up on all those necessities which they might need in the final few circles. But again, you talked about the hunches which all these IGLs get. I feel like it's more on the statistic side of things. The more you play, the more circles you see. That is how you sort of have that hunch, right? It's not just purely based on luck.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's primarily coming down to the algorithm, right?
Yeah.
There's always a trend. There's always been a pattern, and the more customs you keep on playing, you sort of have that feeling in your gut that says, this circle is going to take a shift. But more importantly, coming back to the game over here, right? We've got a little bit of a early kerfuffle between Team Mavericks and Zodiac. Now, Zodiac seem to have been that team that kind of got sandwiched, but there you can see, Team Mavericks, they've taken that water route quite early on. So clearly shows their body language speaks that, they're one of those teams that kind of wants to keep things simple from the start,
Yeah.
do not want to go a lot for the action early on. Rather can, of course, have that avenue to go for that bridge camp. I'm starting to wonder they're sort of heading to that direction, but one good news for them is they've not got any team around that Milta Power area, at least in the Milta city.
Exactly, and I kind of like this approach as well, where you kind of go for recreation even before you head onto the battlefield. Just just cruising along the speedboat. You've got some water as well in the hot cities of Erangel as well. But on the other side, in Pochinki as well, you've got Team S4W. Now we saw this team pretty good in round 2. They were very, very consistent, but eventually you've got to understand how Team P6, if they are capable enough of moving forward.
Now, talking about consistency, that's where, our boys from iQOO C6 Pro 5G come in, right? With the kind of a smartphone that they've built, catered specially for the hardcore gamers out there. And considering we always know we've got a tight budget, somewhere around 25,000, this is the best that you guys can get. And, might want to check it out on Amazon. It's being an Amazon special over here. But yeah, there you can see the circle being formed right in front of us. Gatka has been well occupied by the players of Heroes officials. Now, for Heroes officials, it's starting to look really nice. I mean, they've got the center of the circle, but at the same time, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about them, because you still have teams like Asla, who are just around that southwestern corner of where they lie. And if they kind of spot out those isolated few players and start getting them down one by one, that is where things kind of get a little dicey for them. Maybe?
Now this is always the case with Heroes official, right? They kind of tend to split up way too much in order to gather that intel, which kind of facilitates them in the end game. But then again, if you split out way too much, if you have no trade potential, it's just way too much.
Yeah, I mean, of course. But for Heroes officials, of course, as Aim God, this is one of those players that I really, really want to look out for. Because you talk about Puvali, he's one of the very well-known players in the community, right? Right from the very start, hailing from Assam. We've seen their journey in the other titles as well, right? I believe, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me right, he was from Akkam. Now, one of the most celebrated teams are
Yeah.
from Assam, and which eventually, like a lot of esports team, kind of went down to a split, and then a lot of them have walked out their own ways. As we still have Puvali grinding it out. Talking about grinding, but these are the lads, that I'm really looking forward to, because talking about a proper definition of underdogs, UP50 esports certainly sort of have their names right on the top.
Again, if you look at the statistics, they've got approximately around 30 frags in round 2 as well, which is pretty decent. I feel like they've got that healthy mixture of both good positioning as well as firepower when it is needed. But of course, this is where they kind of test their mettle against the upper echelon of the lobby, just like you mentioned. And you've got, just like you mentioned, the underdog players. I just want to understand how this team is going to proceed. Now, you've got a circle which is towards Gatka. They are towards Georgiapol as well. When do they make that right rotation towards the central compounds? And maybe are they even going to compete for those central compounds? This is what the question lies.
Considering how they're still occupied in the containers, I barely believe, they're going to be focusing on that centralish style of play, right? So we're going to be anticipating them to be playing a lot around the edges. Now they're just going to start floating around the map, wait for the next circle shift. And in fact, a lot of teams would be looking for that one curveball to really hit, right?
Exactly.
Because that is where you sort of realize that now this is the point where we have to kind of go in. Teams like BTR, they sort of tend to have that sort of a play. They keep on floating around, and once they find that curveball, they hit right at the central spot. Even if you have fights brewing amongst you, they do not shy to take it away. So again, it's going to be really interesting. But Deathmate Esports, now this is one of those teams that we do not have a lot of statistical data to work around with, considering a new name coming in, and we haven't really seen them during the broadcast days. So I'm really excited to see how the band of 4 boys really come out and play today.
Now, I saw the POV of one of the guys from Deathmate, and the lad was playing with a cooler attached to his phone.
Yeah.
Again, guys, lot
Makes
of
it
legs.
heavy.
Yeah, makes it heavy, and an external cooler once again. Not really the ideal. Ideally, you want to go for Z6 Pro.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is where it comes down to, right? We've seen these players using all those external fans around,
Yeah.
Get those external liquid coolers attached to your device, sort of making it really heavy and clunky to use. And this is where the boys from iQOO again come in, right, into play, the kind of a smartphone that they've developed, and which clearly have been, harping about this. And at a certain point, we might sound like broken records, but that is the reality. Now, I really got my time to, talk to the professional players that, did play on the iQOO smartphones, and they were all praises for this device, because they said we were having constant frames, we were not having any drop frames over here, completely giving us a premium experience that you would want, and they could all focus on the game itself. And now again, getting ourselves back into the fray, we still have all these teams just hunkering around, just wandering and floating around the map. And in a little while, you've got that second circle kind of forming around the southern side of Katka, and this is where my worst nightmare sort of come alive, because such an open circle, right? Very less places to hide, and that is where teams really need to prioritize on their vehicles.
Oh, it seems like some shots have been fired for sure. I can
Finally.
Yeah, finally, right? The calm before the storm. I just hope the storm arrives, because this is what we want. Again, you've got Team Mysterious X right in the vicinity of another team. Now, again, a similar outcome. They're not really pursuing them and hot on their tails to try and go for finishes. Most teams really want to take it calm and just want to get their footing in the game, which is fine, which is fair, I feel like. But again, if you don't really warm yourselves up maybe before the final circle hits, that might be a problem.
Oh, that certainly will be a problem, right? Of course, it all comes down to the decision making that these players are going to be opting for. But right in front of us, we've got Asla. Now, one of those teams that we have indeed seen in the past. Now, this is one of those teams that loves to make that perfect balance between getting a lot of good position points along with the finishes that tend to come along with it. Now, you were asking about UP50. Look at Heroes Official. Now they're starting to feel that the team is traversing around them. Hence, they've completely gone prone. But at the same time, for UP50, I think they're the ones, still figuring out that one spot to take and hold on to, considering the second circle has already formed. And a visit out at that, I do not know if it's the wisest of the calls.
Yeah, especially with Heroes Official right in the vicinity. Now, Heroes Official, they've got a player named Creed, and every time I hear the name Creed, it's like I remember Michael Jordan and his boxing film. I'm kind of a big fan of it. Kind of motivates me every single time coming in from nowhere and making it big in the boxing world. I feel like that is exactly what
I to Mike Tyson.
No, so the actor is Michael Jordan.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
So iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge again is a platform where you're not really a big professional player or a star. You come in as an underdog, you're nobody, but then you kind of make it big and play against your stars and probably even beat them. Just imagine the possibilities.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would love to see that underdog story, right? We haven't seen so far in the BGIS, hoping for that to happen in the BMPS this time around. But I believe, Salty, we're in for some battle out here right in front of us. Asla Esports, they've positioned themselves pretty well. I really like how they've kept their buggy and just, staying around that little rocky cover that they have, having a really good split. But this is what I was talking about, that one curveball to hit. Now it goes a little bit towards that centralish areas, the eastern side of Katka, where I believe the players of P6, they're going to be enjoying their fruits of their rotation.
The circle never ends well, Fixes. The circle never really does. It's not a good news for most of these teams, but for us audience, for the neutral fans, you're going to see a lot of bloodshed. But you can see most of the teams, they are on their vehicles. Most of them are in pursuit to getting that sweet spot inside the circle. Maybe get one nice bridge where they can play along as that. See that Mysterious X? They launch an ambush against Heroes Official. Of course, they are going to evade that and drive right away from it. But what could have been is probably what we'll find out after a few circles.
Oh yeah, and this is where, we've been talking about it. Not even a single player has lost out on his life, right? It's still 64-man lobby. I think it's 13 minutes past. It's high time we have some bloodshed in the battlegrounds over here. But for now, P6 being a team that, has prioritized heavily on the position points and how they've been wanting to play. They're the ones, not taking any huge risks, right? Everything they do is calculated for them, as they've got to watch out, because you could see TS Sonic right in the backlines, right? Just, if one bad misstep and he could get hunkered upon as Heroes Officials. Now, right beside Error Esports, who eventually are looking to traverse around the map. So, still yet waiting for the fights to begin, really.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that real 4v4 combat, and I believe that this is the closest the two teams can get. You've got Error and you've got P6 right next to each other, and as soon as I say about it, we've got another team, I believe is DMKV, right up against the Mysterious X. Now, grenades are being launched, artilleries are in the sky, but of course no damage has been dealt yet. They've got the Rage, one team has got the compound to work with as well, but it all comes down to who makes the first maneuver, who makes the first error. That opening is what both these two teams want.
Yeah, I really like how, Gods OMKV have taken that higher ground over there. Now, this sort of limits a lot of possibilities for MX, right? Few good grenades and, the compound goes kaboom, and with that, the entire squad just gets obliterated. What they can certainly do better over here is try and create a little bit more spacing, right? Try to engulf them, but finally we get to see a few knocks coming into the fray, which, Sniper and Kid having that little bit of a high ground advantage over the rooftop over here. And look at the burst coming in already from Kid and Shelby.
Yeah, Kid, you can see he's coming in on the flank. He's ready with his arm, but instant retaliation as Team Error, they kind of stabilize themselves. And here it comes once again, another shot. Just one player probably just up on his feet, still trying to battle. But the M249 isn't really going to save him from the unleash of the UMP.
Of course, I mean, we've been talking about this quite a lot, But what really came down to it was clearly a good usage of grenades coming into action, right? They were just raining frag grenades, and it was the boys, they were just helpless over there, could not do a lot, and eventually just got taken down. Now, this is where, P6, like I've always been telling, these are the ones who make the calculations right.
Yeah.
They did not push before they got that one and the second knock,
Yes.
and now they even hungry for more.
Exactly, but elsewhere you've got a Lambo charging in. It is Team DMES and Ferocity being looking very, very ferocious. You have one guy right behind Harry IGL, but from elsewhere you've got Team Zodiac, so trying to kind of chime in the party.
Oh yeah, and now Naru, he's just gonna pick up that grenade and has to Look for that one little toss onto its Harry IGL. Does he get it? No is going to be the answer, but either ways, you know, you've got Zorba getting left off with that both action as Naru is just going to get ambushed upon by the remainder of the teammates of DMES. Somehow he tends to survive and has clutched it out, getting those 2 finish points to his name, and Deathmet Esports, they're out of the lobby.
They certainly are, but thanks to some sort of help coming in from third parties out here, you're chiming in with finishes of their own. But look at this team, Autobots right in the midst of action. Fox that tries to peek out way too much, and here comes the reinforcements. Another boy down is Frag Boy DOMKV. They've been completely wiped off the server. Team Autobots, they survived to fight another day. UP50 though on the offense, and another one goes down. This is a sudden bump in action that we get to see so far.
Yeah, it's pandemonium all over the map as they can see Sarkar just raining down all those bullets out there and eventually just backing out. What I love about UP50 is they're not overextending. They realize, you know, you're done with the spray, you did whatever damage you wanted to do. Look at the bigger picture. Now, this is where I'm starting to get a little worried because Sarkar, he might be in a really dicey situation because the grenades are from Drago OP. That's definitely going to come in anytime soon. But KSR, he's not the one to, you know, kind of shy away. So he's going to retaliate and send a few gifts at T10's direction.
Great stuff by KSR over there, trying to push out Drago OP from out of his cover. Kind of rattles their defense and their formation. But so far, Team Tenacity, they've done a good job in holding their ground, not giving up so much room as well as real estate to Team UP50. But none of these teams have actually made a move so far. It's again the artillery barrage that we get to see every single time.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, at this certain point, UP50, they've got to really watch out because, you know, for a second, if they're kind of complacent about the surroundings, they're going to be taken down. But this is where, you know, OMKV, look at how they just got bursted down, staying inside the little compound. This is something that, you know, I was talking about right from the very start, right? OMKV not really having the best of positions to defend. And this is how DME is just kind of pushed in, but Naru sort of having that third-person perspective advantage to his favor. Sort of really use that well. But again, back into the fight, we've got Team Tenacity going up against UP50 Esports, who have already accumulated 4 finishes to their name. Now, this is where the question comes. How much deeper can you dig at this particular moment? You know, at a certain point, you're going to run out of all those valuable utilities. And now to make things even worse, the zone has shifted.
Exactly. Now, UP50 wasn't a good spot to try and gatekeep the other team, but thankfully the fact that the circle has shifted, it's a very, very interesting grenades going kaboom as Team Mavericks, they're not in an ideal position. Another one explodes as this team gets wiped off the server even before we sort of realize it happening. Team RI is official. Again, 4 finishes to their name, but things are not yet over as Team P6 now might launch an ambush against them.
Yeah, so many good contenders for getting this early chicken, but clearly, you know, Team P6, this is not one of those situations they like to be in, right? Around the edges. They are the ones who kind of tend to capitalize whenever they play around the center of the circle. So it's going to be really interesting how they carry on with the rotations. Right now, considering they've got a lot of attention diverted to their direction. So it's going to be interesting, but Autobots, now one of the highest fragging teams that we did see in round number 2. A little bit of a dicey situation, almost about to lose out on Orba, as they've already lost out on Hell. This is where, you know, Cypher chimes in, unleashes a few lead at the players of TS over there, but still no damage being done.
Good stuff done by Team Zodiacs right now because they've got somewhat the center of the circle, but Spray, of course, kind of still trying to, you know, strengthen his footing right here. The smokes will give them some sort of cover to work with, but nothing as such. So far, the circle has got most of the teams inside, and it's completely in an open area as teams launch ambush right against each other. You can see the team, Drago's team, of course, both of them being just completely nailed the hammer behind the tree. Nobody's surviving. The spray coming in from UP50, and I love this strategy. Just trying to scavenge from the edges and cleaning up every single one before you actually move central.
Yeah, you've got to be opportunistic, right? You know this has been a tough lobby. A lot of players have been surviving till the very end. So stay around the circle, stay around the edges, look out for those finishes coming up, and once you get it, just go for it. As I believe, you know, Sarkar has taken a little bit of a left shift over there, has to spot out the players of SNN, and Tenacity somehow by the Viscous. I'm starting to wonder how on earth are they still alive?
I have no clue what's happening, but we still have 8 teams and 25 players left inside the circle. It's a completely open circle. It's a death trap, alright, exactly. Green gets spotted, and Aditya just taps him to his knees right now. Might just confirm that finish as well, but you've got so many teams on this eastern edge of the circle. It's very, very difficult for most of them to move in. You've got right teams sitting right at the center of it all. Asla, of course, being the first resistance for UP50 so far. I can see only Aditya who is trying to stop them from coming in. Now, this is a good gatekeeping situation. Complete open circle right in front of them. They have to push this guy if they have to move forward, and Sarkar is just denying them one by one.
Oh, he certainly is. Now, UP50, we can certainly say one thing for sure, they are on fire, right? Doing everything right over here. As Asla is sort of going to be reduced down with the numbers. But yeah, the trades are definitely coming in for them. UP50 now, they've got 30 seconds on the clock, right? They need to get the rest back up, and they somehow need to also enter inside the circle. I believe Sarkar has already secured a good spot for them. It's all about dealing with the players of Asla and then moving on ahead. And this is where I'm starting to get a little worried about Aditya, because the way he's sort of roaming around right in the open, and at this particular point, if he gets knocked down, then this is it for him.
For UP50, they've got to prioritize. Do they get to the circle, or do they keep back Asla and then keep them pinned down? Of course, they're taking their vehicles. They're trying to traverse from cover to cover. Is this a good decision to try and use a vehicle in the final circle? Something which we will find out. But Heroes Official, right at the 10th center of the circle, could have controlled the entirety of it. But there's no cover whatsoever. They've got to battle across multiple teams and garnering attention from every single one of them. It's a tough job. Tough job for Heroes Official as well, as Aim God gets taken down. Nades coming in, landing on top of them, as Aim God is completely finished off.
Oh yeah, indeed, as Pablo has started cooking up, and indeed, nade at constant mention, and finally God's lead has been proven by the players of P6, who aren't going to be stopping their march on taking on the center. But at the same time, you've got to wonder how many smokes do they have. Puwali somehow still surviving amidst those dense smokes, and Creed, I believe, his position has also been compromised, as Shelby is just going to enter inside this murky cover and look out for places to scout around and get that finish. Eventually just gets punished by the players of Heroes Officials.
A little too ambitious over there as Team PC. They're still on the offense. They've cornered Team Heroes Official from all directions. UP50 comes in from behind and land that final blow in the coffin. Just one player survives, but good stuff done by UP50. They still got those 4 players up and alive. Team SAW, or rather Team P6, not really the ideal situation. But going for that revive, paying the prices. 8 finishes to their name. UP50, they're abominating the lobby right now.
Yeah, this is an absolute obliteration, but SNN, I really love their spreads, you know, considering how they've been playing on the edges, and now they've got a little bit of a high ground, so a lot of information being imparted to them. But I'm going to give it to the boys from Asla for how long they've really survived, considering that situation that they were in. But look at tenacity. Skabi, who finds Maximus out of nowhere, gets that knock secured, and these are those little pesky buggers that completely just take away your chances of getting the chicken.
Exactly, man is wearing a lemon gown, but it does not matter as long as it hides or disguises presence inside the circle. UP50 still looking very, very strong, going from cover to cover, but that little distraction from Asla is what might actually cost them. Asla buying themselves some sort of time to actually move inside, and that's exactly what they do. Use the buggy, but here it comes. Sarkar going on the offense. Reinforcement comes in from UP50 as they try and destroy Asla right in the face value. Is it going to happen? Fixes. Cyan quite low on HP. He gets knocked down. Only 1 player survives. Aditya, it's just about him who needs to search down Sean and take him out as well.
I think he has a slight idea of where he could possibly be, but no! Sean completely spoiling the party over there, and now UP50 suddenly start bleeding, suddenly start losing out on the numbers as Kabi. He's going to be that one guy who's going to steal every little finish that he can find over here. Now, UP50, the numbers have dwindled. 11 finishes to their names, but just that one player surviving has to be Sarkar, who's going to do all that heavy lifting. And in the midst of it all, P6 finally got that room and space to breathe.
Exactly, they've got that 2 players up and running. They've got 11 finishes to the name. All that they want to do is just close this game out on a victory. Now, I have to talk about tenacity because Kabi, he's just one guy in that team project who does not do anything but takes away all the credits for himself. That man has got himself 3 finishes and so many crucial placement points for his team. But have a look at this. Most of the teams, they're aware that their vicinity is full of snakes. You can't give away your positioning. Asla, they're still surviving. You've got Team SNN as well. You've got UP50. 3 teams surviving with just 1 player. Asla and P6 are the only ones with 2 players surviving. This is not the ideal time to show yourself, is it?
Oh yeah, you've got to wait for the next circle shift, the 8th circle coming in. That is what all this silence is about. And again, it's going to be a little more chaotic. I believe Sarkar has been spotted out of his cover. Zero might go at him any single moment as he keeps on proning around. One with the natural ready. Shan has his helmet spotted out, but Sarkar, he's going to hold on to his triggers, not going to fire anytime soon. Finds a little bit of a space, does give away his position. I do not know if that's the smartest thing to do right now. Shan had his grenade cooked, had to toss in some other direction, otherwise would have shot right at his face. But now, Asla, having slowed everything down, you've got Sarkar just giving away his position with that pan being spotted out in the open. As Kabi is going to be so much more careful as Shan manages to get that first knock onto its gate, with Pablo lobbing that Molotov in his direction, still having no damage dealt.
That little airdrop gives him that little cushion, but here it comes. Pablo going on the offense, but risking his own presence and his disguise inside the cover. Everybody knows that Team P6 is here right behind the crate, but what can they do about it? Kabi once again, just insanely efficient with this guy's finishes. I don't know how this guy is still surviving. Might actually go for a heal back to maybe go for those, fight for that second placement spot, but that's not happening. P6 as well as Asla, they are very comfortable inside the circle, even though Asla's position has sort of been revealed. You can see the spray coming in the general direction, and here they come. The patience is sort of taking a toll on them. 0 point low on HP, and here it is. We have Team P6 getting that first winner chicken dinner of the day, Fixes.
Oh, wow. Now, this is something that I honestly did not expect, because considering how the circle was panning out, we all really thought that, you know, this is going to be a Heroes Officials game. But then again, you've got P6 waiting for the right moment, because they had the first blood inside the game. They managed to get those quick squad wipe over there, and then they waited, right? They were really patient up to the point they took on that eastern area for themselves and had to pick up all their fights quite wisely, because at a certain point they were just getting pinched, they were getting hammered down by the boys from UP50, who again were one of the, you know, biggest contenders in getting this chicken, had they not been a little complacent about their surroundings.
Absolutely. Asla Esports just hit them quite too hard. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the highlights where we kind of witnessed this entirety of the map unfold right in front of us once again. Now, you mentioned about Team P6, right? This first 4v4 fight, the real fight in Erangel that we got to witness, it was just pure perfection, right? Just watch this nade bounce off of that little, I'm not really sure, the broken edge of the fence right there, and dealing so much damage. You've just got one player who's just surviving. You surround him from every single direction. Pitch perfect textbook BGMI that we got to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, the best part was they had their opponent's corner, right? Error did not have a lot of movement areas where they could have gone on. They couldn't have taken those backline hills, because again, the front side areas were well being guarded, right? And with P6 making all the right calls and all the right choices. Now look at UP50 now. They were the smarter ones, right? If you remember, they dropped off over at Georgopol and they had to rotate around. So they were kind of floating around in the map, and then they figured out, there's a fight that we can really capitalize upon, and they instantly go in, get the rush done, get those finishes to their names. And that is where I was really starting to feel that, yes, you know, this is the team that has got what it takes to get that first chicken dinner, playing around the edges, having a really good textbook BGMI performance out there. But then again, sort of those little miscalculations, sort of not being aware about Asla's presence over there, sort of really hit them in the backs.
We also question that approach, right? How long are you going to hold Asla back? How long are you going to gatekeep them? Or are you going to prioritize the zone and maybe just let them live their life? But again, right at the final moment when they were about to start the rotation with the bucket, they sort of figured, right, all right, let's just try and take another look. And as soon as they do that, the one player falls down, and that sort of becomes like a house of cards. One piece falls and the entire tower just crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, the one best thing I really loved about UP50 over there was Sarkar, right? The moment that one player of UP50 got knocked out, and
Yeah.
Sarkar instantly went ahead.
Yeah.
He started just firing in a wild manner, right?
Yeah.
Just to kind of have the push delayed a little bit.
Buy some
But-
time.
Yeah, buy some time for his teammates, and he did that. It was all picture perfect till then, and then those few grenades came in, and that is where UP50 sort of started thinking, or rather wondering, that maybe we're done with Asla. They're wiped out because they had their attention shifted elsewhere towards the players of P6. Now that is where they dug their own graves, right? Shan YT just lying around prone, and suddenly comes out of his cover and just goes ratatata and absolutely starts shredding bodies left, right, and center. And this is where when you're playing around the center of the circles and not having a lot of vehicles to work around with, especially you do not have a compound. Now this is where Heroes officials went wrong. Had they got a few vehicles to their name, just blow it up, create some concrete cover for yourself,
Yeah.
then there would have been chances where they could have made it further into the standings, right? Especially considering they were the ones who were nearest to the circles. They were the ones who held on to the heart of the circle even after that fifth shift, right? This is where we were wondering now if they could have held themselves a little bit longer, could have gotten themselves a top 3 finish, if not the chicken did.
Ifs and buts right now fixes. It's all that we can speculate, but
And
of
this
course,
guy.
this guy, you've got to give it to him. I love his attire first of all, right? That lemon gown. I'm not really sure what you call it, but it's sort of got that feeling in it that he can be a little salty and spicy inside the lobby. I just had to plug my name over there, but anyway, coming back to P6, this team. I kind of felt like when they ambushed Heroes official and got the central part of the circle, I felt like they could be in some sort of danger because that central part of the circle, especially in the final iteration, was sort of like a lower ground, and you've got
Exactly.
the edges which are a little up higher, which kind of creates an easy open line of sight for your opposition to spray down upon. And that is when I felt like P6, they are being a little too ambitious, just should have stuck to the edges of it all. But then the circle shifts and they kind of recover from that very well. They again focus their attention to teams on their left and right, and then they look forward or go forward and press forward as well.
This is where the discussion really comes about the breathing space being given. Now, this is where we've got to get in Asla into the mix because, just before that Asla and UP50 fight that we had, it was again the players of P6 that were just getting hammered by the boys from UP50. Now, since Asla had their attention diverted, that is where they sort of got that room and space to, breathe and get themselves back into the game.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, everything, all this action is being made possible because of our friends at iQOO. Of course, I've got this nice, beautiful device right in my hand. It is none but the iQOO's.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
I've got to ask production, can I just switch on BGM and start playing right now? I understand I'm in the middle of a broadcast, but then we've got a decent squad right here. We can maybe participate. I mean, Fixes and I, you've got Arka as well. We can kind of chime in someone from the Hindi desk, maybe Spiro, who has been our friend a while. We can sort of, play. But of course, what a device, man. I just want to get back home and try this out.
As far as I love the device, I also love to be at the studios over here, casting it out with the boys.
It looks sleek.
It looks sleek, at the same time feels premium. Now, this is something that you do not get at the 25,000 segment budget,
Yeah.
right? You've got those little plasticky feels, very light, and you're like, is this even a smartphone? Now, once I held it in my hands, it really feels soothing, right? The perfect weight, not too heavy, neither too light. Now,
Yeah.
this is where, it comes loaded with so much of those features. Now, we've been talking about it, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it's time right now to head in and take a look at the point standings as to find out where do these teams stand after that game number 1 that we had. And it is
Wow.
going to be P6 right at the tippity top with 28.
UP50. They missed out on so much placement points. I feel bad for these lads because they were right up there. They were right up there with Asla, with Tenacity, just that little lapse in concentration, and they've sort of given up that buffer to Team P6. An 11-point buffer right at the start of the game is not something which teams at the bottom would really be looking forward to. But again, we sort of know that this is a top 8 qualify next round situation for us. So entirety of this first page right now, you can see that they are safe. But are they really, especially the ones at the bottom? You've got Autobots, Heroes Official. You've got big names who performed in round 2 with 9 and 5 points. Certainly not something to be very cheerful about.
You know, this is where the conversation around Kratic esports really comes in, because this is one of those teams that had the second highest finishes in the entire lobby out of this particular group that we have been broadcasting. That's group number 1. So coming into the first game and you kind of missed out on that, this is where it sort of bugs you. You do not have a really good start, kind of just deteriorate your mentality heading into game number 2.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the iQOO MVP of the first game of the map of Erangel, Sarkar 11. Who else but this man? 6 finishes, but 1189 points of damage. This man was like the lone survivor, the first form of resistance for UP50, stepping up every single time when his team needed. You can call him a guardian angel.
Oh, you certainly can. He's been doing all that heavy lifting for his team, right? Because every single fight, he had an instrumental role to play, right? Once when we did see they were around the edges, he was the one who went in, did scout out that perfect location to kind of build their cover around, and he was the one who even came back to fight it out against Asla. As we, ladies and gentlemen, head on to the top 5 players in the lobby. I was somewhere, searching out for Kabi, and here he is at the 5th spot. This one little player took them tenacity to different heights. Out of the brinks of getting just that one position point, he managed to secure quite a lot.
Quite a lot, as much as they are inside the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, but he is also inside the top 5 of our first map of Erangel. Speaking of the first map, we'll have a look at the match summary, where we kind of see all this action unfold. Now, again, no real surprise apart from the 2 vehicle finishes and 12 grenade finishes. My man, there's been some explosions round 3.
Yeah, of course, and it was sort of inevitable, right? Considering we did not witness a lot of fights from the early start, and once we sort of started congregating towards that circle, that is where majority of the fights happened. And in fact, after the 5th or the 6th circle, that is where we saw so much of those grenades being used out there. What I really love is those 2 vehicle finishes, alright? We love those things to be happening, someone just trampling over. But that has been one of those teams, Salty, a team called the Autobots that had been dominating round number 2 with 68 finishes in just 5 games. Who's had a rather decent start, if not in terms of positions, but definitely the finish numbers are up there. 8 finishes already with 1289 points of damage and 4 headshots. This certainly is one of those teams that we really need to look out for even more.
Certainly, but again, the survival time is what their problem is, right? They've only garnered 1 placement point out of that entire performance. Now, you've got 8 finishes. Your gun game is extremely strong. All 4 players, they know how to kind of play well in those 4v4 fight situations, but you've got to get into positions where you are in the final circle and you can unleash that firepower on multitude of opposition.
Yeah, and again, you've been talking about Autobots. Can't really leave out 2 of the biggest names inside the lobby, UP50 and well, you've got Team P6, the ones that got the chicken dinner, the ones that were denied the chicken dinner. And P6, I mean, had to be the better team over here, considering how they really held on to their horses when, things were looking really tumbling down for them. Because, at a certain point, they were just getting pincered down. But UP50 making those little careless calls out there and certainly hurting them. But in terms of how they've delivered, I think both these teams were really amazing, and I'm really looking forward to how they play in Miramar and Sanhok eventually.
Exactly, and that is what is going to lay the foundation for the rest of the day. Of course, we need to keep in mind we play 6 matches today, fixes. So therefore, there will be a lot more opportunities for most of the teams who are in that second page to kind of make a comeback, right? And that is what I want, right? I want a good fight. I want the fight towards that 8th spot to maybe the 10th spot. There should be proper competition there. People should be waiting to get to the next of their opposition. But of course, as I say that, we are heading to the land of deserts. We are going to Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, and that is exactly where we'll find out if Team P6 can sort of keep this run going on, if they can keep this momentum for themselves, if they can get those finishes once again, get that chicken dinner once again. For Autobots, it's going to be a situation where they want to redeem themselves, right? For UP50 again, it's a similar storyline. But of course, speaking of storyline, we've sort of changed partners. My partner in pink has sort of been substituted. My partner in green. Arka, how are you?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm pumped up. I really want to see, how many teams are going to be going in for finish points rather than anything else, because at this point of time, it's all visible on our screens that, the teams which has performed well with finish points in the previous rounds have got a very good chance to, perform in this round as well. So there are chances where we can expect, teams to actually take out an all-out brawl and try to get finish points earlier, so that one good game of winner chicken dinner can give you that maximum number of placement points which you're looking for to make it into the top 8. And in the first game itself, we saw it was one team, in the spotlight who actually got that, finishes in their name.
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, all of this is going to come if you have a high-performing device in your hand right there. We're going to have a small word from our friends at iQOO, and after that, we're going to have a look at the game itself.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
India's fastest smartphone in the 25K segment. You've got to give it to the boys at iQOO. I mean, this looks fabulous, feels fabulous, and it performs fabulous as well. But speaking of fabulous, Team P6, what do you have to say about them, Arka?
That fabulous team has always been the same. They are living up to their name of, every single time they play for an average, Right now, I strongly feel that they're playing for an average of this 6 maps which they have to play to. In the previous time as well, they were not the team to, outshine everyone else, but they did leave an impact. They did leave their name behind. So I strongly feel that they have a decent strategy to play around with, and I do believe that in the coming games they're going to concentrate more on those finish points rather than on placement points, so that it becomes much more easier for them by the end of the day. And yeah, we have been speaking about this consistency and balance. Until now it was all about making it to the next round, but now they start to inculcate a new thing in them, that is trying to get the equal number of finish points and placement points for yourself, where if you lack out in one thing, or if you go back in one thing, the other one is going to be giving you that amount of points which is not there because of the other field.
Exactly. Now, this is where I sort of think the top 8 situation again comes in, right? We've had this conversation before. Even in round 1, right, you get one good game and you're probably well set for this entire journey of round 4 that we have, with all the pro teams coming in, the invited teams coming in, all these underdogs getting to play with their idols, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is a map where we have seen a lot of tables turn, and that is exactly what I want to see. I want to see the teams who couldn't really perform on the map of Erangel kind of show their mettle and what they're made up of in this map itself, because this can sort of change, right? We generally say this in the map of Sanhok, but considering that you've got 6 opportunities to redeem yourself, and again, top 8 is what we are looking at. One good game, one big chicken dinner to your name. The road is very easy. It's a Cinderella run, right? You get that one 20-pointer or a 30-pointer. After that, you stay a little consistent, you're going to make it inside the top 8.
No, that's the whole thing. Now, if you're going in for that big game right at the beginning of it, you have to make sure that you're not in the crosshairs of the others when it comes to the next games you play. So, we're speaking about the map of Miramar. Somewhere I would like to agree that, this could be that game-changing game for a lot of people, because at this point of time, there are teams in the bottom who will be looking out for some early skirmishes so that they can pick up some 3 to 4 placement points and then 3 to 4 finish points and then try to play for placement points. So I'll be looking forward to see whether few teams will be actually going in for such kind of strategy, because ultimately the goal is going to be this: you look out for the enemies who are having the highest number of finish points, try to target them, so that at the end of the day, only when you put the kings down, you'll be able to take the throne.
Exactly. Again, it's a battle of thrones, right? It's a game of thrones, just like the series that we witnessed. You've got every single team coming in from north, east, south and west, and they're gonna battle it out on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird takes it in the sky, just like Fixes wants to call it. You've got Team P6 who are on your screen right now, the winners of the first map. But this is a different story. The flight path is very skewed, extremely subtle flight path that we get to see. It starts somewhere towards the north of Impala, towards the Prison Islands. Now it does cover Chumasera and Los Lunas directly under his trajectory, but Arca, what do you have to say about El Pozo, La Cabrera, and all the region it sort of avoids?
I somewhere feel that, you know, the team which chooses to go to such places will be rewarded with a lot of placement points, because ultimately they have a long journey to travel. They'll have nobody to taunt them, so they can have the right kind of farming and slowly make it back into the circle in case it's shifting towards the flight path itself. But somewhere I feel the zone is going to be a little centric or towards the side of El Pozo itself, whereas I always pray for the zone to happen towards the side of Prison, because that is where the least, or probably not even once I've seen the zone happen over there. That small island below can challenge a lot of people even inside the side of Minas. So let's see what's going to happen, as the flight path is going to be coming on our screens any second soon. Hope for now we're able to see, as similar to the first map itself, all these teams are not choosing to go for any kind of early skirmishes. Rather, go to your respective drop locations, get the right kind of farmings in the beginning itself, so that you can have that final fight. You know, until the 5th circle there was nothing whatsoever, and when it comes to the 6th circle, the kind of finishes we gained over there was so good. But as I said, if you choose to go to El Pozo, you're going to be rewarded with something like this.
You certainly have to. I mean, Arca, once again, your circle predictions in you. This is an, I don't know, it's an immortal love that has sort of become very provident at this point right now, because most of the teams, they sort of understand that, yes, if Arca states that El Pozo is where the circle is going to be, then yeah, we better move towards that. And you can see most of the teams are still on their parachute, they're still gliding across, but a lot of teams have actually taken their drops towards the right-hand side of the map itself. Now, a lot of rotations, a lot of traversing needs to be done, a lot of driving needs to be done as well, and that is where we sort of see those mid-rotation battles brew up, right? We get to see those mid-rotation 4v4 engagements where teams are just rotating on their vehicle and suddenly a spray down comes in. We've seen this quite a lot happen in round 1 and 2. I feel like this is where we'll get to see that relive once again.
Yep, agreed. Now, as you pointed out, the right way, the southern eastern corner is where most of these teams have settled themselves. Whereas I was, expecting teams to actually go towards the side of Campo, where only one team has, dared to go there. And let's not forget towards the side of San Martin as well. I was expecting at least two teams to go. There's a ample amount of farming which is possible over there. So I was expecting their teams to be present over there as well. But the only place of skirmish at this point of time looks to be towards the side of El Pozo, where we have our eyes set on two teams who are busy going around for the farming. And this is how things start to turn as you step into the professional lobbies, where people concentrate on first going in for farming and then going in for fights. For most of those players who have done this wrong before, it will be a learning curve for most of them as they made it so far in the tournament.
Look at God's POV though. That man is chilling. That man is certainly chilling. He's lying. He's got his blanket on as well. Might just have turned his AC on. And pretty much, I guess, the first map wasn't exactly what the entire team wanted. Not a result which they could have fancied for themselves. But I feel like this is where they kind of have settled in, right? And of course, when you mentioned about the professional games where the things at the start are quite passive, I would say, I feel like this is exactly where teams sort of start knowing each other, right? You know exactly where opposition is going to drop. I don't think round 3 is essentially the case where every team knows each other's nooks and crannies, where they're going to drop, where they're going to rotate from. They don't have that much information. But as round 4 and BMPS progresses, I feel like that information becomes evident. And again, the passive nature of the game comes right in front of us once again.
Yep, but one thing is there, it might not be concrete that the positions, are visible, but for all those games which went on stream, right, those teams are the teams on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely.
You exactly know how they play. You exactly know which is the key player of the team whom you need to concentrate on. At this point of time, I love the way Kratik is playing, They do know that there's a presence of some other team pretty much close to them on the higher ground, so they do not want to come out. You don't see any player in the map right now or in this view right now who's actually running out in the open, apart from Addy, where I was pointing out to. He's the one who's daring to run out in the open, which due to it does get some, the tags, but at the same time Panic comes out, plays very cleverly, tries to grab all the attention so that Addy can make it into the cover, and the very, very good gameplay coming in from the side of Kratik.
Again, for Heroes Official, their priority is clear. They want to get this land for themselves. They want to get this town for themselves so they can get their loot done, right? They need those meds, they need those bandages and health kits, etc. Again, the circle towards that far western part of the map itself. I feel like most of these teams, they're going to have some trouble because El Pozo is completely unoccupied. And when El Pozo goes unoccupied, one of the biggest cities inside the circle, you kind of know that there is going to be a lot of scaffing for a lot of scouting and a lot of skirmishes for those compounds and for those hard covers. Most of them are going to play it from the ridges. Speaking of Asla, you know, we've got to talk about them. Erangel, they played it out to perfection, right? Waiting it out right against UP50, lying underneath their nose and striking when the iron is hot. I feel like Asla did it really, really well, especially Sean Whitey. But I feel like for them, it's about continuing their performance, keeping the momentum up. They've sort of clutched it out from a very weak position. It must be giving them some sort of confidence to work with coming in the next few games.
When it comes to placement points, obviously you're going to get some, confidence that, the IGL is actually leading us into the right spot. So it's going to be easy for us to go forward for it. But at the same time, the finish points is something which a little bit of a concern for me when it comes to the side of Asla. They do not want to get into any kind of skirmishes in the mid rotations or in the early skirmishes. So they want to look forward for some finish points in the final circles or probably whenever a third party is going on so that they can steal some finishes for themselves. So let's see whether that's going to be the strategy they're going to stick on to. In the map of Miramar, I don't know how much of that is going to help them out, but one thing is for sure, when we look at the map towards, let's draw a line above Power Grid going down to Minas, that is where most of the teams are standing. So those teams coming in from the side of Los Leones or probably from the side of Impala, there's going to be a barrier of teams standing out for you. They're going to gatekeep you, not allowing you to cross over that Power Grid mountains, and it's going to be hard for you to take it. So all they have to do is take a longer rotation to the northern side of the map and then come towards the side of Crate Fields or Crater Fields or probably towards the side of El Pozo. But for me, El Pozo is going to be that one place which is going to be rewarding you with a lot of placement points slowly.
Might be, but this circle again, we've seen the circle before, never really is a very peaceful circle. Elsewhere, you've got Team Mysterious X. Now, I'm not really sure why Team SNN Maximus is caught in this weird position. He's all by himself. There is literally no cover, but of course, there are some sort of reinforcement coming in from a different region quite below. As you can see, Smash is there in the vicinity. Nade being lobbed in exchange, and Shinigami, with his Shinigami eyes, is going to take the life of Maximus. You don't really fool the Grim Reaper, do you? But of course, Team SNN, they would be looking for some revenge, don't they?
More than revenge right now, they should be looking out for some cover fire so that they can pick up that man who's down on his knees. But it looks like they're going to abandon him as he had abandoned them in the beginning itself. So it's important for you to stick together. It's high time we realize, when you start to play in a lobby which is going to get harder by the day, it's important for you to stick together. Make sure that you have the right kind of strategy. If you have a lurker or if you have a person who is pushing forward, make sure that he has the right kind of cover. It looks like SNNX is going to be one of those persons who's still not going to give it away. They're going to give the right kind of cover to Maximus at this point of time. One good grenade can actually turn the tables around against them, and it looks like Royal IGL has got the right kind of cover, right kind of angle against this team. This off angle could be something as a blessing, but in case this location gets compromised, it's going to be a bane for sure.
There's another flank coming in from Team MX as well. Have a look at this. Shinigami's already placed himself in this high region, right? He's got the topography to work with. He can have a look. He has a vantage point over the entirety of Team SSN. And I kind of like this, right? You sort of understand what the situation lies in front of you. Team SSN, they knew that, all right, this is not a fight for us to win. For sure, if we kind of re-engage any further, we might lose more bodies. So let's just fall back. Let's just regroup. And let's forget our brother who's sort of given his life for us. But of course, for Mysterious X, it's a really good start, and I love the way they are collaborating between themselves. Shinigami, of course, lobbing that nade right from the start of it all, and then instantly moving to high ground territory to give his team that advantage. This man has been taking some steps in the right direction.
Absolutely, I
but
agree on
buggy fly.
See, ultimately we all get to know that gravity is something which we have to rely on. Gravity is something which we have to respect, or else you're going to pull down so hard, and sometimes so hard that you might, take off with that vehicle
It has
blast.
a definite number though, 9.8
Yeah,
meter
I'm
per
bad at
second
those.
speed.
I'm bad at those for sure. That's why you find me over here. But ultimately, right now, looking at the circle shifting towards the side of El Pozo yet again, it's still gonna be, you know, the place for you to be. Try to be there as quickly as
Whoa.
possible,
Wow.
and some skills of climbing. Especially, we were speaking whether this vehicle can fly,
Whoa.
but rather it can defy gravity to an extent and try to take you to upper grounds at this, momentum because of that engine power. Probably UP50 is gonna be one team which is fighting out with the table toppers at this point of time. P60 versus UP50 is the numbers which is going to be fighting around
Yeah.
one another, or it's going to be the alphabets which is going to be adding an extra power.
Might be, nobody knows. Sarkar, of course, iQOO MVP of the first map, trying to lob in the nade, but it's just way too far for any sort of damage right there. It was pretty close. I was wrong there. Team P6, they've been cornered right now, right? UP50, they've got that upper ground for themselves. They've got that right vantage point. They know exactly where Team P6 are. Caught right behind, right? One small little edge after which you've got those nades being lobbed in. Sniper, of course, struggling quite a lot. Nades exploding just a little while. But the rest of the teammates, they are in a 2-2 split. The rest of the teammates, they can't really do much right there, right? Even if you kind of lob in some smokes, try and get some cover bought in, it's not really going to help you because getting out of that situation only depends on UP50 and whether they're going to fall back.
I strongly feel that UP50 can actually hold on to this position for a brief period of time. Try to see how well they can tag off the side of Team P6 at this point of time. Because I do agree that, P6 is one of those teams who are capable of coming back and firing at you so bad that, it's important for you to stay away. But look at the concentration coming in from the side of Aditya. He knows he's looking around on the horizons as well. As Sarkar is going to be that lurker coming in from another corner. He's going to be trying to push in and get as close to Pablo as possible. Pablo doesn't realize that, there's going to be some person coming closer, but rather his teammate does realize that Sniper P6 does realize that, there's somebody who's trying to pull out some different kind of magic. Let me catch this magician, try to play the tricks against him, and eventually he was able to put that lurker back into this this place. Now, UP50 is going to be one of those teams who has to choose to fall back. Until now, it was all fine. They're not having a view on the enemies. They have to look at the backlines as well. They have to prioritize the zone as well. So if they stick on a little more longer over here, I strongly feel it's not going to end well for them.
Now again, just like UP50 and their playing patterns, they kind of try and occupy the right at the center of the circle itself, right? It's not the geometric center. You've got Monte Nuevo, and around which you've got a lot of teams closing in on them. You've got Team RIS closing in on Team P6. You've got Team Error Esports also closing in on them. Just like you mentioned, they've got to have a look at their backlines, but they can't really fall back because there's nowhere you want to fall back to. There's literally no compounds anywhere. It's just about being cautious about your surroundings. Shots are already being fired. I feel like Team SNN, they are in the midst of some battle, as we can have a look at this beautiful drone shot showing us Error Esports closing in on UP50. Now, this is where they are in a sandwich situation. How do they survive from this? How do they disengage? Or how do they approach this particular fight is what I want to see.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for UP50 to run away from this. Being the patty in the sandwich, you know that you'll have to cross the corner of the burger to get away. But at this point of time, it's going to be hard. Somebody's going to chew hard on you, and that's going to be one person getting taken down. It's going to be EE at this point of time. Error gets a taste of their own medicine. They do not watch out for their back, and due to which one player actually gets down and gets finished off as well. TSX Purity on the other side is starting to cook up some mollies as well, as more players are getting taken down. It's Naru, one of the key players of the previous map itself, is burnt out in the beginning itself. Now, Zodiacs are one of those teams who played very, very well in the previous round. They did leave a big mark. I really expected a lot coming in from this team to perform much better, to try to stick together, because that was the key which they were undergoing. But ultimately, they choose not to stick together, due to which one card at a time falls until the complete pack is burnt off.
Absolutely. Team Gods, though, for them, getting good position is really important. I love the fact that they have pushed back, but have a look at this. Frag Boy, OMKB is quite low to his opposition, but instant retaliation as Flash Ochi gets this nice quick finish for himself. Now, one man down sort of sets him up for the rest of them all, right? Now they can double down on the rest of Team Solitude and their players. Nades being cooked in, they really need that opening. Some sort of damage being done as Ferocity looks to go on the lurk, looks to go on the flank. It doesn't really work. Sonic is on his knees as well. This is exactly when Team Gods might actually launch an ambush, but have a look at this. One player of their team as well has been knocked out. It's not really looking all that healthy, is it?
I don't know. I think Flash has to give the right kind of cover fire at this point of time, or else Team Solidity is going to be losing one more player, or probably getting one player down on his knees. Now, we have to push forward to see whether this fight is going to continue, as the circle is going to be turning out over here. Arslan on the other side comes up to the corners of the circle. They want to make sure, that they try to tag out as many finish points as possible, but ultimately, as I said, Arslan is not one team which tries to pick up fights between the rotation and immediately wants to go in for another kind of push away from these players, but they are caught up in a very, very bad situation. It's going to be final call from the other side. I think it's final call from the other side who's trying to do it, but Sean Whitey always shining it out with that 4x, try to restrict that crosshair falling in towards him. This fight is going to get intense.
I love the fact that he deploys the smoke immediately and tries to go in the general direction. But Deathmatch Esports, for them, it's a very crucial. They've got this nice flank on final cell, final call, whatever you want to call him, on him. So I feel like his position is quintessential for them. But moving any further is not really in the best of their interest. They've got the mercy of the zone. They've got two players inside the zone already. It is Arslan who actually has to push out towards them. But elsewhere, oh my God, Team Mavericks, they've actually been taken down by Team Solitude, and we did not really get to see that fight. It's disheartening, honestly.
I mean, when there's something brewing up in front of us, it's hard for us to cover all the fight. But I do understand the pain which you're undergoing right now, because sometimes your favorite team, you would want to watch them either dominate or get taken down. Now, Arslan is going to be one of those teams who are still, waiting off the opponents. They do understand that they do not have control of the circle, so they have to make sure that they get the right kind of rotation. Probably they're pushing back to such extent it's going to be easier for them. Heroes on the other side have fallen down on their knees. It's not one player, but two. It's going to be UP50 Aditya coming in for that finish. He's going to be cooking up a grenade to get those finish points, and I do believe it's the best way to do it. You're not only going to get some damages, in your name, but also those finishes which are going to help you out, and immediately going in for probably a smoke so that you can loot those resources which you've burnt off so far. A good call from there.
Certainly. But again, Deathmatch Esports still going on the offense. Artillery being showered in as they still trying to make a move right now. Tiger right behind that pickup truck in the shack is going to be a real key. But third parties come in to their rescue. I believe it is OMKV who is actually doing much of the heavy lifting right now. But the rest of the teammate, I believe it's Harry IGL who is still surviving, as well as TOX. These two players still decide to go on the offense for Arsenal. They can still pick up those two players who have fallen, but that's not really ideal situation for them. RIS versus Kratic is what we have in store right now. Addy kind of avoiding that fight, but instantly retaliation comes in from Panic, and good stuff as they exchange knocks between them. The rest of the infantry, as the cavalry comes in, you can see, have a look at this. Nope walking in with his M4, but he has been taken down once again. Your reinforcements, and it's an entire barrage of bullets being peppered on inside this room itself, and I have no idea what's going on right now.
Oh my God, I love that crosshair placement at the final moments, because he exactly knew that he had to get into a cover towards his left and then try to put that crosshair right at the corner where the enemy is just going to walk into that lead pour, and eventually that's an end of another squad, if I'm not wrong. And I really love the way they took that fight. They just rushed in blank. But right now, another fight to look out for is going to be Deathmate versus Arslan, as Arslan's in the crosshair with that machine gun. I really thought that, there could be a point where we could have seen that, but Sean, living up to his name, yet again trying to shine out the best of what he can. He doesn't find that, peak head coming into his crosshairs. In case it had come, it would have been a different story. A stun grenade is going to be popped in. It's not going to be scaring anything, but Cyan is going to be losing his visibility for a few seconds. Sean Whitey on the other side is trying to cook up a grenade from the right corner. He does see the footsteps behind it. He does see the foot behind the car, but it's not going to be, of any use. Now, Lazy Boy is trying to pull this strings for a longer time. Sean is going to be pushing in. Can he pull the right kind of music and make sure? But rather, with that element of doubt, is going in for the revival, which could be possible at this point of time. No, Sean is still going to be playing around with the minds of Laser Boy. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Oh my God, Cyan and his presence right there in the final third. This man actually prevented Laser Boy from doing anything over there. And what a recovery from Arslan over there. Cyan and his presence. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got another fight that we've got to speak on. And Damager is going berserk. His team Mysterious X is still on the offense. Team Tenacity. You've got Kami K10 once again just showing his caliber. But this man falls as well, I believe. It's a 1v1 right now. You've got Reaper Jord versus damager. This guy looks to sort of finish in what's already been done right now. He's still looking to get those finishes to their name, probably recover a couple of players or two, but in turn he's also giving the opposition team some sort of time to get resurrected. One player certainly did get finished, but Team Tenacity, for them, it's it's not really job done.
I'm so sorry, to cut you off in between, but that grenade just took away his own teammate, and that's not the right thing to do. I really want to see what Gami's got left out over here. He's been impressing us throughout the map itself, but from the other side comes off his teammates. Gabi was one person I was looking out for. He did clutch a 1v3, but ultimately the kind of cover fire which came in after that was not good enough, and due to which the whole squad had to hit the ground. Now, let's see what's going to happen, as it's going to be Mysterious X eliminating another one. There's some exchange of throwables yet again. It's going to be CRC versus the side of Asla. How much more fights can the team Asla take as they're rotating around and round and round with the pixels not being found, but rather from another corner, him gets that connection right. It's going to be Asla on their feet, most of the players on their feet. A right push against them. Cyan is going to be the last man standing. Let's see whether Addy will be able to pouch this grenade into the right corner. Cyan just moves away at the final moments. The grenade does do a little bit of a damage. Let's see which person is going to be standing out tall. It looks like it's going to be Kratik as they eliminate Asla, who's just got 3 finishes in their name.
Poor Asla over there. I had no clue what they did right there, because they were in the midst of a rotation right there, and Kratik were like, boom guys, you are our victims. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very quick game, which is coming to a very quick finish as well. Aim God gets wiped off. You only have 6 teams and 22 players alive. Heroes officially get taken down by Autobots. Now I want to see Autobots right now. Have a look at this. 5 finishes to their name. They've still got 4 players alive. This is exactly the situation they want to be in the first map itself. But have a look at this. Gods, they're right in front of Kratik. They've caught them exactly where it hurts. Panic is down right now. The rest of the place, they're still rejoicing over the fact that Asla was the team that they took down upon, and Gods can actually capitalize on this opportunity. Players out in the open as another one falls. You've got Fear right onto that flank. Only him, I believe, is the one who is still standing. Has a lot of job to do. Right there, you've got another player in the form of Beam. So 2v2 situation right up top.
Oh my god. I just don't want to say oh my god, I want to say oh my gods right now. What kind of a finish that was. A perfect push coming in from the 2 players, and ultimately was able to put an end for one of those teams which were looking the strongest in the lobby. With a total of 7 finishes, they were doing absolutely good. But for now, it's going to be Team Solitary trying to, taunt out the only team which has survived so far with just 3 men standing with 3 finishes off them. Look at the circle on the top right corner, ladies and gentlemen. The circle is shifted away from all these teams, and nobody has the opportunity to actually take that early access into this circle. The 6th circle coming in. This is going to be hard for the teams, as it's a very open battle. The teams which has got some vehicles with them is going to be the team which is going to have a little bit of a cover, and it looks like that is going to be the side of Team Gods, as it's got a push coming. It's going to be a push coming in from the side of P6. The right kind of push where they're going to be meeting. They're meeting the makers, I believe. It's going to be Team Solitary. They're also trying to play it out. It's the Gods who are going to be suffering. Look at the angle coming in from the side of Ferocity. If he pushes in and lands the final few bullets, I do believe that, he can get that finish. Yes, he's got the person on his knees. He's going to be getting these 2 finish points for himself as well. It's going to be Solitary versus the Gods, and versus the side of Team probably Autobots, who will be trying to play it out from here on.
Oh my god, a Tom and Jerry chase once again. Another guy comes in. It's all about reinforcement after reinforcements and backups for backups. Have a look at this. He was almost getting third-partied. Team P6 right at the center of the circle, trying to survive against Team Solitude. Or rather, it's the other way around. Team Solitude, who are on the receiving end of most of these peppers. Have a look at this. Shelby on his UMP, still trying to engage in this 1v1 battle. It doesn't really have all that much support, but beautiful spray comes in. Also buys time to actually get his fallen brother up and running. Autobots, they've got 4 players alive, but only 1 man is inside the circle. Fox is rather doing a heal battle right from this point onwards. Not the best of positioning, but we have talked about this. The circle is so much out in the open. You just can't really battle it. Only one team, that is Mysterious X, is in good position. The rest of them, they're basically trying to fight the open barren lands, and you can't really do anything about it. It's just way too barren.
I somewhere feel that Autobots have still got a small opportunity, but no, I spoke too early at this point of time. Mysterious has actually found him, and it's gonna be Gami yet again, landing that final nail in the coffin, and he's gonna be very much happy with the kind of finishes he's raked up so far. 10 finishes in total for the side of Mysterious X, who did not perform that well in the previous map. He's gonna be so happy with the performance they've given so far, and it's gonna be P6 on the other side, playing it like how Asla had played in the previous game, trying to be in the safe lines, trying to make sure that they don't have any kind of rotation clashes, but whenever they did find it, make sure that they hit it really hard. They've got the hardest cover, they've got the circle in their favor, they've got a very open field where they can have access on the information of all the enemies, and I do believe that this is a game where they can't lose. The man advantage or the position you're holding is going to be the question right now.
P6. This is where numbers sort of don't really triumph positioning. Mysterious X, what can they potentially do? They can try and ram in inside these compounds. But two guys with an entire cavalry walking towards him or driving towards him, it's very easy to take. They've got fences to work around and they've got the mercy of the circle. This is what happens when you actually are pretty brave enough. Consistent performance after consistent performance. First game chicken dinner. They're actually building up for another one. Shinigami being spotted. A beautiful spray, but of course, not a lot of those bullets connect. I love what Mysterious X is doing right now. They're using the smoke to disguise their presence, but of course, throwables are also in hands of P6, and that is exactly what they want to land right in front of them. All these players in one angle, and the grenade goes kaboom as P6 are still on the offense. These trajectories are so fine as our players will obviously struggle to survive, Varka.
At this point of time, P6, every grenade is going to be sounding like a beautiful song for them. Every beat is going to be connecting right. Shelby on the other side would have got taken down because of the one Gami from the other corner. He's turning out to be that key player for the team, but ultimately he's going to be finding the zone. And a finish point picked up again from the side of Team P6. This is what I say in a Battle Royale game. It's important for you to stay at the right time, at the right spot. It looks like the table is going to turn in case this grenade is not going to be connected, but rather it does get connected. It does that get connected, and it's time for Team P6 and his teammate to actually push in, not coming from the same angle, but rather from different angles. They're going to be giving out informations, but ultimately it's going to be Shelby doing the maximum job with 6 finishes already in his name. He has to take this player down all alone, and it's going to be much more good because 7 finishes in your name for a team which has got 10 finishes is a good thing for sure.
They're certainly feeling very confident. Look at Team P6. They're feeling themselves. They're deploying the smokes, giving away their position to the opposition. We have seen this happen. We have seen throws happen from this point as well. Ares will be waiting for his opportunity. Now, for Mysterious X, the job is already done. They've got 10 finishes. They've got the second place. They've got a lot of points to work with. Just imagine 3 extra points from the chicken dinner and 2 more finishes. 5 more points can be game-changing for them. And that is exactly the job that Ares has been tasked with. Now for Team P6, this is a little too confident. Sniper still trying to go up top, trying to figure out where exactly Ares is, where they're just literally neighbors. Shelby and Ares, pretty close to each other, still not having spotted them. I guess he has. This is exactly where the offense comes in, and Team P6 get that winner. Consistent performance after consistent performance, just like Arca loves to put it. A good balance of finishes and positioning in the final circle.
I just loved it, Mysterious X coming in from the other side. 10 finishes what they could gain with decent amount of finish points for themselves. 10 finish points also coming in. Autobots Esports on the other side. The team which was looking so strong with just one mistake which they had to make. They had to hit the ground so hard. But P6, I know that, they right now are going to play just for an average of few points in the next few games and making sure that they cement themselves into the next round. Now, P6 is going to be one of the watch-out teams for sure with 8 finish points and 15. With that 8, Shelby alone has got 7 in his name or 6 in his name. And that shows the kind of caliber this man carries.
Absolutely, but have a look at this. Mysterious X, Team Solitude, all of them have decent positions for themselves, right? 22 points, 19 points, even for Autobots for that matter as well, 15 and 12. This seemed to be like a very well distributed game, but I'm scared of one thing. I'm scared of that massive jump in the second page where none of the teams could actually perform because the numbers are very stacked up right on top. Error Esports, Heroes Official, Tenacity, Deathmet, Zodiac, especially for big names like Zodiac and Heroes Official, I feel like this is time for them to step up because they can't really let this go right in front of their noses. They know what the standard of gameplay is right now, what the level of gameplay gameplay that P6 is bringing on the table, I feel like this is exactly where they sort of start showing up for themselves. Speaking of showing up, another guy who has shown up for ourselves is the iQOO MVP of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at who it is. Arka?
None other than the legend himself. It's going to be Shelby P6 coming in over here with 7 finishes. 910 damage is what he's got. 1 headshot and 4 assists. Survival time to the maximum for sure. But one thing which I love the most about this guy was he did not use those throwables unwantedly. He knew how to maintain those resources. We'll speak more about it as we're going to be looking at the top 5 players on our screens. It's going to be Shelby coming up and Flashhawk coming in from the side of Team Solitude. He also played really well with 4 finishes. We can see the kind of damage he's gained over there. Sanhok is going to be coming in from the teammate is going to be catching up over there as well. It's going to be Mysterious X Damager coming in with 6 finishes. He's also done an amazing job keeping up a damage of 475 points. It's like he's done most of the clever work rather than the hard work.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the match summary where we'll understand exactly what happened in this game itself. Now, healings again, we know Miramar generally tends to get a little more healing friendly. It's a little healing heavy as well. So 7,000, I would say it's a lower number as compared to round 2 and round 1 where you've got 8,500, 9,000 points of healing also done. But have a look at
also
10,000 as well, right? But grenade finishes, 6 grenade finishes, especially most of them being done in the final circle. I feel like most of them would actually go towards P6. But let's have a look at the FD graph, ladies and gentlemen, where we sort of understand what sort of towers these teams have built on the map of Miramar. Now, it's a desert region, like it's Dubai, and Team Solitude was feeding themselves. They've got a Burj Khalifa to their name.
I don't know. I don't know how much of Burj Khalifa is going to be built after this, because I can see it's all tight at this point of time. Each of these teams have dealt the right kind of damage against one another. So the fight is going to get even more tighter. This graph is going to be slowly decreasing when it comes to the damage and picking up when it comes to the side of finish points. So let's see what's going to happen as we're going to be stepping into the squad spotlight any second soon to see which is going to be that one team. None other than the team of Team P6 for performing so well. 8 finishes, 1,358 damage, 1 headshot and 7 assists. Most of it is done by one single man himself. It's going to be Shelby. It's not going to be enough. He's going to be the knight in the shining armor, right? So the more you speak about him, the lesser we're going to feel about it as well. But squad face-off is something which is going to get us a clearer picture.
Exactly. Now, Team Solitude versus Mysterious X. Very, very close stats. You've got 11 finishes to Mysterious X's 10. There is a slight difference in damage, of course, with 400 points. But just like I always say, I want more statistics to be involved when you want to really want to assess performances and their playing style of a particular team. One single set piece doesn't really give you entire picture. But the fact that Mysterious X just could survive 6 minutes longer than Team Solitude gave them the edge, right? They got that second position to themselves. They got that crucial position point, because of which they're just 1 point behind Team P6, which is a big jump, I must say. P6, obviously, they are starting to cement themselves right at the very top, the tippity top of the points table. But Mysterious X, with this performance, I feel like they've climbed up the ladders after the debacle of the first game. They are going to be well set for the next few games.
Somewhere in the middle bracket is where
Somewhere
they'll
in
be
the middle
standing
bracket,
as well. But the squad face-off did also tell us that, if you're more aggressive by the 18th minutes itself, you're gonna be having the right kind of finishes in your name. But at the end of the day, let's look at the bigger picture. I really love what I'm holding right now. I really want to speak more about it, but I'll let the video do the talking at this point of time. There's gonna be a small promo for you guys. Please do watch it, and when you come back, you'll get more.
Show me you got soul.
Where do you find this beauty? You're gonna find him on Amazon Special. I mean, the one thing which I love the most about this is gonna be that 4D game vibration. Now, people are wondering, what is this 4D vibration all about? So when you're playing a game, holding it like this, and you get shot from the right side, you get a vibration coming in from the right side of the phone, and you're getting shot from the left side starts to vibrate. So even though you're playing in on mute at home and you're not listening, you don't want anybody to get to know, these vibrations are gonna help you, ladies and gentlemen. So get this thing, this is, Every time one more feature comes out of my mouth, you're going to be like, take my money.
Absolutely. Take my money. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the highlights where we sort of watch all these action unfold once again. Of course, you've talked about the vibrations. I feel like if I am playing this game on my device, my phone would always vibrate because I'm always being peppered with bullets, but bullets being peppered on Maximus as well because this man was sort of caught off guard. Now, his nade also did the talking. It was an exchange of knocks, but that doesn't really count because eventually you've got backup to actually help others up. This is exactly where Team Zodiacs also sort of struggled as well. Now, we sort of predicted this, didn't we, Arka, where this circle, which is so far away from the flight path, it's going to force these players to go on the rotation, and while they are on the rotate, you get to see most of these mid-rotation fights, which Team Solitude have actually come right on top of a lot of them.
See, that's what I said. Team Solitude had prioritized the zone beginning. They were trying to hold that mountains, which we speak about, and they were not allowing anybody to cross over, due to which they were paid with the highest price. But UP50, I was looking forward for this team to do much better. And further on, when we look at the side of Asla, I was very impressed by the performance of Asla over here. They took every single fight into their hands. They made sure that they reaped some benefits out of it, even though it costed them a little. They played really well. Now, Kratik on the other side, this was the point where I really commend the side of Bean. Yeah, he just held on to his crosses. He knew that the person is going to be walking up in that corner, placed it well, and Asla over here, where everything was going fine, as it was Shan who was trying to do the right kind of corner plays, and ultimately one good grenade coming in from the side of Savan had to put an end for the opposite team. A very good steal over there, I believe.
It certainly was. But for Mysterious X, this is where they start the onslaught, right? They just have one finish to their name. By the time they reach the final circle, they will have 11. So that's a healthy bump. That's a very big bump. And having those 4 players alive inside the final circle is also a very good stuff. But yeah, you talked about it, right? He kind of blew his own teammate up with a nade. That's unfortunate, but sometimes you do stuff that you have to do.
Rather a smoke. I still keep wondering, what did he think that it was a smoke rather?
Might be.
Yeah, but the gods, it
or
was
he
all
might have
there.
just wanted to have his friend blown up. Might have a grudge. Hey, you've stolen a finish from my my leaderboard, so I'm gonna finish you off.
I hope not, but at this point of time, Team Solidarity, I really love the way they play this. Gods on the other side, where I really thought that Gods did prove themselves as to why they're named after that, but ultimately it was Solidarity who put an end for them, and it proved to us that Gods are just mortals and nothing else. Look at this, every single time we saw this happening, there was another person coming in from the other side, and this was the final nail in the coffin where the Gods had to say goodbye. Solidarity could have ended the spree over here because Team P6 was one of those teams which were looking out to grab those finish points, and it successfully happened as Shelby was the person doing it. And the final moments where Shelby actually baited it out properly, held the crosshair to the corner where the Gods are going to be walking in. Perfect gameplay.
Absolutely, but then again, the circle sort of playing a party pooper in all of these teams' attempts and getting the chicken dinner to their name. Now, you kind of understand, right? When you get those circles towards the western part of the map, you know that it's going to end up in somewhere in a very open area. That has been the trend for us, even in Erangel, even in the map of Miramar. I'm not really sure what Sanhok is going to bring forth for us, but every single one of these nades, they're always going to land because, of course, have a look at this. They're throwing in so many out of them, and eventually it's just supposed to land on top of your head. There's no way you can dodge so many, especially when you're completely out in the open. There's literally no cover whatsoever. Now, you spoke of some sort of vehicles to work with, some sort of cover to work with as well, but when you are in this kind of position where you have the play zone right behind you, there's literally barren land in front of you, and a team who is your competitor, who is your contemporary inside the final circle, they've got a compound to work with, they've got a fence to work with. Your time is done.
Yeah, ultimately, yes, I agree on that. But there are lessons for us to learn from the side of P6. I'm going to be as brief as possible. The one thing is going to be use the right kind of resources at the right time. Shelby, even though he had those, throwables, he didn't use it until he understood that the projectile is going to be reaching the opponents. Point number 1, make sure that you know your projectile properly. Point number 2, the final moments when they had that enemy sleeping right in front of them, the teammates were all sleeping one behind the other. And that's a very clever gameplay. In case the opponent gets up and shoots one player down, the knock person is still going to be your cover, giving you an opportunity. And when this person is going to be taking all the hit in the front, the person behind is going to be making sure that he takes it. And I really love it when such gameplays come in, and these minute points can actually give you a lot of confidence. You can learn a lot from this, and I believe that this is what they did. Just don't want to fluke it out for them.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm also learning a lot out of Arka's analysis, because you are someone who's got a very minute attention to detail with every single basic that is there in the game. And I'm pretty sure that most of the professional players who are playing at a big level, they're sort of well versed with it. But for the young guns who are watching, for the ones who are sort of thinking like, all right, we will be one day there as well, you can take tips from Arka. You can also DM him on Instagram. Maybe he's going to give you private coaching. Do you do that? I'm not really sure if you do, but of course, this is where you can also learn a lot. Like, you can watch these players who are playing in these lobbies. This is a very fierce lobby, right? I believe 64 are the best underdog teams in the country. This is as good as it gets, right? There's no time for stupidity. There's no time for bad plays right here. You've got to be extremely skilled to reach this stage right now. And if you've done something for what P6 did, like that is getting back-to-back chicken dinners, you've got to be very skilled, and your basics have to be very good.
I mean, getting praised from a person who's got so much of fan following on socials, I do feel a little,
I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, but yeah, right now we're going to be stepping into the next map. It's just pulling your leg, my friend. And I just hope that, it doesn't hurt you at any given point. But yes, we're going to be looking at the matchup of the next game. It's going to be round 3, which is happening over here. The next map is going to be the map of Sanhok. Ladies and gentlemen, this is group 1 of this round 3. Just remember that things are going to get more intensified, as On The Desk is going to be joining another analysis, and which I love to speak, terms and numbers, as he's the best man there is in the market right now with the numbers. That's going to be Fixes back On The Desk. What do you have to say about the last map? There was a lot of ups and downs. You would agree on this one point that there were teams which performed phenomenally well when it comes to Mysterious X, and there were times when Arslan was also taking a lot of hittings but still standing on their feet. What do you have to speak about such teams?
These are the two teams that I really feel that they're going to be heading off to round number 4, right? Because the way they've been playing, the way they've been performing, it's on a whole different level. Exactly the kind of a performance that you guys need. But again, you're talking about performances, you're talking about keeping yourself cool. Our friends from iQOO have something to share.
Show me you got soul.
Of course, there you have it, right? This beautiful phone right in my hands. And, well, this could be yours if you head on to Amazon right now and get yourself one. You've got some amazing colors also to go along with it. Now, you were having a really interesting point about the 4D vibration motor. And, certainly it could come handy, because a lot of us do not really carry our earphones or headphones while we're playing. Getting those little bit of help, outside is certainly going to help you out. And it's feature packed, right? But yeah, of course, heading
and
from,
everything is below 25k.
Exactly, that's what we've been talking about, right? That's what we're harping about. Around 25,000. This is premium range specifications that we're talking about. And suddenly, iQOO comes up with it and gives everything that an esports player really needs. Now, if you are not hardcore esports player, you've got these amazing dual cameras to work around with, to get all those pictures out here along. And now we've got this recent trend of vlogging also coming around, and certainly one of the phones that will help you in achieving your endeavors in the field of social content creation. But right now, it's time to head in again. There you have it, right in front of us, the rainforest of Sanhok. And this is what I was getting a little, worried about, right? Now, we've seen teams perform really well in Erangel. A few of them somehow managed to hold on to their metal or started to, perform really well in Miramar as well. Now, the transition from Miramar to Sanhok, this is where it gets really, fishy for all these teams. How do they play it around, considering the circles panning around like that? Now, this is where, Arka, I've got to ask you this. Do you think B6 has what it takes to get that hat trick?
I strongly feel they have, let's look at one player at a time. Okay, starting off with Shelby at this point of time, you saw his close range battles.
Yeah.
He exactly knew when to strike, and he was also composed as well. He allowed the enemies to walk into his crosshairs, and that's the best part. When you have a wooden shark in front of you, all you have to do is, taunt your enemy and then start to fire in the corner, expecting him to walk him into your crosshairs. And when you have players like that thinking absolutely right in a close range battle in the map of Sanhok, where that is what is being demanded from you, I strongly feel that P6 really got the opportunity. Now they have to watch out for the throwables which was thrown in towards them, and that was the only point where they felt actually weak. And if in case they can get into the right kind of cover, watch their backlines, I think P6 can actually pull this off.
I'm not really going to be very judgmental about B6 because in the game of Miramar, I really thought that this was not their game to win, but they still somehow managed to see it through beyond every other circumstances that did come upon them, ladies and gentlemen. As we have taken it up to the skies, it is going to be the match number 3 of our round number 3 over here, ladies and gentlemen, of group number 1, as the flight path trajectory this time heads all the way towards Camp Charlie. Again, we've been talking about this multiple times. Does not really matter how the flight path trajectory is. It really comes down to how you're going to take the circles, right? We've seen a lot of these western circles being popping up recently. We've seen a few circles going towards that eastern side. And this is the point, I'm starting to wonder, when are we going to get to see a Nakham or maybe a Sami circle, Arka?
My mind is all thinking otherwise. It's like, let's go for a Tambang circle, where everything is going to be questioned for you amongst the salt. I do miss Salty in this conversation, but coming back, it's going to be an early skirmish coming out. It's going to be Zodiac trying to take the fight to the enemy's face, and I do believe that they could be successful. For now, they picked up the first one. It's Spray, who's on his knees, who's going to be traded off as well, but Zodiac with one finish and Team SSN with one finish. I know that, the punches are almost equal, but I can see there's another man down on his knees who's going to be picked up. That means Zodiac is going to be looking much more stronger. What a momentum that was built up by them. But ultimately, one man shows his back towards this team and ultimately has to pay the price for it.
Oh yeah, indeed. They have to, as Zodiac Esports really capitalizing on the fact that, Team SNN were feeling a little bit lost inside this huge paradise resort. Did not really know how to enter in, just being oblivious about the positioning of Zodiac, and had to pay that hefty price with them already clinching 2 finishes to their name. Of course, now Maximus and his teammate really need to back off from over here. Zodiac have established the supremacy, at least in the paradise resort for now.
I strongly feel that Zodiac can actually scavenge the last player down. They do understand that they have pushed him to the corner where he's not looted. That's the point. He's not farmed any of these. So they do realize that this man can be, a person who's not have the right kind of armory. They can actually push in against him because they heard that person running away to that corner. But ultimately, a wise decision coming in from the side of the IGL. He's like, let's fall back. We've already lost Spray. Let's try to play for some placement points with that early finishes of 3, which is going to be confirmed any second soon. And I do believe that, Zodiac are doing the right things over here.
It's such an important game for Zodiac, especially, having a really good start, because the first 2 games, they were sort of mediocre, especially how they played in round number 1, and heading on towards round number 2, the number of finishes sort of started reducing, right? Now, this has been one of those teams that's desperately trying to get a lot of good position points to their name. Haven't sort of been one of those teams that, is the one picking up a lot of fights, right? Now, this was sort of a message being sent out to the entire lobby. Now, if it comes down to taking fights, we're not the ones to back off, and Maximus just being thwarted off. Now, this is where, the mystery really coming along when you enter into Sanhok. Do not know where your opponents are going to land, and are you going to have a drop clash. This is where the metals are going to be tested, right? This is again one of the other teams, Team Solitude, that was in such a good position in the map of Miramar just to give it away towards P6. Now they certainly are looking in for some redemption over here.
Absolutely. Now let's take our attention towards the side of Kampong, where 3 teams in close proximity with one another. Chances of them all fighting it out is inevitable, as nobody's at Quarry, and the first team to actually go in and acquire Quarry at this point of time could be blessed as well. It's going to be Pauli having to look out for somebody. It's Jor running out in the open. He doesn't find him. I probably did not have the right kind of scope, and that's why, he couldn't find him over there. But ultimately, showing his back at this point of time, have to be careful. The heroes need to be taking this fight, and ultimately, they do find him, and there are going to be some sprays against him, which is not going to put him down on his knees, obviously. But heroes have to, live up to their name at this point of time. If they do not, I think they're going to be packing themselves home.
Yeah, I mean, just striking fear in the opponent's hearts, right? And Kabi, he's been the star of the evening so far, especially his heroics in the first game of Erangel. And now he's in such a dicey situation. I mean, where does he go from around here? Because now for tenacity, they really showed that tenacity in that first game, where they were not really in contention of achieving anything at all and still ending up top 3. Now Kabi has to make sure does not get hit again, because he's just one shot away from being taken down, and he's talking about taking really good shots. Again, this is one of the spawns that we've been talking about a lot lately. It's the iQOO Z6 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. Might as want to check it out on Amazon for now as Team Tenacity. Well, in a really whole world of trouble situation. Now being pushed upon by the boys from Heroes officials, it has to be for them, because now Heroes again, a big name coming in, grinding it out through the qualifiers, and now here they are. But they haven't really been playing the way they were supposed to, right?
I would say that yes, the lot of expectation was put up again on their shoulder, but ultimately not choosing to play like this is what I would like to say. But team, this person just attracted all those heroes to rush in towards him, and with those footsteps confirming that he's inside this hard compound, he's going to be not ending up in a good way, as Jor is going to be down on his knees and finished off as well. Sometimes sticking off to the textbook basics is also very important. On the other side, a cover fire does come in, but it's not going to be helping him much as he's already out of the game.
I could see his foot from just below the house shed that we had, as Drago OP is going to be taking some really hard measures over there. Did the right thing, trying to lob that grenade in and get that finish at least secured. As now we can see Kabi also joining the fray. Now, one other problem that I really feel with Heroes that was really good was initially they started picking up the isolated players, went after them. Now, in terms of doing that, they kind of got themselves sandwiched. Now, Team Tenacity, the tables have turned. If they find the good angles on the players of Heroes, I think they are done for.
Absolutely agreed on this point that, they are all held up in one hard compound where the location is going to be pretty much, predictable by anybody as whatsoever. But they just have to pray that this isn't another team pushing in towards this compound, because ultimately that's going to be suicide for them. But Pauli is trying to do the right thing, put up some smokes, try to block the vision against the side and make sure that he runs out. But ultimately he has to understand this, that the more closer he gets to a window, the more vulnerable he's going to be. And that is how they're being sandwiched at this point of time. Now, CNN on the other side is also one of those teams who have been sandwiched by the side of Gods, if I'm not wrong. No, Autobots at this point of time. This team which looked so strong in the previous round and declining and has been defied with a performance like this. What do you have to say about that?
Really can't blame the teams, right? Because again, like we've been talking, this is the first Sanhok of the evening and the only Sanhok that we get to see them playing. So they were kind of not very about
overall
the
day rather. I'm sorry.
Overall, I mean, it's still early times, to come to a judgment, because again, you've got top 8 teams qualifying. It's just that one good chicken dinner game that you need. But I really feel that Team SNN has done a lot and still have potential to do even more as Heroes. Somehow they managed to perform a split over here, as Asla find themselves in a little bit of a situation against the players of P6, who are starting to lose out on numbers and now just have 2 of their players surviving.
I would like to say this, that, Asla is one of those teams, once they start to take a fight, as I spoken before, they do not want to get into any kind of rotation clash. But if we try to get into the compound they're holding, they're not going to stop themselves. And right now, Kid is the person gone down. Pablo almost down on his knees with the right kind of, grenade being popped in towards them. Look at what Asla is doing. They're not rushing. Rather, they're trying to throw those throwables to wait off the enemy. And that's what I love the most about them. They're not going to be pushing at any second soon. The crosshairs are still going to be fired towards the side of enemies so that they fall back. And from now on, P6 need to be very careful. As I told, key player lost, is the game done.
mean, this is where you start feeling the heat, right? When you are on the verge of getting a hat trick. But look at Heroes. I do not know how they got themselves out of this really, really dicey situation. But now they're going to go after Drago, have the perfect angle. But cover fire comes from behind in the form of their teammates as Green needs to take some cover, needs to heal himself up. As now this is where Puwali would be searching for a few grenades, but it is not really necessity as God is going to get that knock secured. And there you go. Creed now just getting traded off, and it's Kabi who's been doing majority of the heavy lifting. High time for the remainder of the players of Tenacity to step up.
But Kabi doing the wise thing, trying to push away from that compound. He's going to be falling back and trying to hold another angle. I just hope that he had held it in a little bit of a distance because he had covered himself. I don't know what to say. He had to fall down on his knees, but ultimately the rest of this team, that is going to be the side of Heroes, is going to be very, very happy with the free finishes they're going to be getting for themselves. And let's not forget that it's just going in for some placement points coming in from the opposite side. Heroes official holding on to your nerve and trying to play with consistency and composure is going to reward you with a lot of points, and this is the best example.
You know, I'm starting to get surprised, rather I'm baffled as to how on earth could they really keep themselves alive in this situation with all their players, you know, still standing. And this is where, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the circle shift. We yet to receive that curveball, which could either ways, you know, go a little down south. The boot camp, it's definitely not going to stick towards boot camp. Has a slight inclination, maybe even towards Quarry as the players of Zodiac really got out in the open as Autobots. They're just going to be shredding them away with all those bullets as Clink. He's got to make a run for his life now. Zodiac certainly has to be one of the biggest falls, you know, considering how good they were in round number 1. Somehow, you know, just edging through in round number 2 and round number 3. It's where they're all looking in tatters.
See, you said, right, it's hard for us to blame against one game, but Zodiacs have played bad in more than one game. So it's important for them to actually, you know, live up to the expectations of their fans, but or else they're going to be losing not only the game, but also their confidence in the upcoming games, because ultimately they do realize that, you know, they have nothing to lose. They might rush in blank. They've got 3 finishes so far. That's one thing they can rely on. But on the other side, it's going to be the side of Error versus UP50. I just hope that UP50 doesn't walk into the crosshairs of Fragger, because he does exactly know the location of KSR7, and it looks like it's not going to be. Sarkar is going to be the next man, the key player for the side of UP50. There was a chance, but ultimately the chance not taken from the side of Aero, because he doesn't want to give up his location, basically. He wants to backstab them when the time is right, and let's see whether that's going to be successful. What do you have to say? You know, capture the moment when it's required, or try to, you know, plan it out properly, strategize, and go do the right kind of backstab.
You know, it was the distance, right? Even had they gotten a knock, they couldn't have gotten the finish secured for them. And that's a good decision being made by Erin. Now, they know that they're the king of the hills. You've got Kratek, you've got UP50 in your fridge. Just might as well, you know, just go a little calm down there, let the fight erupt between these two, and be the ones being the scavengers in that particular fight. But Asla, I'm pretty sure these boys have been making so much of those noise today, even in Miramar. You know what Shan has been pulling off along with his teammate Sayan. I've been enjoying every bit of that. You know, that teamwork clearly in display, but this is where it gets tested. You know, this is where they go up against Heroes officials. Now, the biggest question over here is, are they aware that there's someone hiding inside those compounds? Because I believe the players of Heroes, they haven't moved a muscle up until now.
I somewhere felt that, you know, they did know it, and that's why they didn't want to come out in the open, but rather they would have loved to get into any kind of hard cover, as the zone is going to be coming in. The blue zone is going to be coming in closer towards them. But one other thing which I love about the side of Asla, as I said, no unwanted fights anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, make sure that you place yourself inside the circle first, and then try to take the fight when you know that that's the hardest point you can hold. And that has been rewarding them really well. I just hope that they continue to play like this until somebody reads their strategy, and they'll have to go in for a plan B. Now, here comes a question for me, you know. If things are not working out in the first map itself, it's important for you to jump to plan B or try to experiment for another game, because ultimately every game counts when it comes to this stage of the tournament.
You know, you need to recuperate, right? You cannot just, you know, be lamenting over your losses, you know, one bad game and then you start cribbing about it. You know, you could have done better, you could have done this. You know, you still have 4 more games to go. And with every passing game, the number sort of kind of reduces. This is where you've got to keep your calm. We've seen so many of these teams, you know, kind of bounce back after the 4th and the 5th game gets over. And this is where you need to know, you need to seize that right moment. You need to keep your calm. Do not really crumble under pressure, because that is how you're being tested, right? Because in the battle royale genres, you do not always have the circle favoring you, do not have all your teammates alive. But right now, this is one of those teams, Risk Official really need to step up, and that too big time. Have the best, hottest compound in Sanhok right now, the boot camp. And it's quite an interesting spread, I must say. But look at the splash of colors coming in from the western side. This is where, you're going to start anticipating those fights just erupting in the next couple of minutes.
CN and Maximus and Zero Boy, these are the two lone rangers playing out right now. And it seems like, the zone is going to be blessed towards them a little as well. I just hope that they take advantage of it and try to get the placement points, which the team couldn't acquire so far. But DMES is going to be one of those squads who have to act perfectly right now, because they have a height disadvantage which could actually go against them. Wow. Oh, what a gameplay coming in. The right kind of placement of crosshair, the right kind of recoil control is going to be awarding them. Error Esports on the other side is going to be on the defensive side, giving an opportunity for the side of DMES to actually push in and grab those higher grounds, which has been going against them. But Basha OP on the other side wants to give the cover fire, avoid them from avoid them from actually coming in closer to them. But I don't know how far it's going to help them when it comes to this kind of a circle.
This is where, the altitude advantage that you really have with Error Esports is coming in handy right now. With Fragger getting taken down, it was a beautiful knock coming out from Laserboy there. But at the same moment, we witnessed that trade also come in, right? This is where, the other teams out there need to understand the fact that, Error Esports, they're the king of the hills at this point. As long as the circle does not shift away from them, there's no point fighting against them right now. You've got to hold on to your horses. You've got to watch out for the other players. But for now, Team Kratic, a little bit of a situation. Team Mavericks are really, joining the neighborhood out here. Newbie and Mavericks, they need to start coming up with something really big at this point. Because if they do not, things start tumbling over. It's going to be a steep fall for them. As look at Ferocity, spots out Newbie, just waiting. The trigger discipline has himself placed in the right crosshair. He knows that he's going to get that knock. And also the finish. It's not going to be a tough, tedious job for him. Solitude get a finish to their name, as the boys from Mavericks, well, Newbie was certainly lost in there. Had to pay that hefty price.
Watch your backs, as the slithering snakes can actually strike you, and this is the perfect example of a slithering snake striking at the right time. And I really love the way they're still holding on. The composure is still within the team. He went in for that knock, but did not bother about the finish, because he knew he was the person in the front. He needs to be the eyes of the players behind him, and he allowed the support to actually finish the job for him, and that's a very, very good thing. Now, looking at the rest of the things, DMES is still stuck up over here. How well is that going to turn out for them? I do understand that they are awarded with a little bit of a center of the circle towards the side of bootcamp, and the opponents who are actually firing at them are from the other side of the ridge. But still, sometimes you need to make sure you have the hard cover in the map of Sanhok, or else you might ruthlessly get taken down, as the circle is going to be shifting a little bit more towards the side of bootcamp.
Yeah, I mean, in just next couple of seconds, we get to know where the fourth circle shifts. We finally get to see that little curveball. That's where we're gonna have our majority of the fights breaking out, right? But for now, Deathmate Esports. Now, this has been one of those teams that kind of tends to engage in fights really early on, right? And has paid the price every single time. And this is what I've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The circle finally getting that radical shift down towards that southeastern side, where I really love the chances on UP50 and Heroes Official if they play their cards right.
Even at the side of Asla, the way they place themselves with nobody to backstab there, and all they have to do is watch out for the teams in front of them, wait for them to fight it out and strike when the time is right, which is the best of what they do. I strongly believe that, this is their game for sure. But Team T6, that is where, my eyes are going to like. P6 is going to be one of those teams who will be trying to do their best to survive until the final circle before they strike. Even they are one team, who would love to strike the iron when it's hot. But ultimately here, they don't have the right kind of, armory or artillery because of the man disadvantage they have. As Asla is going to be trying to take the fight towards the side of UP50. But it's going to be the heroes trying to put them down. It's going to be Cyan also getting taken down. This fight happening far away is going to be grabbing all our attention any second soon, as DMES is still holding this corner of bootcamp.
Death mate. I mean, well, apparently, apart from the first few engagements that they got themselves into, have really been silent so far as Error Esports. Now, this is the part where they need to start moving in and need to start getting themselves inside the zone. But as Fragger is spotting a few fishes in the water, he certainly cannot keep himself away from getting himself into the mix of all these fights. But now Error Esports, now making the right choices, need to get inside the circle. But the only big problem is how. Because you've got so many teams just gatekeeping the zone, as you've got the players of Creating Esports really stepping it up against Mavericks, as one after the other, bodies just keep on falling, and Kratic certainly are picking up on their finishes.
I just love the way Kratic comes in together. Look at the distance being maintained by them in the map of Sanhok. They do understand it's going to be easy for them. Mavericks go down with no finishes in their name, and not the right kind of game for them, because ultimately this is the do or die situation which is going to be occurring in front of them in the final 3 maps of the day. But for now, Kratic Esports is looking as strong as possible. All they have to do is make sure that, you know, when they hit the zone, they have the right kind of cover, or else it's going to be a little bit hard for them. But they're coming in from a, you know, from an angle which is a blind spot for not but one but 2 teams. So I really want to see how they're going to dominate with that. It's going to be Gots on the other side. It's going to be P6 also in their crosshairs. Will P6 be eliminated is going to be the next big question.
And there you have it, the smoke coming in, you know, just trying to protect the players, as hell have broken loose, ladies and gentlemen, as you've got Solitude. Sonic somehow has to fight the wrath of the circle, also try to enter inside the zone. A valiant effort from his side, but comes down to nothing, because Fragger somehow they managed to survive the onslaught over there, as now Error Esports have made themselves safe and secure on the peripheries of the circle, as they're going to be waiting out, you know, watching out for all the other players coming out from the blue, as this is what I've been talking about. Ferocity, 23 first aids. Now, welcome to BMOC, round number 3. This is the map of Sanhok, as UP50 under dire circumstances right now.
I just hope that, you know, they know what they're doing is right at this point of time. This is what I'm speaking about. DMES were too much in the crosshairs of Error. They exactly knew that this is the team. It's going to be walking in from these corners, and ultimately they struck when the time was right against this team. You shouldn't be holding a position for a long time, otherwise this is going to be the fate for you. It's going to be Fear on the other side. Oh, a good cover fire coming in. It's Frag Boy doing the right kind of job, but he has to touch his teammate, otherwise he'll be losing him out. It's going to be Leo coming out on his knees. It looks like, you know, everything is going right for this team. Somewhere I felt that one person was knocked out, which was not. Gots are trying to push in, trying to make sure that, you know, they live up to their name, but ultimately one grenade is going to be proving that one player from this team is actually a mortal, rather a god himself. It's going to be 100 bullets, and I do believe that, you know, the crosshair coming in from the other side is going to be putting an end, but that was a good try coming in from that corner.
You know, while 2 cats were fighting, the dogs did come ahead, and in Mysterious X managing to get all those finishes to their name, as UP50, their compound has been challenged by the boys from Kratic, as they've got their attention shifted towards the players of Aslas. Tiger finally falls with the grenade being cooked up by Zero, as he's going to be stepping it up. Is he aware of someone lurking in his back lines, as he needs to get in those revives coming in onto it? Addy, and this is what we were talking about, Zero coming in from the back lines, has managed to get that knock, but is he going to successfully make it inside the circle safe and sound? That's the big question, and the answer is yes, if the players of Heroes do not pay heed to him.
Look at that. It's on the other side. P6 is still doing the things right. This is what I said. Once they hit the right corner, that is when they start to play the music. And sometimes this is music to the ears. And let's see how things are going to end up for the side of Aslav. It's going to be last man standing. As always, they try to play for placement points. I think they've done a decent job so far when it comes to finish points, in case they just rake up some 8 to 9 placement points for themselves. But P6 on the other side, even though they lost Kid, look at the position they're holding inside the circle, and also the kind of finishes they're raking up. 5 finishes so far, and they're looking the strongest inside the circle, apart from Mysterious X, who's going to be coming in. 2 other teams are going to be coming in to backstab them, or probably grab attentions. One is going to be Heroes, the other one probably is going to be the side of Autobots. What do you have to say about that?
You know, right now all I'm thinking in my mind is, can they get their hat-trick, as UP50 are going to be dealt with the brunt of all those shots being fired at their direction. It's going to be just Rage God going against the entire horde of Mysterious X, as he's going to be cooking and tossing off the grenade. Is it going to connect? No is going to be the answer, as somehow he's managed to keep himself alive, but he still needs to go 40 meters inside the circle with so many players watching out for him. He's been making so much noise out there, has got a little bit of a cover to play around with, but Mysterious X finally stepping out of their cover, have spotted him out, and there comes those shots with that QP50 will be biting the dust.
I did not expect that to happen, but Mysterious X, as I said, is going to be one of those teams who's got the right corners to hold on for. Look at what P6 are doing. They know the location. They know that the heroes have to walk into the crosses. They're just going to hold up. They're not going to do anything wrong. On the other side, Max Payne is cooking up a very good grenade. Let's see where that is going to be landing up. Heroes is going to be Aim God and God. Two of these two key players for the side of Heroes still alive and inside the circle. Now let's see whether they can actually put an end for this hat-trick, which might be coming in towards the side of P6. He does realize that there's a person behind the rock, puts up a molly, just a defensive gameplay coming in from their side. It's important for them to prioritize the zone as they have a little bit of a ridge, which they'll be doing as we speak, and trying to make it inside the circle as quickly as possible. Nobody to backstab them, but ultimately they do realize there's another team holding the hard cover inside the circle. Least is going to be this: do not walk into the crosshairs at the beginning itself. Let the others do the job, and when the time is right, strike and make sure that you're getting at least the second position.
I really like how the boys from Mysterious X have positioned themselves, having that compound, but Mr. IGL spotting out Aim God. It's going to be a 2v2 going in front of us. Shinigami, he is up for putting up some shenanigans, gets a few knocks for himself as Mr. IGL. He's going to be resorting to that healing battle, trying to ensure his team gets that top position secured for himself. But now, Mysterious X and P6, this is the fight that we've all been waiting for. It's going to be a 2v4. They've done that in the past. They've done that in the game of Miramar. Can they do it now is the big question, as no could be the answer, as Max Payne, not being at the right side of the circle, eventually gets taken down. As Shinigami, he's going to be lobbing this grenade at Pablo's direction, who's just going to be hiding behind that little tree over there. But for how long, that is the big question over here, as finally he's just going to get bandaged around with all that grenade. Finally gets that knock on Kusama. Can he take it a little more deeper over there with Air spotting him out? But no is going to be the answer, as the hat-trick has been taken away from them, as the boys from Mysterious X come out up top with that chicken dinner.
Several times I felt that Mysterious X could actually done this. You know, as I said, Asla, Mysterious X, P6, these are the teams who have the similar kind of gameplay coming in from their pockets. So I do believe that Mysterious X are going to be very, very happy and pleased that they put up a 12 finish winner chicken dinner for themselves. And from here on, with the, you know, heavy work already done and the pressure off their shoulder, they can play for some averages. Look at that, 27 points in total is what they've raked up. Team P6 on the other side, I feel that this team has already cemented themselves, you know, with 2 games of winner chicken dinner, and the third one going in with 18 points. An average of 20 is what they've gained in 3 different games. So they've got 60, which is like an average of 10 in all the maps.
You've done all the calculations in your mind, my friend. But yeah, of course, I mean, for teams like B6, and then you've got Mysterious X, back-to-back consecutive good games, because the last game of Miramar, I believe they were denied that chicken dinner. It was again a 2v4 situation against P6, but this time they ensured they had the better part of the circle, they had the cover to their name, and now finally have reaped benefits as we move on towards the bottom 8. And this is where, you know, you start, asking questions over here. Team tenacity, and the sort of a tenacity that was in display in that first game has certainly, you know, kind of has been taken down, right? It hasn't been the way that we really even thought to be. And the same goes with a lot of teams like Zodiac Esports. Now, Team Solitude had such a good game in Miramar, now earning just 3. This is where they're starting to kind of fumble a little bit, you know. This is where they're starting to get a little tense about what's going to happen, because now 3 matches are already done. You just have 3 more remaining as we head in and look out and find out who the iQOO MVP is going to be, and it's going to be Fragger from Error Esports. Now, that little bit of an altitude advantage that they had to themselves managed to get a lot of damage being dealt.
I'm really happy for them, to be frank, you know. There was a point of time where we really felt that Errors could get wiped out because of the kind of position they were holding, not prioritizing the zone, always looking at another team in front of them. It was the heroes probably were in the crosshairs. It took a lot of time for them. I really thought that, you know, they might get erased off, but somehow they managed to be over there. It's going to be Fragger on the top with 4 finishes, 813 damage. Then we have HeroX with 4, Sniper is 6 with 3. This is where, when your key player doesn't play and your team falls down a little little. The best example comes in from the side of P6, where it's no more of Shelby playing around, and that's why they had to place themselves in the second.
It's still all right, considering the situation that they were in from the very start, losing out on 2 of their players and eventually just coming back into the game and still managing a P2. That is where they have earned our respect. As we head on to the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, and it's typical Sanhok, right, where we were sort of hoping that Ferocity comes up with those 23 first aids, and then we get to see those healing rumbas rising up. Has certainly done so in terms of how the old Sanhoks were, but now this is gonna keep on increasing by the day, as anything apart from that is pretty much standard what I've been witnessing in the match summary. I wanted to see some a lot of grenade finishes coming in, something that we were really not privy to.
2 grenade finishes. I think that was the mistake of the player itself. One amongst them, we did see Kabi went and put himself inside a room, welcomed the opponents to throw a grenade and get finished off. So I think these 2 grenade finishes, we wouldn't consider it has to be one of those wow factors, but it was just given it to them, so I won't consider those 2 as well. So, but FD Graph is going to give us a clearer picture. In the previous game, I said that FD Graph, the Burj Khalifas, is going to slowly fall down and equalize amongst one another, and it looks like that's starting off 1200, 1500, 1300 and 1400 is just become a new common.
It's sort of like we're in Hyderabad, right? All these high-rise buildings are sort of in this urban city scenario, and that has been the case, right? And what's interesting is that every single team has pitched in, just barring a few over there. But now moving on ahead with the squad spotlight, we've got Mysterious X, a team that did miss out on the chicken dinner in Miramar, but somehow successfully managed to get it in their names this time around in Sanhok, and with 12 finishes to their name with 1485 points of damage. I really loved it. However, the tipping point where I really felt that Mysterious X do have a shot at winning this one out was when they took down the players of UP50 Esports.
Agreed, completely agreed, because in case that was not going in their favor, I don't think Mysterious X would have been placed where they are right now. But squad face off yet again, P6 was the side of Autobots, same amount of finishes, but this is what I say whenever we look at a squad face off and people wonder what's happening, it shows the aggressive and the defensive gameplay coming in from 2 different teams. Autobot relying on trying to survive until the end, 23 minutes of survival, but still getting 6 finish points, whereas the team which is a little bit aggressive gets 6 finishes with 1500 damage, but just alive for just 19 minutes in the game. So it shows a difference, but it shows a maturity as well, the kind of finish points, placement points Autobots would have raked up with the kind of finish points they've got.
This is quite different, this is quite specific to Sanhok right now, but because overall generically if you're speaking, P6 has always been one of those teams that kind of plays a little defensive in Autobots, they go ham in the lobby, but we're going to talk about them a little while later as we come down to yet another squad face-off. Yes, we do have COTS, OMKV and Critic Esports. Now when we entered into the lobby, right, this was the discussion. Now Critic Esports did accrue the highest finishes after Autobots, around 45 in round number 2. Now going up against a team like COTS, OMKV, which we did not have a lot of statistical data to talk about, have certainly been holding themselves absolutely fine. Now we have to pay a huge attention to that average survival time, in which I believe the boys from Critic did manage to get a lot going in their favor. Starting on, they had a lot of fights going on, they were in a little bit of a spot, somehow got themselves out here. But for all you guys out there, you're enjoying the plays, you're watching your stars, now might as well watch it on Loco, and it is indeed India's biggest gaming and esports platform. You've been loving all your BGMI players, you've been watching their streams, and sometimes you get that feeling, right? I might possibly be better, so might as well start off your journey with Loco and start off your streaming career over there. You never know, you might just be the next big thing. But that being said, it's just not Loco that we've been have to be thanking about. Our friends from iQOO also have a very beautiful promotional video up for you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
those visuals always keep giving us new views on this phone. Now we spoke about the 4D, and now it's time to speak about the cooling. Just imagine.
Yeah.
There was a time when we used to grind and we used to keep a small fan below, and we used
Still
to
have.
we still have that going on, and then you expect it to go a little bit lower.
Yeah, yeah.
And with the cooling system in this, it's going to bring down 12 degrees internally and 2
What?
degrees on the outside. I mean, this is what I said. Every time you listen to one feature, you're going to be like, take my money. And then this is what this mobile is bringing out.
This is ludicrous. I've got to tell you this because if you're reducing 12 degrees,
Internally.
that's a lot, and that's a
Yeah.
lot. But we're gonna come down to that. But now let's take a look at the highlights of the game as it all started off here, right? Team SNN just being oblivious about unfriendly neighbors dropping up right ahead of them, and Zodiac really sees the opportunity, but later on, deep into the game, could not do much.
Yeah, we keep speaking about this every single time. Be not overconfident with the kind of finishes you've gained earlier. Make sure that you play for placement points, but rather keep your fingers warm to pick up some finish points here and there. But for now, Asla, after losing the one player which we speak about, the way they had survived until then was also good. But the composure coming in from the side of Hero, where Kabi had an opportunity to strike when the Hiron was out, couldn't do it, and due to which, because of this one grenade, which was timed perfectly, he had to say a goodbye. But yes, Heroes did play it absolutely well from here on. I expected them to perform much more better, but they were caught off somewhere in between. But Autobots on the other side found the right kind of Zodiac symbol, and they played the astrology well.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked what Autobots did. Now, Zodiac, if you're going to take a look, that, they were the ones rotating from Paradise, right? And I believe the players of Autobots went all the way up towards Hatin, and they were the ones right on their backs. So, it was quite obvious, they are going to get picked off, which did happen eventually. But Team Mavericks, throughout the entire game, sort of looked lost, right? Especially with, just newbie meddling around affairs, getting shot from behind. I think it was one of the boys from Solitude that did manage to get that knock and finish up. But this is where even things did not work out for Solitude, sort of trying to enter inside the circle where you've got so many teams kind of gatekeeping the zone, and eventually got picked off.
Now the Gods on the other corner. This is where I really felt that Gods have a very good chance, but ultimately from far away, they do need to look out for the backlines. Otherwise, this is not gonna be happening to them. It was the last man. Frag Boy was just busy spraying this out, but from behind comes a shot, and it's goodbye for the whole squad.
Oh yeah, indeed it was. Now this is where it really comes down when you kind of take those fights very late into the game. You do not have a lot of places to hide or create cover. Now a lot of the circle did not have a lot of compounds to play around with. I think it was the boys from Mysterious X that had it to their name, and quite clearly were the ones who came out as the victors. But again, for Autobots, I've been loving what they've been doing so far.
Beautiful.
The first game, they managed to do a lot of finishes to their name, eventually transitioning the same with a little bit of more position points, and now they're looking so much more better. Certainly has to be one of the more consistent teams in the lobby.
Yep, and this was the point where I actually felt P60 could actually take it home, but ultimately did not find the right kind of fights. They did not have the right kind of crosshair placement. It's very hard to take an uphill battle. We have been speaking about it, and ultimately with Mysterious X holding the hardest cover possible with the man advantage, being placed at the right time at the right moment. I do believe that it was written all over there.
Yeah, it certainly was. For P6, had they been in the best spot of it all, had
Yep.
they had a little bit of a spread, maybe a few extra numbers,
Yeah.
or a few grenades to work around with, because you saw all those smokes coming in, just lob a few over there, and suddenly the entire lobby goes kaboom, and Mysterious X could have been reduced to smithereens, but it is what it is, right? The hat-trick being denied by the team that you denied their hat-trick, their first chicken dinner from
Yep,
in
yep.
the map of Miramar. It's such a spicy story that's been building up for us now. Now, with 3 games already done, now we're going to have the final 3 remaining. 50% of the games done and dusted. Now, heading into Erangel again, Arka, I've got to ask you this. Who do you think is going to back this one home?
I strongly feel it's the teams in the middle bracket or the lower middle bracket is going to be taking it home, because plan B is going to be started to execute. They have nothing to lose. They've decided now, done. With 3 games are gone. Now we have not raked up the right kind of finish points. Let's just go all out, bro. And let's try to concentrate on this. And this is where that one team which is going to be consistent, which has done all the hard work, like P6 or probably, the side of Mysterious X, who have done a good job, they can actually do well. But as I said, the teams on the lower bottom, is going to do much, much better.
Oh, they certainly can. But, again, right now, before we have all the action resuming, we're going to go for a quick little break. We'll be right back after this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
That I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hai, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. एरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
As always, we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short break, and the Ping brothers are on. Fixes. I love that look on you, even though it's a slightly different shade of pink, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, a little bit of a lighter shade, which I kind of have to carry it off. But yeah, I mean, the pink and the black really goes along well. And you can let us know in the chat, who's the one better looking. Do not judge me with all those sexy curves that I have. Apart from that, rocking that pink shoe as well. Just having it over there, but not about us anymore.
Yeah.
Now let's directly take a look at the matchups that we have lined up for you guys again. And from few of these teams, I already find Autobots, P6, you've got Heroes, UP50 making the cut. But barring them, and even Mysterious X by all means, but barring them, who do you think is going to make a comeback right now in this game?
I feel like there's immense potential in Asla Esports. Every single time they've sort of built up that positioning, built up that situation where they can go and get that big chicken. They're sort of in that position where they might just get a big chicken in the next couple of games that we have for us. But of course, it's not just about big chickens. It's also about big and bad performing phones. Big and baddie performing phone. This one is a real baddie in that. We have some more from our sponsors right there.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Coming back to that point again, this is a real baddie when it comes to gaming. You've got that fast processor, Snapdragon 778G. It is 5G enabled, so you've got that ping issue sorted out as well. Now you have a hugely 550k plus Antutu score, which is literally amazing.
It's insane, right? It is indeed. I mean, with all these new chipsets coming into the market, and in the mid-range, being a techie, I must tell you, this is the best that money can buy right now. And might as well, check it out on Amazon, being it an Amazon special.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we've got to come back into the games right now. You've been talking about Asla, and now this has been one of those teams that has really been catching a lot of attention, especially with the kind of fights that they're picking up.
Exactly. Now, they've always kind of lying in the shadows. They're not someone who kind of is known for their fancy plays. They would kind of lie in a position where you would not expect them to and suddenly hit when their iron is hot. Now, I love how they're patient about their gameplay. I love how they're approaching every single game, trying to rack up those consistent points, trying to rack up that average 15 to 10 placement points, right? And I've always said when it's about finishing top 8 in a group of 16, getting those average 10 points in 6 games, it's more than enough.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially when the cutoff is around just top 8. I find Asla to be in a really good position. In fact, considering how they've been fighting, now we've been this is one of those teams that really does not shy away from a fight, but at the same time does not overstep. I think we got that visual in that first game of Erangel, right, where they absolutely were the party poopers for UP50, I believe.
UP50,
Just denying them that chicken dinner. Like, nah, not on our watch. You're gonna get to do that. So again, a very interesting team out there. But again, going out from Asla Esports, there's been another team, Team Tenacity. Now, their first game was really good, right? Especially Kabi sort of carrying their team. I have to be blunt on my words because he was the lonesome survivor. And we sort of transitioned into the next and the next, but they were kind of looking heavily reliant on this player. What is your take on that, Salty?
I feel like for them, it's about getting into that position once again, right? I seem to be like a broken record, but they lose a lot of players in the early skirmishes.
Right.
For Tenacity, I feel like it's about kind of reducing that loss right at the start of the game to probably have some sort of support that Kabi can play around in the final circle and let that man go wild, right? When he can go ham, you want him to be in his strongest position and not his weakest. He should not be kind of tasked with clutching and giving the bare minimum points. That man should be tasked with probably getting going ham on his opposition, basically, just trying to get those extra 5-6 finish points that you can get from the final circle itself.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're as strong as your weakest link. That is something that we're all aware of. And that is where, Team Tenacity need to show and live up to their name, right? That ever-fighting attitude of never giving up is where you need it desperately right now, especially with just 3 games remaining. And it's so interesting because, Mysterious X has also joined the fray, who have had a really rough start, They were the first team to get eliminated in the first game, suddenly getting a P2 and then a P1 finish in game number 3. Now have sort of solidified their position in the top over here. And now here onwards, they're going to have a little bit of a freedom. But while we are at it, it's a little bit of a squad face-off between Autobots and Team Solitude. Now, Team Autobots has, of course, been one of the most dominating teams, getting 19 finishes, and Team Solitude do not look far behind.
They certainly don't, and their damage numbers kind of say otherwise. They are ahead of Autobots in that regard, but have a look at their survival time, right? This is what Team Solitude has sort of lacked upon, even for Autobots as well, right? Your Autobots, they're the team who sort of gets most of those finishes in the early stages of the game, where they, I still remember in the first game itself, they had 8 finishes, but they only had 1 placement points to back it up. So again, for both of these teams, it's about finding that right combination of placement points as well as getting those finish points up and running. But considering the performance that they have shown for us, and considering the fact that, again, top 8 is what we are focusing on, I feel like both those two teams have sort of done a decent job. Now, again, we come back to the conversation where we've had 6 games that we are playing today, right? You've mentioned that certain teams are there who are sort of solidifying their position, but the risk with having 6 games is also the fact that the other teams who are in the second page as well, they also have the opportunity of overshadowing you. And if you sort of take your foot off the pedal, it's bad news. It's bad news, certainly.
It certainly is. Now, talking about bad news, we're going to get to that. But now a team that is absolutely enjoying themselves in every single lobby. P6, ladies and gentlemen, right here for you guys. 27 finishes, back-to-back consistent games throughout. The best team so far in the lobby, I must say. The sort of, calm demeanor they sort of tend to maintain in those clutch situations. And somehow have managed to see it through, especially sort of have a really rough start into the game. And in fact, even in Sanhok, right, they lost out on Shelby. But still, even with him getting taken down, that sort of did not prove to be, detrimental to them in any sort of aspects, right? They still somehow managed to get that P2 finish for themselves. And it's such a good thing for a team like that. And they have been doing this time and again. Even if you remember in round number 2, they were the ones who were always taking the best part of the circle, heading in, getting a really good spot for themselves. It's the finish part where they could work out a little bit. That's again the intrinsic details that we're talking about. But now it's time to head into the grasslands yet again, into Erangel, a vision of prison. And certainly one of those places where you would not want to have yourselves landing onto in real life. But in the battlegrounds, it's A-okay.
It certainly is. Now, this Georgopol area as well is sort of my favorite. It kind of brings me back. Now, this is Severny. I was talking about the 6 huts that you have right behind Georgopol. I used to always land in those compounds because supposedly you find yourself the best loot over there. This was the sort of rumor that was going around in between my friends, and I always wanted that M762. It was sort of my favorite rifle to use. Of course, players have other choices. Players have sort of evolved to love the UMP, which we never really liked.
I mean, that is one of the guns that I really have started detesting, to be honest. The way AMP has been so broken, I'm still wondering, when are we going to get a little bit of a balance around that weapon? Because, providing the players with so much mobility at certain times, you can get baffled sometimes. How on earth did he pull this one off? You've got players jumping around, getting all those shots landed. And this is where, I think the discussion really comes in. The Beryl, one of the weapons that was used a lot at a certain time, that fire rate it provides, even with that 7.62 chamber damage, sort of, pulls you into thinking, are the days numbered for, the 7.62 weapons? Because even with AKM, we're having reduced usage. But putting all that aside, ladies and gentlemen, we've finally taken it up to the skies yet again. Into Erangel is where we transition ourselves into the flight path trajectory, however. Quite interesting. Hospital towards Kumeshki, the certain lining teams are going to have a whole world of trouble from the early get-go.
I'm not really sure if most of the teams are suffering from PTSD of all the Katka circles that we have witnessed in this tournament so far. If you remember correctly, not a lot of teams actually love going towards a Sosnovka military base at this point. Only one or two teams sort of move towards Novo. Few teams move towards military base. But considering that we have seen frequent Gatka circles, frequent query circles, it kind of leads me to think that very few teams are probably going to jump the boat and maybe try and cross the stream towards the southern island.
You know, right now, this is the point. Anything apart from Gatka, right? Anything apart from Gatka, I'm going to take it with open arms. I mean, give me a mansion circle for Christ's sake. You know, have something around Pachiki or maybe the Potato Hill. It's been ages since we last saw one. But again, it's an attack breakdown heading at the western Georgopol city. I could find 3 teams in the nearby vicinity, and this is one of the circles that I absolutely love. A hybrid one at that, where you've got that little bit of an inclination towards the northern sides, but still, you know, there's a slight probable chance that if the curveball hits right at the spot, you know, goes down towards hell over there, it's going to look so bad for these teams.
Few probabilities again, if you look at it closely, might be a Water City Circle, which has a very less chance. The most which I feel is going to be towards the right hand side and towards the southern region of Severny, that open area where I'm actually looking forward to. However, speaking of combat right now, you've got UP50 in the mix. You've got Team Error Esports as well. A couple of teams dropping here and there around Georgopol city. This is something. This is a place which I like, right? Kind of nostalgic as well. When you're playing classics, you've got multiple teams dropping in this region. There was a time when you've got the hot drop kind of shifted from Puchinki towards Georgopol city and containers, because almost the entire lobby is a drop down there.
Yeah, up until the nerf did come in, right? The loot density sort of got reduced, and it was those early days, right, where we had, you know, hot drops were Puchinki, then you had the Georgopol containers, and the ones left behind used to go towards the cities, and city was my ideal drop location. You know, City and Yasnaya, something that, you know, Team Godlike has also been replicating. We had a lot of bad history in these lands, but for now, gods have spotted out Bacha, the last surviving member of Error Esports in that map of Sanhok, but now he's got a whole squad to work around with. Now, this is where I was starting to wonder as to why are these teams engaging, and then I realized, it's the flight path.
Certainly. Absolutely. Again, the flight path sort of again complements the circle, right? It's one of those occasions where you don't have the flight path to the southern end, and then the circle is completely towards the northern end. Thankfully, we don't really would get to see a lot of those vehicle battles, but so far, so forth, I feel like gods have been very calm and patient. They know exactly where the opposition is. It's just about finding the right time, or probably even letting them just whiz past them. No, shots are being taken. None of them are going to connect. Frag boy. Gotta change your name.
Certainly. I mean, because at this point, you know, whiffing shots like this is not going to be excused, because Fraga is going to retaliate with shots fired of his own as Leo. Now, he's been isolated. Now, do the players of Error Esports have all that information to work around with? Because right now, you still have to get inside the circle, and Leo is been taking those really interesting maneuvers, taking a lot of damage out there. I'm starting to wonder if the vehicle is doing well, but somehow he's managed to escape from the cusps of death over there.
Daylight robbery. I mean, the man is being peppered with bullets, and all he cares about is a damn vehicle. I want that vehicle. But anyway, UP50, they're actually moving towards containers now. Team SNN, they've actually pushed back as well. So Sarkar doing a good job. He's like, shoo, it's not your territory, it's ours.
Oh yes, I mean, you know, these boys are really close to my heart, you know, and I've seen them grow from my tier 2 customs, you know, working it out, you know. This is where I kind of like to brag about it a little bit, because, you know, sometimes coming so far down the journey, you find all these teams find, you know, these were the exact words from Sarkar, I believe. It's like, Fixes, now you're casting me at a T2 custom of yours. One, I'm pretty sure it's going to be us and you on the desk casting us in an official event. and this is where it has all come alive. This is all true. And they're living the dream, right? And this is not the first time they've made it so far. Now, they've again sort of established themselves to be one of those teams to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
And, you know, being one of the advocates for these underdog teams, such a glorious moment for me, to be honest. You know, watching them from nothing to absolutely, you know, achieving everything and perform so well,
Yeah.
kind of fills your heart up.
It's not just UP50. I feel like every single one of the teams who
Yes.
are in this lobby, everyone in the 64 who are in round 3 as well, I feel like it's a victory for them as well. Because
Yeah.
considering the fact that you've made it out of so many, a multitude of teams all across the country coming in and participating at this huge, huge competition, making it to round 3 where only a handful are there trying to compete in front of the country itself with so many people watching. It's a dream come true for every single one of these players.
Yeah, it's a dream come true, but you know, this is where you need to make sure that your diamonds being forced under extreme pressure from Cole, or are you just gonna brittle down the pressure? You know, that's the big question, right? A lot of big names have crumbled, right? And from part few, we've got you know, teams like Autobots, P6 come in, Mysterious X, you know, all of them just riling it down, making a name for themselves as Critic. Now, this is one of those teams. Now, Critic Esports. Now, I've been talking about them quite a lot because, again, when you come into round number 3 being the second highest fraggers inside the lobby, and certainly not being able to deliver in the same manner, you know, kind of has to come down to this. Has the cookie crumbled for them?
Again, it's a lot of pressure. I kind of understand that you sort of feel the same heat when you are in round 1, round 2, specifically because the cutoff is just way too big. But have a look at this though, Team Error Esports is sort of closing in on UP50, and I'm not really sure if Rage God has sort of an idea. They've got a vantage point as well, and Fragger is just waiting for that right opportunity. In fact, it's not just Fragger, the rest of the players as well. They've closed in the distance. They really want to occupy the containers region, maybe try and corner Rage God, but Fixes, I think the first battle is just about to begin.
You know, look at Error Esports. They have blood in their minds, you know, just sniffing out Rage God. And I really love what Rage God did with all those smokes, you know, trying to create a little bit of a diversion and head away, get into a better position, have himself positioned in a good locality, or maybe behind some boxes to play around with. Because now with Error just missing out on that little high ground advantage that they had, I really am starting to doubt their chances right now.
I love this approach from Error because they sort of knew, right? This is a good stuff. Badsha OP just trying to go in for a huge, huge look. This man can actually catch Team UP off guard. But I love this approach from Error. They know that they are on the second page. They've got to go in for it. UP50 also might be thinking about the same thing. They have an idea that there might be some sort of lurk coming in as well. So both the teams, it's a mental warfare from them, apart from being a gunfare at this point of time.
And it's so difficult to fight around in the containers, right?
Yeah.
But I think UP50 making the right choices over here just to back off from over there. Because once you are inside that container areas, it gets so 50-50 for you. Because, you know, there's so many multiple angles that can be created. But this is the right time for Badsha to really strike. And it's still some hurt, as now he knows the players are really amidst him. He's closing up. Rage got spotting out. Badsha right out in the open. It has all gone into tatters as Error Esports. That's a huge error, if not a blunder.
That certainly is a huge error, and I love the fact that UP50 had that sense, the sixth sense coming in, the spidey sense, whatever you want to call it. They sort of knew that there is a huge open territory on the right-hand side where the opposition can counter upon, and they instantly got back and reinforced that territory so that they can give back the compounds. It's yours, Error Esports. You can take all the compound that you want, but we are going to take a player for you as we see the circle shift towards the northern end. Once again, shooting range and Severny being the first two priorities.
It's going to be so difficult to approach a shooting range circuit, right? Now, you've got to make those tough choices. Do you have enough loot on you that you can go and hover and hold around the circle center? Or do you kind of take the shooting range hills, right? But the only problem with shooting range hills is you're open to a lot of teams coming in. So it's better to take that northern side, the northern shooting range area, and try to keep your backlines cleared. Now, that is the early intention. I think RIS officials, I can have a quick gander at my map feed, and I get that impression that they're doing exactly the same. But for UP50, man, I am loving what they've been doing so far with Mr. IGL. Is he on low HP? Yes, indeed. Already I started to think, you know, is he losing out? Is he knocked out? But yeah, I mean, they're making a really safe rotation going off from that Western Georgia Pearl huge bridge that they have. And certainly have the Mets to also go along with it.
Yeah, for sure. And also, if you have a look at the map feed as well, the entire part of the Western Circle is quite empty on the left-hand side of shooting range. So you might as well occupy that. But elsewhere, towards Severny, you've got teams starting to come in as well, right? It is sort of starting to become a lobby for most of these players because they want to capture the northern part of the circle. 40% of it is underwater coverage. So you know that even the next iteration is going to have some sort of Severny in it as well.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Severny is going to be in the mix unless it is radical shift, maybe down towards that south shooting range area. Other than that, I do not think the circle is going to steer away from Severny at least till the next 2 zones, maybe.
Okay.
But we've got that little bit of a shift also happening down south a little bit. So it's going to be interesting. So if the first shift was quite northern, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see if the next 2 shifts are also, you know, steering, are in those direction, or are we going to have any possible shift? Because a lot of teams are banking upon the fact that the circle is somehow going to come down to Severny only, which could be absolutely firing back at their faces when it kind of heads away from it. As I like this positioning from Heroes Official. You know, have that little bit of an underground warehouse to work around with, and it's so easy to defend when a push comes at your way.
Certainly, and especially in these early circles, right? If you do this in a late circle, possibly you will be stuck underground forever, where you don't really want to be. But I love that underground parking zone. That is a very nice facility to sort of protect your weapon.
You know, nasty things have happened there. You know, if teams are up to some shenanigans, what they do is just block off that entrance with a buggy and just blow it off, and you cannot completely restrict a team getting even out of that place.
Even you getting out of that place either have to play it out of your meds. But anyway, coming back to Zodiac. Now, again, a big name. We've expected them to perform. We've expected them to kind of give us some consistent numbers, which they absolutely have failed to provide. But elsewhere, you've got Team RIS. Now, Karthik Jod, of course, is cooking a nade, looking at the opposite direction. But thankfully, the nade is cooked. Mistimed and misplaced, but Team Autobots, they get the space and the time to actually make this push happen. They are invading the compounds. Alexander the Great would be proud if he saw this amount of ambush force coming in from Autobots.
Oh yeah, the invasion really coming in, but the good thing is the cavalry, even for RIS, has arrived as Fox. Beautiful flanking position from his side. Gets that really good knock over there as Fury OP is going to hide himself in a little bit of a shack that he has to play around with. This is the point where you start riling up all those folks, because Autobots, they're not here to stop.
They certainly aren't, and this is exactly where Fox wants to capitalize. 2 players down. This nade might actually finish off a couple of more as well. Hell, still looking for the final player to survive. Boys, be careful of your own nades. Nonetheless, Hell is still moving forward as one player from the RSI. He's just running for his life.
Ah, Fury just gave away his position. Hell was not paying attention to that. And this is where, Autobots, they're going to take it a little slowly, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have all their players back up because they know that they've got Fury in their pocket anytime soon. The moment he tries to make an escape, he's going to be shredded into pieces.
I love this though. Man actually got inside a vehicle, but he's gonna find another player caught down. Reinforcements comes in, good backup fire as Fox cleans him up, and once again Autobots sort of live to fight another day. They've got all their men alive, and that is what they want, because Team Mavericks is in the vicinity, and I believe that they might just be waiting for a perfect opportunity. Again, there's a lot of distance to cover, so I don't think that this push might happen anytime soon, but for sure with 3 finishes to their name, Team Autobots, they look healthy.
Had this been a full-fledged 4v4 fight where, even RIS could have been retaliating back, this was the perfect opportunity for the Mavericks to really come in and strike, right? But they know for a fact that even if they get a knock, it's again, the revivals are going to come by the moment they tend to go on for those pushes. But right now, I'm really liking this little shift coming up, still sticking towards that center. But we've got the players of P6 now on a collision course with Deathmate Esports. Now, Deathmate, we've seen those few moments of glory from their side, but consistency is something that this team is lacking.
Speak of consistency, and Team P6 always find themselves in good position. nade, of course, bursting. A little of the pixel coming in, but Dogs unable to connect that knock. Of course, an artillery warfare is going to break out. But speaking of P6, I feel like they've been successfully finding those places where the circle is just going to end up. It's all about surviving this 4v4 fight. I'm not really sure if they're going to take it or are they going to re-engage. But the amount of commitment that we get to see from Deathmate, I feel like they are stern about getting this fight to their name.
Oh yes, certainly. Final Call knows that this could be the perfect moment. Lobs that grenade, but does not quite connect as Pablo somehow survived by the Whiskers. The moment Final Call steps out of this little cover he has, you've got the other players of P6, Shelby, providing the cover fire. And this is where Pablo needs to disengage, right? He needs to understand that he's been isolated and he's being pounced upon.
Yeah, and Team P6 also looking to sort of fall back. You can see the line of smokes that they have sort of deployed over there, but also the fact that Team Deathmate have sort of disengaged from this fight.
Yeah.
Nice, tough commitment issues, Deathmate Esports, I guess.
I like it because, you know, they were not aware about the positioning of the other players. But right now, a little bit of a battle securing those ridges around shooting range over here as Asla. I love this little flag from Zero, but this is going to come all down in vain if the players of Zodiacs get the better out of him.
And this man might just be peppered with bullets. You have teams left, right, at center, especially Team Solitude, as well as another team in the vicinity. Might just be Team Tenacity. Knocks are being flooded as our finish feed goes berserk. Cyan from the right-hand side being invited to a third party. Certainly not the party where he wants to be invited upon. Shan just trying to resurrect his fallen brother with the smokes, but this region is just starting to get lit up.
Oh yes, indeed it is. And this is the curveball shift that we've been waiting for. We're going to talk about it a little while later because Solitude have a lot on their hands right now to deal. You know, you've got Asla coming in, you've got Kratek, you've got Zodiac. You know, how many fights do they engage? And at this particular moment, you've got even the players of Tenacity taking the main compound of the engage. Now, Addy caught between a really dicey situation. The big question is, can he have himself out from that situation alive?
Team Tenacity, they've got the mercy of the circle as well as some sort of hard cover as well. And I feel like they can rule the entire region. They can kind of scavenge upon those finishes. But have a look at this. You talked about Kratik. A nice high ground advantage. But for how long? This man has to move 90 meters northward, especially with Zodiac in the backline. This is certainly not going to be easy. Tries to kind of dish out some sort of damage to them to maybe discourage them from maybe backstabbing him. But it's not just going to be that easy. You've got teams right in front, you've got teams right behind, left and right. It's just players and players. Just like we predicted, shooting range. Just being the center of all the attraction.
I really like how SNN have positioned themselves, but Kratek would find themselves in a whole world of trouble if they do not find themselves in a different location to hold on to. For now, Tenacity nodding out players of Asla are going to be a few bullets at this direction. And Reaper Jord, he's going to be safeguarding the players of Kratek over here. Now, for Kratek, the big question is how do they escape? And the same goes for Team Solitude as well.
It certainly is. It's the early stages of the dating phase right now. All the teams just flirting with each other, just try and take little flying kisses left, right and center. It's before the final action begins again. Gabi, the man who will be tasked with a lot to do, obviously. But Team Solitude just surviving by the skin of their teeth. They are in the midst of a smoke on a vehicle. Certainly not an ideal position. Get the hell away from here, sir.
You know, I think he was, trying to spot out the other players because of the little bit of an advantage you can get through that TPP mode. You can get to see those top east corners of around that smoke, right? So a little bit of a visual advantage is what they've been getting. And as long as it's fair and legal, might as well use it to your favor. They're going to be going ham up the players of Kratek as Sonic falls down as Kratek are prepared for this assault at their direction as Ferocity and Pekka are the two players surviving out of this. Can they get the better out of the situation? Only time shall tell.
Team Kratek welcomed them with open arms. They were like, come at us, show us what you got. And now Ferocity, poor guy as well as Pekka, just surviving and probably will be looking for some placement points. They certainly can't go ham against Kratek, whose recovery in that situation was utterly beautiful, but they've got to move forward. The circle is not going to be at their mercy. Team Asla certainly just crawling in open lands because they've got no cover to work around. I'm still not sure, but the final player is still surviving. A 1v1 between Error Esports and UP50, certainly not a situation where we expect UP50 to be. Artillery is still being thrown at. These players don't really want to take the risk. Here comes Sharkar from the back lines. A beautiful sandwich. But most importantly, they're going to resurrect both their players. Still 4 players up and running for UP50.
This is amazing what UP50 did over there, and Sarkar has been at the center of it all as we find ourselves in another fight. And this time it's going to be the gods going up against Mavericks. Jigen somehow surviving just for the courtesy around that box, a little cover that he has to play around with. But for how long, Salty? That's the big question over here. One more grenade and he is basically done.
He certainly is, but this Valley region, not really the best for both of these teams, especially with inviting a lot more attention from the rest of the parties. Fear trying to close in, trying to clean up every single one who still is surviving. Nubi, he's being taken down, and there's just one player, Biscuit. I'm not really sure what do I think of this name, but still trying to stabilize himself with some meds, but the entire team will be cleaned up. Godzo MKV get their first 4 finishes to their name, but they've got to move out of this location. This is not safe at all.
I had to risk it for the Biscuit, but for now, Biscuit does fall down. But for Heroes officials over here, they're stuck in such a bad place. Again, the little shack to cover to work around with as Aim God gets picked off by Hell. Those grenades are going to keep coming in as Zorba, IGL and Fox, they're all going to push in tandem with each other. And now this is the point where Heroes are helpless and certainly could use their sidekicks, but I could not spot out any, as one after the other numbers keep on dwindling and up to a point where they're going to get extinct.
Autobots just making their presence felt inside the circle. Systematic destruction from them. Deploying the smoke, making that space, disguise their presence, and they push in forward. This is how they've got to enter the circle as well, but it's not going to be easy. Just have a look at the minimap with so many dots that you can see. Even for Deathmate Esports as well, the circle is sort of ended in a very open region. The TP and the prone spray. We all know how devastating it can be, and this is exactly what is coming down upon, raining upon Team Autobots. Certainly not the best place. Creed will be taken out, and that is Heroes official who have been wiped off the server.
And now for Autobots, they've got to make that tough call, right? They've got to get inside the circle with a lot of eyes watching out for them. Is it even a stark possibility? But for now, Deathmate Esports, this has to be the game that they've been eyeing out for so long, right? A good top 3 finish can ensure their position in the top 8 overall right now, as Team Solitude is trying to make themselves inside the circle. Will be facing off some heavy fire by the players of Deathmate Esports, but somehow they've responded, they've retaliated. But Harry IGL, he's not the one to give up. Leading the team from the front is going to be racking up a lot of finishes to his name.
Gabby once again will be targeted with a lot of responsibility as Final Call just charging in at Autobots, and barely a player survives as the entire team has been cleaned up. We speak about this team making it to the top 8. Deathmate just reply in kind. They're like, alright boys, not this game, try our luck next time as well. Deathmate Esports though, for them troubled times are not over yet, because this steep slope is not something they're gonna fancy.
No, Final Call, he spotted out Royal IGL, but Royal IGL, he's got the better situation, the better high ground vantage, and one good grenade could change the courses for Deathmate Esports, as now the gods have been attacked, and this is by the players of UP50. Ashi is stuck between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to run and hide. He's being barraged with those plethora of grenades coming in at his direction, but somehow this man survives.
But here comes the Molotov. The floor is gonna turn into lava, but this man still survives. I have no clue. He's basically a living fire body, but alright, Ghost Rider would be proud of him, but we only have 4 teams and 11 players left. Zodiacs are still surviving with 3 players, and they've got 7 finishes to their name. Deathmate with 12 finishes though, they get taken out. 3 teams, most of them inside the circle. It's all about searching and finishing them one by one. Who is going to do that first is going to be the question. Again, sort of a calm phase where we might get a breather, but the vehicle might explode any second. Team SNN, a big ballsy move as Royal just steps up to the time.
Yeah, I mean, they have the best part of the circle for now, but which has been taken away from them. Now Spray getting spotted out. Smash, he's not going to be stepping on his gun. He's not going to be making those risky movements, because this is UP50 circle. This is their game to lose.
Yeah.
And they had been denied their chicken dinner in the first game of Erangel. Certainly want to secure this time around, as they're going to be scouring the entire zone over here for any unwanted enemies, as it is just the players of SNN right in front of them with nowhere to run or hide. It's that nade coming in from Sarkar, which could spark that final battle between them.
Absolutely. Any sort of movement would sort of give away their position, and that is exactly what you want. This is exactly what the aggression is for, right? You want to understand where your opposition is. Smash, though, has been spotted. He's been peppering some nice nades. Sarkar on the offense, and here he comes. One line player, Royal IGL, just going in ham with his M4. Few players from UP50, they're actually down. It's basically a 1v2 right now. In case Royal IGL can get his player back up, I feel that would be half the job done. But Sarkar is just doing a good job, sacrificing his own body to reveal his opponent's position.
Yeah, indeed. And that was all that, Rage God and KSR needed at this particular moment. Because Royal IGL, he needs to change his position. He still has his teammate bleeding on his knees, but has no chance to go in for that revive anytime soon. But for now, KSR, he's formed that beautiful flank, just waiting it out for Royal IGL. But it has to come down to Royal IGL, has to make the first moves, needs to get that first knock. But a crossfire setup is already inevitable for him, as he's just waiting to meet his makers.
Exactly. Now, pros and cons, trade potential quite less between UP50. Pros, of course, you cover multiple angles. But speaking of trade potential, it's not even required, especially when Royal IGL is in such an open ground and he's been spotted, he's been cleaned up. UP50 get that much awaited winner chicken. That is what they wanted, right? The big chicken with 13 finishes, a 30 bomb, not a 30 bomb, a 28 bomb to actually work with, and they climb up the ranks once again.
Good points even for Team SNN, and much needed for Zodiac, right? Especially when we've been talking about the second half finally, entering into the fourth game, and you pick up a few positions, and this was sort of coming in for UP50, right? You already saw this every time. They were being consistent, getting a lot of finishes to their name, but the conviction somewhere down was lacking. But this time, being blessed with how the circle transitioned to their favor, those big fights that they took, I think the biggest one had to be against Error, where they were on the brink of getting extinct, but still somehow managed to clutch it out, and from there onwards they never saw behind.
This is what happens, right? Lady Luck favors the brave, and Team UP50, they were brave enough to kind of put up a resistance against Error. Had they sort of given up, it was, I believe, a 1v2 situation. Sarkar coming in from the back lines. A huge move, especially getting those two players back up. A big courtesy of the chicken dinner that UP50 got for themselves was the fact that they had all their players up and running. On the second page, though, of course, a page of disappointment once again for Heroes Official. Surprising name in the second page, you've got P6.
There's nowhere in between, right? Either they come first or they're at the very bottom of the ocean. But it's all right. I think they've got their work cut out. They know that they've been so consistent that no matter even if they kind of fluster up in the next few games, it's not going to change their fate. They're already heading to round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, trouble arises, especially for teams like Mavericks, RIS Officials, Error Esports. Then you even got Solitude. It was just that one Miramar game that they really had to play around with. But now is the moment where we find ourselves. The iQOO MVP of this particular match has to be Final Call. The kind of plays that he was making, and for a certain moment I really felt this could be the game that Deathmate Esports were looking out for, which eventually was towards the end. In terms of the position points, they still managed to get themselves at the second spot. So that's a really good game for them.
Certainly a lot of frags for Deathmate over there, especially with Final Call getting 5 of them. You've got Hell, you've got SR7 from UP50, you've got Royal from Team SNN as well. For Team SNN, again, it was sort of redemption, right? They couldn't really find themselves in the first chart in the previous maps, but this one might just be the start of a change. You've got Sarkar 11 once again. I feel like Sarkar has been one of those guys who's been consistent in the top 5 every single time.
Oh yeah, has certainly been the best player in the lobby today. But this is where I was talking about Hell. 1000+ damage just 2 finishes. We're gonna talk about Autobots a little later, but right now let's head on towards the match summary. And Salty, I mean, any anomalies that you get to see over here, because it looks pretty standard.
Yeah, certainly.
Just barring the fact, you've got 3 airdrops looted. I really did not feel any of those airdrop weapons being out on display.
This
And
is what we have right now, right? People just use the airdrops for the level 3 vests and the helmets. Yeah, gun, you can just keep it for yourself. Just land as those shields because we want them. The extra protection is what we need. Offense we can do with the UMP and the Uzi. Anyway, your airdrop guns aren't really as convenient.
Yeah. But even I really felt the knock numbers were higher this time, and there you
It's
can
certainly.
see, majority of it coming down to the players of Autobots. You got UP50 and then Deathmate Esports. Now again, there was another team, I believe it was Tennessee, that managed to accrue 1,000+ points of damage with just 2 finishes to their name. I mean, they certainly are getting disheartened at this point.
They certainly are. Again, you talk about efficiency, you can have a look at UP50 once again. And we've seen the pattern, right, where efficient teams are the ones who are actually making it up top. If you are dealing damage and if you are getting some finishes out of those damages, that is exactly when you start racking up points. You also rack up the confidence as well to press forward. For Tenacity, it certainly isn't the case. They are getting themselves into good positions, finding those damage points as well, but not converting them into finishes has been a major problem right from the start of it all when they're losing a lot of players right from the start. But ladies and gentlemen, squad spotlight has always got to be UP50. I'm surprised that we didn't get to see them before in the spotlight, courtesy to P6 just wiping the floor with the rest of the lobby. But finally, with 13 finishes and almost 2,000 points of damage, UP50 are here.
Oh yeah, and this is just one match statistics, ladies and gentlemen, because getting 13 finishes, it was a team effort, right?
Yeah.
It was, I think, KSR or Sarkar, one of them had 4 finishes. Barring him, all of them had 3 to their name.
Yeah.
So it's not just that one man who's been, pulling his team. It's a whole team effort. The way they've been positioning, the way they've been picking up fights, the way they've been backing off from it as well. The biggest fight that we got when Error sort of dashed in upon them at Georgia Paul still kind of resigned it from that. But now a little bit of a squad face-off between Team SNN and Autobots Esports. Now this is primarily pertaining to this particular game. So I really felt, Autobots were the more aggressive team, but they kind of got themselves pincered in that little bit of a shack where they kind of got obliterated absolutely by the competition. Whereas in contrast, we had Team SNN who were just waiting it out, were very chill around the peripheries of the circle. They were like, once the circle forms, that is where we're gonna strike, and that is where they did that. 23 minutes of average survival time. That's really good numbers on board.
That certainly is, but I'm not really sure if it's good enough for them to actually catapult them inside the top 8. Now we only have 2 more maps to go, ladies and gentlemen, and we're sort of starting to wrap up the day. 2 more matches, 2 more maps, Erangel and Miramar once again. 3 Erangel, by the way, which is sort of crazy to think. I hope we get some icy warfare in the near future. I hope. Not really stating anything.
We're gonna be dreamers. We're gonna be
dreamers. Yeah. But anyway, with 2 maps more to go, I feel like this is where the teams have to step up. There's a lot of competition going on between Asla, Solitude. The region that I told you would be hot, right? The places 8 to 10. That is where most of the shifts are going to happen. Teams at the top P6, they're just going to chill out right now. They're going to watch Netflix in the background and be like, all right, we're just going to land inside the servers, inside the maps, and do anything that they want. They can get away with it. They've done the hard work right at the start of it all. But yeah, teams at the bottom, they've got to really buckle up.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. But you've been talking about performance. We cannot really resist ourselves from this beautiful phone out here. And the boys from iQOO have a message for you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
550k plus highest Antutu score. I hope it kind of results in higher position and finish points for me when I kind of get into my competitive games as well. I'm not really sure if I would be successful with this device, but certainly it kind of gives me more chances, right? At least you're going to give me that.
I mean, of course, with the kind of a performance that we get from that phone, you can choose out all it out inside the lobby, right? And, have your performance at the very best. And iQOO ensures that you're not going to feel a hiccup while you're inside this lobby, especially when things are getting started heated up, right? You've got that liquid cooling also to go along with it. But that being said, let's take a look at the highlights of this beautiful match number 4 that we had. And it all began over here, right? UP50 anticipated anticipating that little bit of a flank and then getting on gun and wiping out the teams out here. It was amazing.
It certainly was, and unlike the first Erangel game, we had that early skirmish, right? And this is something which I like, when you don't really get that standard circle, when you have something which kind of shifts the team and kind of sets them like, alright, what just happened? So that is when you start, you start getting to see all these early skirmishes and all these early eliminations. This was one fight, right? This is exactly where UP50 are going to push up quite a little later. Error is just going to hold onto their ground, and eventually they would be wiped off the floor.
And you know, the next fight that we get to see is pretty late into the game, right?
Yeah.
It was everybody just confused about how the zone's gonna pan out. It's one of those uncommon circles that we got to witness, because honestly, how often have we seen, you know, the shooting range circles coming in, this little bit of a valley also coming into play, a little bit of ridges to play around with. And this is where I really felt, you know, the gods were holding on to their horses so for a long time, up until the point the boys from UP50 just come in out of nowhere and absolutely obliterate them.
It's sort of expected, right? When you get to see these shooting range circles, you know that there aren't really going to be a lot of compounds. Most of them are going to be out in the open, and especially the type of terrain that we get to see in this region, right? The steep slope that there is sort of always gives the upper hand to the teams right at the top, at the higher ground, obviously. We always talk about higher ground versus lower ground, but even then, the amount of cover that we get to see, the amount of teams who are out in the open with just a single buggy or a Lambo to actually work with certainly is not ideal. And therefore, a lot of teams who actually drop towards the Northern Island or who drop towards Georgiapol and rotated quickly towards shooting range kind of got that advantage to go with.
And yeah, it all came down to, like you said, to the early rotations being made, you know, picking up the right fights. And towards the end, it was so chaotic, especially for Deathmate Esports, because it was just bodies flying around left, right, and center. And at a certain point, it did come down to the fact that, you know, who are we going to shoot at? Everybody's an enemy. Rack up as many finishes as you can while it lasts. Now, this is what I was talking about, right? This is where, you know, UP50 found the players of Gods at a very vulnerable position and really capitalized upon it. And, you know, even we've been talking about Final Call, he was the MVP, yes. But, you know, Harry IGL, the kind of situations from which he's gotten his team out of, you know, that is commendable.
It certainly is. And Deathmate Esports, for them, the performance has been really good. This was one Ghost Rider moment that we got to see a man burning alive but still moving. That's seriously one for Hollywood right there. But UP50 again, the way they sort of command the circle. I have kind of noticed the two teams right now in the lobbies, UP50 as well as P6, sort of command the circle really well. They always have that hinge where exactly the final circle is going to be. They've got the numbers advantage to kind of block off every single direction that there is. And those extra pair of eyes always help you, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. And, you know, again, when you have a majority of the numbers also favoring you, you know that, you know, this chicken dinner is in the bag. And again, it came down to the wire, nonetheless, right? Boys from SNN really put up quite a fight over there. Really wanted to get that chicken dinner. But again, you know, UP50 had the blessings of the circle, did have a majority of the players, but they've sort of got that little bit of a freedom also, right? Because, again, you know, they've been one of the more consistent teams, getting a lot of finishes, getting a lot of good position points. We know for sure that this is one of those teams that we are also going to see a lot more of, even once the round number 4 also starts off with. But, you know, with just final 2 games to go, you know, this also is sort of heartbreaking because you've got a bit ado to the other 8 teams that have made it so far.
Absolutely. I mean, dude, it kind of is hard to sink in, right? We started off with 512, and then we're just left with barely a few, and even then we're sort of going to bid goodbye to a lot more of these people. It kind of starts off like a phenomenon, right? This big tournament, the underdogs coming in. It's a festival, right? iQOO BMOC right now. At this point, it's a festival. Thousands watching it from their home. We've got sponsors coming in. We've got iQOO coming in as well. Loco coming in. It just turns out to be a huge affair, and all these teams, it's a dream come true for them to be at this event. But for now, I feel like for them, the next target is actually to live their dream, to basically play against the professional players, to play against their idols, of course, which is round 4 is going to bring us. And of course, there are invited teams. Again, talking about the format, 32 invited teams come in. 32 teams proceed from this round, couple up with a 32, which makes it 64. Maths, guys. I'm kind of a little math genius, you know.
Wow. I mean, I've got to stake my tuition of my math daily classes from Salted, seems like. But yeah, I mean, of course, I'm getting really excited even for round number 4. We still have 3 more days of action in round number 3,
Yeah.
especially with what we're really witnessing right in front of us, right? It's just not one team dominating. It's
Yeah.
again, it was just not looking like to be a P6 lobby.
Yeah.
Again, we had Mysterious X coming in. We have UP50 also, giving a run, giving them a run for their money. You even got Autobots. Now, this was one of those teams, that I really had huge expectations from, considering, you're getting 60 plus finishes out of your just 5 games that you get to play, and really, really ludicrous standings on the board. And when you thought that, this was going to be the team that tends to dominate, and they still are getting a lot of finishes to
Yeah.
their name, but, the decision making towards the very end has been a little bit off. And talking about off decision making, this is where we can also get Critic Esports also into the scene.
Exactly. Creating esports, you were also talking about it during the matchup as well, right? Where the decision making wasn't really enabling them
Yeah.
to get inside those final fights. Would you want to like to actually elaborate that a little more as well?
I mean, I would love to do that, but I'm gonna take a little bit of a breather right now, because my friend Arka is gonna come in and give you all your answers.
Alright then, Arca it is. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the map of Miramar. And just like last time, I kind of think where there are a few contenders right now. You've got Autobots, you've got P6, you've got Heroes Official as well for that matter. Now, Heroes Official Arca has been a strong contender. In my eyes specifically, they were always a big name that we were sort of considering. And the fact that they haven't really showed their true colors right now just kind of reinforces the fact that these two matches might just go in their favor. What do you think? Like, is Heroes Official a contender in your eyes for the top 8 right now?
See, the same question was asked previously where they asked me what can you expect from the second half of the day.
Yeah.
The second 3 maps. I said the lower middle bracket, you can expect them to explode. And it's eventually happening. So they have nothing to lose. They still need to play that do or die situation. And I still feel that, these teams are the teams to watch out for. Heroes Official do fall in the same sector, but at the same time, sometimes when they get in a situation where they have more than something we can chew. But yeah, I really want to get to know more about this.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, a small word from our sponsors right now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Well, we have certainly a beast in our hands, Arca. But this beast only performs when we get inside the game. Of course, outside the game also it does. It's got these big cameras which you can actually use to click some good pictures. I've got some good pictures of mine as well. Click with one of these. Arca is a really, really good photographer, by the way. But more so, he's a very good analyst. So I'm going to give the mic to you once again. And yeah, so again, what do you think about the last 2 games that are yet to come?
Yeah, so that's what I said. We were speaking about Heroes, they get into a situation where they have multiple fights to take and they do not look out for those finish points.
Yeah.
And due to which, they are always paid the price. So it's important for them to look out for those finish points rather than anything else. The number of damage they're dealing is absolutely right. But yeah, fetch those finish points. Make sure that you're a little bit in a camouflage state, because the more you're going to be visible, the more you get taken down. But one more take my money moment, if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
gonna be-
absolutely ready for it.
Have you ever gone into the sun and thought that, oh my god, why did I come out to play?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Now this phone has got the brightest screen ever, where you have FDH plus as well. So you go out in the sun, you don't need to worry no more, my friend. You can play it sitting out as well.
You probably want to do that with your friends at the park, at the terrace, wherever you're comfortable. This is a device which is going to be at your side every single time. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get back in a game. It's time to get inside Miramar, where the desert, the sandy dunes are actually waiting for most of these players to land. Most of these players, considering the fact that a few right at the bottom, they are not really in contention for what we are looking forward to, that is the top 8 to proceed to the round 4. At this point, I just sound like a broken record, Arca, but I feel
It's
like
still music to my ears.
Right? It's like It's basically the cause of this round, exactly, right? You want those top 8 to qualify. That is basically the objective. So I want to keep reminding the audience about what's at stake. I want to keep reminding the players at what's at stake. So that is the reason why I kind of tend to repeat my words. But getting back to the beauty shots, of course, I always love these drone shots. It's beautiful, right? Just showcases the artwork that has gone into making this map as pretty as it is. I mean, it's certainly not pretty to play inside because those long-range battles can be a really big nuisance, but to actually look at it from a third-person's perspective, I feel like it's pretty sweet.
Agreed on every single point you just spoke, but at the same time, now those teams who are prioritized to perform much better in the map of Miramar than other two, it's gonna be, you know, this is their last chance basically, because the previous Miramar, they would have, you know, prioritizing each map is going to be the most important thing for, you know, the players who are playing it right now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the map yet again. This is going to be the map of Miramar, and this map is going to be more crucial than ever. It's round 3, ladies and gentlemen, match number 5 for group 1 in this round.
Flight path once again, starting right in between Chumacera and Los Leones. I can't really see that it dissects the map in 2 halves, but for sure it covers the entirety of it, right? You've got El Pozo, you've got Chumacera, you've got Los Leones. Campo Militar will be far avoided, but of course teams don't really want to take it so deep inside the map itself, inside the deserts, because rotating from there kind of gets a little too difficult. It covers most of the important regions. You've got Impala nearby as well. El Azhar might be a region where you don't really want to go, but most of the regions, right, Chumacera, Los Leones, just like I said, it's under the radar.
I just love this flight path. You know, last time it was the other side, you know, just a mirror image of the flight path the previous time. But this time, I just hope that the zone is not going to be saying the same story, but rather going to the southern western side, giving an opportunity for all those squads to, you know, giving an opportunity to challenge out those squads who tend to go towards the side of
Al-Azhar. You seem to have a love for the southwestern part of the map itself. Do you
As I always said, I've always dreamt of a zone happening at Prison or Menas the Store. You know, I want to see that map, man. I want to see that circle. How will you fight when you're in the other side of the island? And it looks like it might happen at this point of time.
I'm not sure what you're offering to the BGM. My gods, my man. Every single time you've talked about a circle with me, this is weird, right? At this point, it's not even crazy. It's not even prediction. I think you're doing some sort of black magic, but I'm not going to complain because when you get a circle like this, everybody is charged up right now, right? You've got teams towards El Pozo, towards the northern side of El Pozo as well. Everybody's going to come down. You've got Prison, Los Higos, Minas del Sol as well in the vicinity. So anything might happen. Anything weird might happen. But to be honest, you've got to be a little complacent right now. You've got to understand it might actually come back to Chumacera, so you might not get to see a Prison circle, but still, we've got hopes.
No, I don't think so. I have any hopes left in me. Every single time I see this kind of a circle and there's a ray of hope which says that today you can be happy, and then at the end of the day I feel like a heartbroken kid at the age of 60 just staring at the mirror, trying not to cry.
Okay.
You know, that scenario. But yes, coming back right into the game, we will speak about the heroes. Let's see whether they're going to prove themselves. They've got a decent spot in the map of Miramar at the spot of Los Leones. All they have to do is make sure they go a little southern, stay away from all these things, go towards the, you know, valley of Menas, and make sure, you know, they stick in over there. And also, the most important thing for us to see is how many teams are not inside the circle right now. There are very countable number of teams not inside the circle, so we can expect a little bit of a rotation clash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got the circle in a position where, of course, there are a lot of hardcores. You've got a lot of cities as well. So most of these teams, when they start rotating, they would probably get themselves some cover. Now, had this circle been towards the northern side, towards, let's say, El Pozo, towards the far western part of the map itself, where there's nothing really much out there. It's just plain desert lands. That is when a lot of those vehicle clashes start to happen, right? Those spray downs tend to happen. But rightfully said, I mean, even when the teams who are outside the circle, they'll try and probably enter in from towards, let's say, Power Grade or towards Monte Nuevo, there might be some shots happening. There might be some urban warfare happening. But so far, we've got Autobots in front of our screen right now. And the kind of expectations that we had from them with 68 finishes in round 2 to not really the best of performances, what do you have to say about them?
I think this is the game they'll be looking out for, because slowly the graph is picking up
Yeah,
on the side of
for sure.
Autobots. With Sanhok, they didn't perform well. The previous map was decent for them. So in this map, if they perform well, in the final 2 maps, just one map of winner winner chicken dinner and a
They'll do
decent
that.
10 to 12 finishes, cementing themselves into the next round. Most of these teams will be looking for it because they've done most of the hard work, according to me. You
Yeah.
know? In the previous round, where they had to come into the top 4 rather than top 8, they came out of that, and when they've done the harder job, I think it's going to be easy for them. It's just that consistency is the key for all these things, so try to maintain that team intensity on the other side. You know, I don't know, I strongly feel that, you know, this team is kind of taking it a little lightly, trying to do the math a little wrong. I just hope they realize it soon and pick up the pace.
They have Heroes Official right in front of them as well. Again, another team who's sort of been a little underwhelming for ourselves, but again, it's still 2 more maps to go, and you've got that opportunity for yourself as well to kind of redeem, right? To get back into the fray, to maybe try and understand what's happening, to try and work on your mistakes, and if you can amend them right at the death of the day itself, you still might have a chance. Just like you mentioned, the tough part is done. Top 4 or top 16, they've actually been through it. Top 8 or top 16 should not really be that big of a problem. The problem would be the circle in this one, because this circle is going to cause a lot of ruckus, because teams have already dropped in at Chumasera. Chumasera compounds, they're probably occupied right now. Teams trying to rotate late might actually pay the price for it.
I just hope that, you know, people do realize the momentum of the game, like how prioritizing the zone at this point of time helps them a lot, but still the southern western side of the map completely abandoned. You know, nobody's daring to go towards that side, even though they'll have control of the zone, they'll have control of everything else. That seems to be shocking a little for me. But at this point of time, let's one last time look at the teams which are present over here. Which are the teams who have actually cemented themselves? I strongly feel that Mysterious have done a good job so far, and then we have Arsla kind of in the mid-range. Then we have P6 done an amazing job. Would you like to name a team which, according to you, might have the chance of making it in the next round without any kind of hard work being done?
Not really sure. I think you've named most of them which I had in mind. Of course, there are certainly a few. You've got team... I'm not really sure if Tenacity are going to make it, because they haven't really got that consistent thing up and running. Autobots might actually be someone who is still in contention, as the first shots are being fired right now. You've got Team SNN, and they've sort of been surrounded and cornered by Team Error Esports. Now, Error Esports again is sort of a team who is sort of lying in the mid-range right now, but this is a rampage coming in, an entire cavalry. Nobody expected a fight so early on. Nades being launched in to try and use them as a defense barrier, but Smash instead kind of takes a lot of damage himself. A nade, oh my god, Bacha OP just explodes both players down.
And this is the opportunity which SNN can actually come in and dominate, because they know that they've taken the attention away from the opponent. So Maximus can actually come in and do the needful, but Smash is going to have some fire down his knees. I don't know how well he's going to be surviving that. Error Esports from the other side comes in to, you know, confirm him as well. Maximus on the other side, his position has been compromised. Error Esports exactly knows where things are running out from. Basha yet again put another teammate down on his knees. I don't know what he's thinking. He's supposed to put the throwables against the enemies, not his teammates.
Oh my god, Team SNN, they've sort of given up on this fight right now. Team Error Esports have got the control of the compound. They're going to take their player back up as well. One player is lost, and that is going to be Smashed. Have a look at this. Fragger and his friend, they're just cooking up this nade to finish off Maximus as well, and he's completely isolated. Poor boy, he doesn't even have support. Instead, at this point, I feel like he's the one who's giving calls. Right, boys, just run away from it. I'm going to be the sacrificial pawn so that you guys can survive and play for some placement points. And that being said, Team SNN, they lose 2 players very early on. But once again, Arka, you have to give it to the boys of Error Esports. I feel like the kind of approach that we got to see from them, they had the information that they had the numbers advantage had they push in with all 4 men, and they went all out. And this is exactly what you want at the death of the day, because only 2 more maps to go. This is where you can shine. This is where you can show yourself and your fragging potential. Get those points up and running as we move to another fight, Arka.
I mean, I feel really sorry for the opponents who are trying to face off Error at this point of time. They're looking the strongest they have been throughout the day, to be frank, sticking together in close proximity, even in the map of Miramar, where we always say about this, right? In the map of Miramar, no matter how far you are, how close you are, yet you're so far away. And there my heartbreak becomes true as the circle has shifted away from the side of Prison, gone in towards the side of Chumasera, allowing Chumasera to be the center of it. But Minas, the valley, is gonna be Del Valley is what they call, but it's basically the valley of Minas. Is gonna be the place where you want to be. The high ground is gonna be helping you a lot. But let's not forget that the side of the is a mountain as well. But this is what we were speaking about. Watch out for your back. Look out. This is what I said, right? Heroes at one point of time, they don't check their backlines or they don't check anything. They just want to go in. And they don't pick up those finish points. I think if they come up with the solution for it, it's gonna be easy for them.
I love what Tenacity did over there, right? They manifested the word camping right there, sitting with the M249, just waiting for the players to pop in and press the trigger. But here you have it, Kabi once again just doing so good. Heroes official, they're not certainly healthy at this point. Of course, a player from Tenacity has been knocked down, and that's going to be Drago, but Kabi is making so much maneuver for his team. He's actually pushing in onto Aimbot right now. It's a 2v1 situation, and he's certainly not going to survive this. He is going to bite the dust in Team Tenacity. They sort of restabilize themselves and once again resurrect their fallen brother. God, just the only lone survivor, Heroes official. Another dream that has been broken courtesy to some error plays.
I would like to say this, that, you know, sometimes stick with your team. In the final moments of the day at least, try to, you know, make sure that you have each other's back. Stick on to the basics, you know, textbook basics. Try to, you know, make sure that you rake up the right kind of finish points only when necessary. Take the fight. Also, make sure that, you know, you're not too far away from one another. Look at it. It's very simple. You saw errors sticking together. They paid off. Now, right now, it was heroes who are far away from each other. And again, they are under loss. So let's see if that happens, as we're going to be looking at the instant replay to check out how things fell out for them. It's going to be Spash inside, you know. That is when Double E came in. They understood, they could hear that he was going in for a heal, but ultimately Basha OP naded his own teammate as well in the flow. But at the same time, Error Esports from far away also had an angle where Maximus had nothing to do but stand still, allowing the bullets to go through his skull.
Well described over there. I kind of enjoyed this moment more than the entire 4v4 fight. Zero boy over there. Just being so good, right? As if the team had manifested the word camping. He was just waiting for his opportunity. But again, it's a sort of a part and parcel of the game. You are allowed to play like you want to. But speaking of Team P6, once again, another opportunity to maybe rack up their third chicken dinner of the day. Quite close to Team Autobots, as well as, I believe, Team Solitude, as well as Team CRC. Now, I'm not really sure if Kratic are looking forward to get this compound for themselves, if they are even sure that there is a team right in front, as Pekka is cooking up that nade. A toss comes in as Addy is being blown apart to shreds. Another one might just confirm that finish.
I just hope that, you know, Addy gets the right kind of backup at this point of time. But what a well-timed, well-placed grenade. Oh, look at that. The second one connects in as well. And this is the time Solitude is just going to rush in. They're going to be like, let's convert this into 2-4, you know. 2-4. And then they're going to rush in with the pre-fire. They're going to be finding that one man, the last man standing, even though, you know, it was Ferocity trying to give away a bit of his location, had to pay a little bit of a price on being knocked off. But ultimately, 4 finish points is what they've raked up. And there's going to be another party coming up. It's going to be Error coming in from the other side, hoping that, you know, this team is actually doing the error. The smoke grenade did not be timed properly, due to which it just left a trail of smoke in the air. But at this point of time, Error, what an opportunity they had to convert that 3-4 into a complete 0-4. But ultimately, a small delay has stopped this fight.
It certainly is, but so far I feel like it's just all about Fraga trying to get a good position for himself. He always loves to go for those flank Team Solitude. They're probably not prepared for it. Sonic is completely oblivious of his position. Fraga is just waiting for the perfect opportunity as knocks go down. There's one player who's been completely wiped off. If Fraga gets a first knock for himself, I believe it's just Pekka who is still up there at this point. Players of Team Solitude, they're completely bolstered by this move, but of course Fraga has to sort of take a breather at this point. Error Esports doing so much heavy lifting. They're not really focusing on their strengths right now. Fraga once again has to get inside the party, as the entire hard work that they did right at the start of the fight has sort of died down. Team Solitude get the time to get their players back up once again as a fight is going to resume. But for how long, Arca?
I mean, this is what I said. When you split in the map of Miramar, never take a uphill battle. You know, when you try to take an uphill battle, 1 or 2 players of yours get taken down. The face of the fight is going to shift towards the enemies, and they're going to be taking advantage of it. Team Solitary, they've been given 2 finish points. You know, Error gave 2 finish points to them, and they're just moving away. Asta is going to be the next team inside the crosshairs with the kind of warm up they got over here. They're going to be trying to push in as much as possible with the Scar. Does do a little bit of a damage, and I think that is where they're going to hold themselves as of now.
It's certainly, but Team Solitude right now, all that they've got to do is restore their players and keep all of them alive. They've sort of dished away the aggression coming in from Error Esports. Error Esports paid the price for it, right? They were a little too confident that they might just get away from every single 4v4 fight that they participate in. But of course, Team Solitude, they just paid them off very heavily. But of course, Mysterious X, you've got to talk about them, right? Right underneath their nose, you've got Arsla. They enter right in Team SNN's compound where they are starting to cook up nades, defensive nades set up already as SN... I'm not really sure if it's something a Japanese name. He's preparing to go on a defensive onslaught right now.
Absolutely, but at the same time, Asla does realize that, it's not going to be easy for him to actually grenade this right into the pockets of Team SNN. But it's important for SNN to actually fall back from this fight rather than taking it up, because it's a 2v4 and it's going to be hard for them to pull them off. But I still don't understand how they want to take this fight. Asla is going to be as strong as ever. We have been speaking about how good it is, but a good grenade has just been tossed in. Doesn't do much of a damage.
It certainly is. They're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. But Mysterious X once again coming in from the shadows. This is exactly what they like to do, right? Getting in for those third parties. And this is where they can hurt Team SNN very, very heavily. But of course, Arsla and Team Mysterious X might just willing to go for a tag team party right now and feast upon those finishes. What do you think, Arka?
Oh, look at that. It was Arsla who actually stole that finish, and I really love the way they do it. SNN final player inside the shack where it's going to be Kazama trying to put up a nade, but doesn't realize that there's a player right behind him. That's going to be a free finish point coming in for the side of Team SSN before they get erased off. But I do believe that, he has done the job of taking a player with him. It's going to be Shinigami at this point of time. We'll be getting a lot of shots from far away. That's going to be Arsla expecting it to do much more better. It's going to be Arsla Cyan doing the job. It's time for them to actually push in, because they would have seen that, finish feed coming in over there. Probably take another angle and immediately strike against this. Getting an opportunity to take down Mysterious X earlier itself gives an opportunity for the side of Arsla for a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves.
It certainly is. Shinigami, not really usual when the Grim Reaper himself is a victim of the Death Note, but Mysterious X so far, you've talked about them, you know exactly what awaits them, right? They've got to move on to inside the circle. But oh my god, God's OMKB, they come in from the back lines and suddenly it's Arsla who's actually completely in a sandwich position. Of course, God's OMKB, they've got some sort of distance between them, but I love this. They're taking away their escape strategies, destroy their vehicles, they're not going to be able to move, and as soon as they try and walk out of this rocky terrain, just shoot them down.
I just hope that gods do realize what they're done over here, because they just gave away another finish point into the hands of Arsla. This is what I said, right? Arsla knows how to build their territory. They know how to make the defense and ultimately take finishes as the defense is going to be infiltrated, and that's been a big advantage for them at this point of time. I don't think so they've lost any of their players, even if they've done. They've raked up enough number of finish points. That's going to be 3 as of now, but Team Solitude is going to be the team who has done the same kind of job as well. They've held on for a long time, and they've also been awarded for being a little defensive. As the game is going to progress, it's important for you to understand this, that unwanted push and unwanted fight taken by any team is not going to be rewarded by anything but a loss from their side.
Certainly is. This territory is not safe. The vehicle breaks apart, it explodes, and probably he's locked himself inside the shack. I'm not sure if he's going to get out of it, but this time around, UP50, what an entry, because OP, this is one way to enter, my friend, into a compound, confident as hell. His team RIS look to abominate and take the hell out of team UP50, but there's only one player surviving. I think it should be an easy job to kind of clean the floor for them. It's about being like the doll, right? Only 0.1% of the germ is alive, and you've got to be that efficient that you kind of take out the rest as well.
I just hope you're the right chemical, because that one gem can actually, be a big disadvantage.
Oh
for the
yeah,
opponent.
for sure.
So let's see what's going to happen over here. But I really love the way he slammed in and just got off. I just hope there was an enemy standing there and he could just slam right into him. And it would have been a legendary entry. But still, all this is going to be just dreams as we speak about. KSR7 is going to be holding on to his nerve. He's going to be as composed as possible, trying to camouflage himself over there so that nothing can go wrong. But RIS on the other side is going to be farming up with all those crates which are left out over there. Vikas does realize that I do not have the right kind of nades. I'm going to be looting up some and coming back. But the circle at this point of time has shifted somewhere far away. And look at it, ladies and gentlemen. The hard cover, those low ridges is where you want to be at this point of time. But with so many teams coming in from the western side of the map, this is going to be a challenge for the teams gatekeeping them.
This is exactly what I want to draw the attention for the viewers, right? Have a look at this team. Autobots right now, they've got the topography for themselves where they've got some ridges and some sort of terrain to give them some sort of cover. Most of the teams coming in from the western side have basically open barren lands. Team P6 once again going on the offense. Just going for a knock and beautiful stuff as a vehicle explodes once again. We've seen a lot of vehicle explosions at this point, but Team P6, they've got to be very wary, right? If they want that third chicken in for themselves, they can't just give away their finishes. It's very hard entering a circle like this, especially when you've got Deathmate Esports as well as Team Mysterious X in the vicinity. Have a look at this. Shelby and Kid still trying to eliminate Mysterious X first, right? They are going to be their first form of resistance. Had those two players been taken out, they can slowly push forward towards that ridge. But here you've got another duel setting up, right? Zodiac Esports is still going up against Mavericks, and I believe this might just be the end because another player has been taken down from that team.
I mean, I don't know how to say this, but it's important for all the teams to realize that right now, prioritizing the zone is going to be much more important. You spoke about ABZs. That's going to be Autobots having a very good position, but I feel that a lot of teams are going to concentrate on that corner itself. Zodiac doesn't see the proper angle. This is what I said. Watch out for your back, otherwise you're going to be paying the price. Spray does jiggle around, jump around, and make sure that he gives a little bit of a ray of hope for the team. He's going to be healing up to his fullest potential, expecting the side of MAV to push in towards him. It's going to be Biscuit and his teammate who's still waiting it out. Biscuit does know the location of that player. That's why he's going to be trying to cook up a grenade in the right corner. Spray runs away with the UMP. He's going to be rushing in at the right time. But ultimately, oh, what a clever gameplay coming in. He just walked in and the grenade exploded and then he walks out. But ultimately, he'll be finding Biscuits as he's going to get cooked off in the molly as well.
He's going to find Biscuits and kind of cook him off as well. Good stuff right there, Arka. I see the wordplay right there. But you've got Team P6 right now completely stranded in a compound. You've got Team RIS who's still trying to push in, right? All of these action is happening inside the circle. So none of them actually have the compulsion of pushing in or probably make a maneuver. This is where we sort of start to see a slower phase, right? Most of the teams will be taking some long distance sprays against each other. They'll be looking to get as much finishes as they possibly can. Maybe flirt with the opposition as well a little. But they would rather be safe and sound instead of pushing out in the open and getting more advanced territory. Speaking of territory, Autobots, the circle is like a magnet on top of them. And again, the entirety. But oh my god, Arsla, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a spectator's glitch. I'm pretty sure about it. But you've got Kid P6 once again going for those jump sprays. And here we have it, another fight, Arka.
I mean, I really love the way Shelby is going to be pulling this off. He's been performing really well, but ultimately a jump shot coming in from the other side is going to be putting an end for them where we all thought P6 could actually perform well. They've just gone down with 2 finish points. Could this be a point where, they need to wake up and get another 10 to 15 or probably a 12 on an average in the next map? That is going to be the question further on. But right now, ABCs, you said Autobots are having a very, very good spot in the map. But ultimately, they're going to be attracting a lot of chaos towards them. Are they capable of doing it is going to be the question.
Wow.
A drop shot comes in at the right point, and Jod, it's going to be Karthik Jod being the Jod for the team.
Certainly he is the Karthik for the team, but of course another need comes in as Sonic takes down Fury. Team Solitude looking very, very strong right now. Karthik was caught with his pants down over there, but barely managing to recover from it. Few finishes to their name. Team Solitude, Sonic is still pressing forward. Just one player survives, but decides to disengage at the worst possible time. Again, majority of the action is happening outside the circle where Team Autobots are just waiting. Have a look at their numbers, 4 players, but just 3 finishes to their name. I love what Sonic is doing right now, right? He's gathering finishes from left, right, and center. It's also that the fact that they've got 13 finishes to their name. This is just scavenging for them. They're looking for dead players left, right, and center, just naming it to themselves and racking up the points for themselves.
Absolutely, and this is what you have to do when you know that you have nothing to lose. You have just one man left out on your squad. All you have to do is clear and finish points. Look at the number of finish points being raked out at this point of time. Autobots esports are looking as strong as possible. All your prediction is coming out right. Mr. IGL with that uphill battle is played the perfect gameplay with the cross has been played in the right corner. It's going to be them. It's going to be Orva, probably the last man standing out for his team in the closest possible way. Jod on the other side. It's going to be Reaper Jod, who has a lot of job to do as well. Team Tacticity on the other side has to make sure that they give the right kind of backup to one another. A 1v2 situation. Can this be the fight which Autobots will be looking out to finish so that they can take this winner chicken dinner for themselves, as a revival is going to be coming in from all different corners?
A little bit of time, a breather for most of these teams right now. Autobots, they've got the time to resurrect and restabilize once again. They've got Team Solitude in the background, who is not even participating in this fight, but here they come. Sonic tries to make some noise. I love the fact that Tenacity also disengaged, but Autobots, they're doing something completely outrageous. Here comes a nade. It was not even from Team Tenacity. They are tag teaming to take down Autobots, and they're doing a good job, but Mr. IGL somehow survives that onslaught, and now their next opposition is going to be Team Solitude. One player just against the three of them all. It's a world against him, but Autobots are looking to find their first winner chicken dinner. Solitude, they've done the job already. 12 finishes versus 14 finishes. Who is going to find the final lane in the coffin, Arca?
I strongly feel that, it's going to be Autobots. It's very simple for them. All 4 men standing, and that's the best part. All they have to do is rush in together. It's going to be just a basic game coming in from their side. All they have to do is, make sure that they enjoy this final finish which they can acquire for themselves. It's going to be the lead pour coming in behind the tree, and a winner chicken dinner, an expected and a very well planned winner chicken dinner coming in from the side of Autobots. And they're going to be so happy with that 13 finishes coming in their name. From here on, they can play a peaceful game.
They certainly can. And I love the fact that I predicted the Autobots would be
very much. I was about to, give that to you, because somewhere I felt that they could have got taken down because of the push coming in from either sides of the circle. But yeah, they've held on to it really well.
They certainly did, and that is one of the reasons why they rack up 28 points from this game of Miramar. Of course, Team Solitude very close behind. Now, I'm very happy personally, to be honest, because these are the teams who are looking like they would finish somewhere in the mid-table region. You said it correctly, where mid-table teams would actually shine pretty well. RI is official as well. Another team, Tenacity as well. Another team, Deathmate with 6 points. I feel like entirety of the middle segment, they've sort
the lower middle and the middle segment.
Yeah, right.
This is what's going to happen, When you have nothing to lose, that's the mindset you need to carry when you have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. 13 finish points for Autobots and 28 points. They sort of solidify the position inside the top 8. But as we look towards the second page, this is where you start understanding how the top teams couldn't really make a mark. You've got Team P6, the team who might just be very well at the tippity top of it all, with just 3 total points to work with. Mysterious X, Error Esports, Team UP50, the entirety of the upper echelon of today's lobby has sort of been dwindled down towards the bottom. And this is where you mentioned, right, the do or die gameplay comes into play. Teams at the bottom, they start channelizing the inner aggression. A man who has got nothing to lose is the fiercest of them all.
Yep. And I would like to put it this way, wounded soldier's breath is scarier than a, healthy lion's roar. So it's important for them to, just go all in. But right now we're going to be looking at the MVP, the strongest lion who stood out there. It's going to be from the side of Team Solitude. And it's going to be Sun1CCC. I don't know how to call this man. Sun1?
It's Sonic. It's Sonic.
Sonic, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to read between the lines, This has been happening to me lately, where I forget to read between the lines. It's going to be Sonic coming in with 5 finishes, damage of 833, and no headshots whatsoever. But it was all the survival time which awarded him a lot of finishes.
Absolutely. He did so well to earn the tag of iQOO MVP. But talking about the top 5 players, of course, Sonic will be right there at the tippity top. You've got Flash OG as well. Team Solitude just played it out to perfection with so many finishes. I believe they had somewhere in the region of 13 to 14. But at the end of it all, I feel like it's Autobots with their teamwork that actually did the dream work out here. Fox as well as Hell sharing 10 finishes between them. You've got Karthik Jord from RIS as well, who came in with that vehicle. I think it was Vikas OP who actually came in with that vehicle and slammed in to get that nice highlight situation for himself. But that's fine. That's completely fine. Ladies and gentlemen, the match summary is going to be very important. Now, Miramar is a situation where you don't really get to see a lot of airdrops looted, right? In the open lands, teams just don't really like to take that risk. Some teams do, but I love the fact that 80 knocks were in place today and only 60 finishes have been confirmed. What do you have to say about that outcome?
See, this is where, you give an opportunity. There's a scope for you to revive your teammate in the beginning of the game, but ultimately when the circle gets smaller, you get knocked off, you're left alone. Because obviously there's going to be spray from each and every corner. So those 20 knocks which were, ref back would have been in the initial circles, not at the end. But everything will get a little more clear as we look at the FD graph. One squad getting the biggest Burj Khalifa, which all you guys were looking out for. It's going to be from the side of Autobots. This time it looks like, these Autobots have found the right kind of Optimus Prime in the team, and then he's leading everything well. It's 13 points already coming in from their side. If it was T5 for me, from the other side, Team Solitude, they played so well with 14 finishes. I would have put them in the spotlight.
Oh my god, RI is official for that fact. This is the overall squad spotlight and not really a lot of finishes to actually show for. They had 3,000 points of damage but only 15 finishes to their name. Now, this is a team that sort of bangs upon that placement points for themselves. This is a team sort of likes to get those positioning more than trying to engage in battle. But again, I'm not really sure if they're still contending for that top spot. Speaking of the squad face-off, ladies and gentlemen, you've got Autobots versus Team Solitude. Very, very close proximity from each other. 38 finishes for Autobots, Solitude with 34. I love the fact that in spite of having a down start for Autobots, it didn't really start that well. They kind of picked themselves up, right? They are like a phoenix who kind of rises from the ashes. And getting 8,000 points of damage, especially after a debacle of a start, it's a very good commitment towards their game and what they're actually representing. That here you have Solitude as well. Again, a rather consistent display throughout the start till the very end with 34 finishes and 7,000 points of damage. I feel like these two teams are very well competing for the top 8.
Look at that, there's been an additional survival time coming in from the side of Autobots, due to which, they were rewarded with a little bit of space for the extra damage and the extra finish points which they picked up. And I do believe that, it's the job of the IGL, which I always keep, speaking about. You might have the best assaulter, in your squad. You need to place him at the right corner of the map. If you're not going to place him at the right corner where he's going to be getting churn from all different directions, it's of no use, having a very strong team. So I think that IGL was doing the right job to get that survival period. I know most of the IGLs in this tournament have learnt a lot as well, but right now, some bigger pictures for us to see as I speak about one more WoW. Yeah, let's give it to the audience. Look at this video and we'll be back.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Yep, one more take my money moment coming up. It's Snapdragon 778G 5G. What does this to you? When you're playing a game, you realize that there's a lot of apps running in the background. You're like, oh, I just wish that, I did not have so much memory. This mobile is going to give you 40% of its GPU and CPU so that you can continue gaming, and then 40% in your control. Where is the question of dropping of frame rates, my friend? I said, for a gamer, this is just the absolute, golden biscuit.
Exactly. I mean, if you are sort of, cruising Instagram in between your scrims, if you're someone who is, doing some Bumble and Tinder in between them as well, just like me, then you probably will love this phone because you've got that extra bit of juice as well.
I guess you got caught.
Did I say something wrong? Oh, was I not supposed
to? Okay. It's okay. So we'll be coming back right into the highlights to see how things have gone so far. I just hope that you won't have squads around you putting you down, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's jump right into the highlights and see how it all started off. This early skirmish did pay off for one team, and that's going to be Error, even though there was one person putting up a grenade. Bashopius putting up a grenade in a way. Let's see how it is.
Alright then, Team Error though, I love this initial approach right from them, right? They kind of went in right at the start of it all. They were very confident that they're going to catch them off guard, and they got those finishes to their name. It's really, really good.
Yep, absolutely. Now, this is one team which we really thought that they can take it home. If you look at this gameplay coming in, Kavi, his crosshair was exactly right at that corner, expecting somebody to come in. Every time he rushed in again, the crosshair was at the right corner, trying to put players down as well. But yeah, Kratic Esports on the other side were this, opportunists which, Fixes keeps telling about, they knew when to strike. And this was the initial of everything they gained. With 15 finish points is what they could gain. Look at the landing of that grenade. That music to your ears, when that explodes properly. I just love it.
It certainly is not music if you are the receiving end of it. You just get completely blinded, probably even, shred apart with all the shrapnel that is coming at you at very high speed. But Team Solitude, this was the place where I really have to give them credit, because they sort of recovered from that push really well. Error Esports sort of getting ahead of themselves. They thought that they're going to get away with every single 4v4 fight that they participate in. The timing wasn't really right. Team Solitude was there. There was a down phase, right? They could have tried to time it to perfection, but that did not happen. Team SNN as well, they sort of had their moments, especially after losing their players, right? They could have sort of tried to survive instead of going aggressive. This was one of those Bollywood entries that we get to see. It's sort of like, a Rohit Shetty film, cars flying left, right and center, action happening left, right and center. I kind of like that entry, but had Team RIS sort of backed up with the chicken dinner, you could have kind of posted a lot more
about it, is obviously. Now, one thing which I've observed the most in this map is that a lot of fights are happening with this kind of a sector, this section of the map, due to which, we get to see the crosshair placement being one of the most prioritized thing for any given squad, and who have been rewarded with the right kind of, opening for it. But grenades, I mean, I love the way these throwables were used in, but at the same time, when you rush in, make sure that you have complete information of the people inside, or else things are not going to end up in a good way. But on the other side, this is where again Solitude comes in, and the kind of finishes they picked up over there because of the injury which has already been dealt by the opponents, that was a good one.
It certainly was a good one. And of course, Team RIS, they really shined in this map itself, right? They got probably 10 to 11 finishes to their name, but I kind of am very disappointed in the fact that they have 15 finishes in their overall day itself, right? 12 finishes in one game, and then nothing really to back it up. One good performance for sure, but you'd need those consistency if you really want to qualify. They still have one more opportunity to go, right? The map of Erangel, it's still there and they can somewhat make it, but this was the final fight, right? This is exactly where Team Tenacity could have actually taken the better off of Team Autobots, right? They had the higher ground, they had a better spread, but this is where this flank comes in, right? Team Solitude sort of was a blessing in disguise for Autobots, broke their back, and then they could actually attack Team Tenacity out of the equation.
Yep, agreed on this very point that, you predicted this absolutely to the dime, where you did say that this is the position for you to hold. Ultimately, the final moments of the game ended like this, that, you know that there's only one person behind the tree. All you have to do is rain lead over there, make it look like a red zone with just bullets, and that person is gonna say bye-bye, and ultimately in style was taken away that winner chicken dinner. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's more of for us to say, as the final map of the day is going to be more hectic, because a do or die situation for one or two teams can be this, and a do or die situation for more than 5 teams in the next map is going to be something huge, as we'll be stepping into the matchup to see everybody one last time. And also, this is the last time you guys will be hearing from my friend Salty, as it's going to be Fixes and me trying to take you through the rest of the day. This is going to be much more intense than always, Fixes, because time for us to rap, time for us to scream, and make sure that we do our math also right in between all these things. I just hope you're geared up.
It's all clouded. It's all clouded in my head right now, because you've got RIS off to such a nice game in Miramar, where now they've also gotten themselves into the mix, right? This is where they have to put the pedal to the metal, give it all, because it's just that one game that could decide their fate, and getting so close and yet missing out is something that I really would not want to happen for them.
There's one more, like Team Heroes as well. They are
Yeah.
also one team who needs to pick it up, give everything they've got. Or else I don't think so it's gonna be easy for them as well. So yeah, with title sponsors coming in, where everything from now on it's just iQOO everywhere. You want to know more about it? I guess we'll give it a chance for the audience as well. We're gonna be looking at the video again, get to know more about this.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Ah, this beautiful phone. I mean, of course, they've given me one to use over here, but I'm surely gonna pick one for myself, just after this stream ends. I've got to head over to Amazon because that is where I'm gonna find the best deals out of it, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, of
Amazon
course, now
specials.
this is where we've been talking all about it. The final game, the last hurrah for a few of these teams. Now, we do know a few of them have not made the mark no matter how they try. Of course, it's not going to work out for them anymore. So I'm sort of anticipating that we're going to have a little bit, of a few drop location changes here and there in this beautiful grassland of Erangel. Now, this is where, you can get teams like Mavericks into the mix. Now, we were having this discussion around Heroes officials. I really feel that they started off on a good note. They had the circle center for most of the occasions, but could not really capitalize upon it.
See, it's gonna be hard, right? You need to count the number of teams alive, the number of players alive, and then you have to have a divided attention around to see, from which angle is somebody coming in. So you're looking at a corner where you can see the vehicles are coming in, and you concentrate too much on the other side. It's an obvious thing that somebody's gonna backstab you when you don't have that 4 minds seeing in all 4 different directions. And that is the thing I feel which went wrong for them.
You know what? Had they gotten themselves the iQOO Z6 540,
Probably, yeah.
had that 4D vibration motor working out for them,
Oh,
certainly
yeah.
could have helped them in knowing all those fire shots being taken at their direction from every possible location, and could have acted better. It's just us saying. It could be you. It could be you next on the battlegrounds itself. In an official event. Living your dream, and certainly continuing that fairy tale alive. Because sadly, a few of them are going to be ruling out of this tournament. But hey, the good part, taking a look at the silver lining, we still have 50% of the lobby heading into round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. As for one last time in the evening, the Big Bird has taken it up to the skies, and this time the flight path trajectory all the way from Georgia Ball towards prison. Now, I'm not going to say that the map has been dissected into 2 halves, because you've got that little bit of an inclination towards the northern and the eastern sides, where the teams sort of heading towards the western and southern side. They have a lot of traveling to do, my friend.
I just hope that some team dares to go towards the side of military base and holds it somewhere. I feel this zone is going to be going so far away from the flight path that everybody will have to fight for themselves. Now let's talk about the teams who need to work hard over here. I think Kratik is going to be coming in over there. Arsla is going to be coming in. RSI, Zodiac. We have the guards who need to perform. UP50, Error Esports. All of these teams are played well, and let's not forget that team TT as well. So what do you have to say about to these teams? If you were the ICL, or if you were somebody as a coach to them, what would you suggest them to do in the final map?
For Team Tenacity and for the others, you've got to still keep the dreams alive, right? You never know. You might make it to the top 8. And yeah, you've had a few good games. A few did not really work out in your favor, but you cannot really give up, because this is Team Tenacity that we're talking about that still somehow managed to get that top 3 in the first game of Erangel. So they've got what it takes. It's a little bit of a teamwork coming into play, but right now it's of course going to be about playing a little bit more safe, respecting the circle, because this hybrid zone is absurd, my friend. Now, I'm going to make my predictions. Not going to go down towards a certain island, but this is where we've got a party happening up in Pachinki. It's going to be the players of Maverick going after P6.
Now we have to see whether P6 will be able to dominate this, because P6 have been really strong in welcoming a lot of players as they walk into the crosshairs with the right kind of, trigger discipline. At this point of time, we're able to see that Kid is just waiting it out. Oh, misses it by the, bell. And I think that it's important for him to just go away from there, or else it's not going to end well for him. But on the other side, it's going to be Pablo throwing it in the wrong direction, not watching out for his back due to it. Jigin is going to be blowing some lead into his skull as well. Now, I know that P6 have done a good job. Don't you think they need to rake up at least 5 to 6, average points in this as well?
I still believe, they've made the mark. They've made the cut. It's top 8 that we're talking about. Now in a whole world of trouble because, of course, one of their players got taken down of the picture. But still, newbie out of Mavericks is going to require or need that resurrection coming in, and which indeed will follow in due time. But speaking of which, I really want Team Mavericks to be, capitalizing on this particular situation. Now, the only thorn I can feel is going to be Kid, whose position has been compromised over here, has taken quite some damage. This is where had the players of Mavericks taken that little bit of an eastern route, formed another different angle, because that is what you're supposed to do when you are taking these urban warfare. It's all about the angles. It's all about getting the right corners. The way Jigen opened up, this is something that Mavericks need to do quite often.
I just hope that, they stick on to this strategy which you just spoke about and make sure that, they have the right kind of finish points as they're going to move forward. Team P6 on the other side. One thing which I love about this team is that they know when to fall back and how to fall back from a fight. Try to safely get away from a specific terrain or a hard cover, or let it be even in the open. They're pretty much strong in that, and that's why I love the most about them. And I just hope that P6 will be playing well. And I really like the switch as well. Once they had everything working out from one of the key players, I think that was somebody who played really exceptionally well in the first few games. I forgot his name. It's a name of a Mustang.
I mean, it was again one of the players that's kind of sitting away from now. He's not.
Exactly.
They've resorted for their substitute coming into play. But I really believe, the name has been right on our minds over here.
Tip of the tongue phenomenon is something we are undergoing right now. So I love that to sink in a bit so that, you can just come out with the name, because I know
was Shelby.
Shelby, exactly. Somewhere. Mustang and
no,
Shelby
really close.
You get
of the automobile industry, but kind of got caught off. It was like Mustang and the muscle cars. No, Shelby, not really a good combinations. But hey, I'm not a car fanatic, but I really love myself how P6 have decided to disengage. Right?
Exactly.
They still understand the value of all these games. They know how tables turn. Now, one good thing about P6 is they did the majority of the heavy lifting in the first 3 games, because the last 2 that they've had has really not worked out for them. They barely accumulated any points. Now, this is where, the pressure is sort of building upon them. Now, which sort of brings me to your discussion where you were saying, getting 3-4 average points over in this matchup would certainly help themselves kind of ensure, which I already believe they've done, but still, just to be on the safer side, 3-4 finish points, get 2-3 position points, you're good to go, man.
Yeah, the one thing is this, that, no team has even come forward to get what they've done. But look at that. Oh my goodness, what a time to strike. It's going to be Kratic, hitting the right chords at the right time, and eventually it's going to be Panic who's be trying to push in. He knows that the revival might be taking place somewhere close by, and that is where he's going to be placing that crosshair and getting that knock as well. It's going to be an easy picking coming in from their side. It's going to be the molly which has been thrown to the other corner to make sure that the defensive gameplay comes in. But I just hope that, there's a grenade also being cooked from the other corner to make sure that this is going to be a healthy fight between these two. As of now, it looks like Kratic's game written all over it. I just hope that, they do push in at the right time, or else it's not going to be.
Oh, RIS, they were the dreamers out here, but losing out on numbers early on. 2 finishes already in short for Kratic Esports. Now they know that they've got to make this matchup count. They've got a few good finish games, but yes, getting even better is sort of going to ensure or cement their positions in the top 8 as Karthik Shot showing his bats to the enemy. Gets punished, absolutely, as it's going to be Charles Noob OP, the final survivor of RIS. And when I was really feeling that, RIS has got what it takes to, come out on the top 8, this is where the dreams shatter.
I mean, this is what I said, right? Kratik is one of those teams, they have nothing to lose at this point of time. They're like, let's go all out, let's make sure that we get 10 finish points in the earlier itself, even though we get taken down in between those clashes. Make sure each one of us is gonna pick up at least 3 finish points for yourself, and if you're successfully doing that, I give you an opportunity to, you know, erase yourself out of the lobby. 4 3s are 12, and that's gonna be 12 finish points at this point of time in the game. Just imagine that math, you know, kicking in inside the squad, and it works out as like a charm.
You know, at this point, you know, being there as a player, of course, mathematics would be the last concern, because right now, the early intention of the IGLs or the team is to find a good position, right? And finding yourselves amidst encounters early on is certainly not a good sign. You know, try to avoid it when you can, but if you've got a good location, if you've got a good position around which you can really tend to dominate, then go for it. But this is where, you know, the fear strikes in the hearts of UP50, right? Because they've already lost out on KSR, and now Error, they're getting the better out of them, right? Having all 4 players secured, and they have the, you know, they have their vehicles also to sort of get inside the zone, and which is where for UP50 it's going to get more troublesome, because they're sort of reduced, they're sort of in a very enclosed area with not a lot of freedom to move around. I'm starting to get a little worried about them, but again, UP50 has again been one of those teams that has been consistent throughout the day. I believe they've made the mark. Let's see what happens.
Yep, hopefully we get to see what actually happens, goes into their favor. Somewhere I feel for Asla, you know. They are one team who knows how to take a fight, how to take a punch and give it back as well. I just hope that they get selected into the next one. But as of now, again, Kratik is going to be the squad to look out for as they take down 1 more player, 2 more players of MAV, and they're looking forward to finish this squad off as well. And there's a high chance that B might be finding the opponent in his crosshairs as a push comes in from the side of him, and he sees that he once again is behind that compound. It's going to be a spray which is going to connect at the final bullet, and that's going to be goodbye for the side of MAV's 3rd player, and Biscuit is gone for the run.
Oh, he's going to make the run again. It's not the first time he's been left alone, right? And Kratik Esports, I do not know. They've got their spirits, you know, all high up because, you know, they're just looking out for as many finishes as they can get. But Biscuit just about on the brinks of extinction out there. Somehow has managed to pull off an escape. Now this is where the question comes in. You know, what really got into Kratik at this point? They were never this aggressive before. And in the final game where, you know, all matters, you never know. You never know. Getting, let's say, around 12-13 finishes inside the lobby, because they've already collected 7 to their names. Now, 1 more squad wipe, and now I'm going to start putting Kratik also into the list of the top 8 teams that head on to round number 4.
As I said, before we started off in the matchup, we did say, right, these are the teams who need to perform, and it looks like they have taken this very, very seriously. And did I mention not that, you know, towards the side of military base, if you stay, you're going to be rewarded with a little bit of a finish point. But as of now, Biscuit, it seems like no matter which corner he hits, he's going to find somebody with their crosshair placed against his forehead. It's going to be hard for a player like that. Have you experienced that? I know you would have experienced being a professional player. You know, you're the last surviving one. No matter where you go, you get to see someone. But for now, it's going to be TX. TS is also taking the fight right into the face of the enemy. SNN, the team which has to perform well at this point of time, is kind of suffering. I think it's the fear which is stuck in their heart, which is not allowing them to their fullest potential.
You know, SNN has been always that one of those teams, you know, prioritizes heavily on getting good positions rather than going for the fights. Now, on contrary, you've got Team Solitude, which was kind of silent. It was just about the games of Miramar when they suddenly wake up from their slumber and start racking up a lot of finishes. But now they also know that it's everything on the line. You know, they've put the pedal to the metal. They're trying to search for everybody out there that they can take out, just rip it apart and get all the finish points to your name. As this is again one of these other teams, Deathmate Esports started off on a banger, you know, with the way they were taking fights, but could not really have the conviction needed, as this time, however, have managed to secure that first knock over here on the players of Error Esports, who sort of have messed up, as one by one the numbers are starting to dwindle as they are in a whole world of trouble. Now this is the point where they need to, you know, cut on their losses and move on ahead. But the big question is, are the pro players of Deathmate going to give them that room and opportunity to do so?
I don't think so. They're going to give it because I'm able to see that this squad has also decided that I'm going to pick up as many finishes as possible before I get taken down. And Error Esports with the same kind of mindset as what I saw them in the previous game. But in this game, it looks like nothing is going in their favor. They're going to be picking up as many as possible as well. But DMES on the other side, they're just pushing in blankly. If Dream OP kind of holds on to his position and allows this, opponent to walk into his crosshairs, it's going to be much more easier for him as well. From the opposite comes a UC spray. Oh, far away is going to be a UMP which will be landed right into his skulls. And this is the end of another squad which had a lot of dreams written all over their face.
Yeah, Error Esports so close, but never really tension there as Kratik. And we've got the boys from Autobots engaging in jungle right now with Asla having the compound right beside of it. And Asla has been one of those teams to watch out for right throughout the day. We were seeing them, time in and again, getting themselves in the midst of the fight, but somehow, lacking that X factor needed to get a good positional finish for them. But it could all change. It all comes down to making the right decisions, ladies and gentlemen. As we see that eastern shift around the circle, you've got the Potato Hills still in contention. You've got a little bit of those Pochinki Hills as well. But it's all going to come down to the center, somewhere around where you have teams like Mysterious X guarding the zone.
I just hope that, the zone doesn't take another shift away to the southern side of Pochinki, and that again, people have to place themselves, because right now we are able to see that most of them want that high ground advantage, which are very good things for us to see. But ultimately, Kratik is the team. I don't know, they've got Cranky all the map, they have been collecting 7 finish points is what they've gained so far. And look at the number of lions they're taunting at this point of time. They're just making sure that they click, and make sure that they have finish points for themselves. Look at that, one more person gets taken down. They're not even aiming to finish him up, but rather looking out for the heads which are standing tall.
Oh, gotta feel bad for Heroes now again. The Heroes have been taken down in dire circumstances as Kratik. I do not know if there's anything that puts a stop at them, as now they've gone on to the players of Asla. Tyke is just being blown into smithereens over there. Puwali also having no chances of escape over there, has been taken down. He's gonna succumb to his injuries eventually, because look at his teammates, they're all over the place. They're scattered absolutely in tatters, with Puwali finally taking his final breath as he gets taken down from the lobby. I do not know if Heroes official have garnered enough points for qualification though.
They still have 3 men standing. I mean, that gives a little bit of a ray of hope that they can try to play it a little safe. But right now, they're walking into the jaws of death. According to me, they're again moving towards the squad which name need not to be taken. It's going to be P6 on the other side, which is trying to, take an unwanted fight yet again. It's going to be hard for you to take a fight against a team inside a hard cover with 1 or 2 knocks against you. They're going to eventually push in to pick up that finish points, especially in this moment of the day where finish points matter the most.
Oh, indeed, it does, at least for a lot of teams over here who are yet to make their mark. And for now, P6, they've had a really good start to the day, but certainly have been taking, or rather tumbling down the hill. The Humpty Dumpty story going live for them. And it's been a contrasting game, right? It's either the highs or the lows, nowhere in the mids. And for now, they still have a few of their players alive. Now for Heroes official, I really love this little ditch that they've got to play around with. The little nooks and crannies that they can cover. But for P6, they certainly look lost, man.
I don't know. I mean, as I said, points, a little bit of a points which matter to them, concentrate only on those rather than trying to do something wrong. But the zone is going to be shifting right next to Pochinki, allowing most of these teams to fight out in the open itself. High ground advantages for sure is going to be coming into an great use for the teams. But look at what P6 have done. They have held the right ridge, the right dunes. But ultimately, if just imagine from either of the sides of those ridges, a team comes in and tries to stack up themselves. Don't you think it's going to be a curse for the boon which they have right now?
Oh yeah, indeed. The southern side cluster that's being built up, it's going to be interesting because you've got Heroes officials. I do not know if they have the right mindset to get themselves into the mix of the fights, but we've got Mysterious X and UP50 battling it out with Sarkar, having already taken massive amount of damage, eventually to get knocked out by Ares. And he's not going to stop at anything wrong at all. Just goes in, gets the finish secured. As Mysterious X, they've got a few good games to them. The second and the third game especially. But still, they would want to finish off on a high. They would want to get a good number of position points out of this game also. But for UP50, I think they've done the job throughout. And this is one of those games that they can really not crib about.
I just hope that they do not, because ultimately 1 or 2 points, it's going to be a very neck-to-neck battle. Probably mere 1 or 2 points is what's going to happen, but right now it's going to be the... don't talk about this squad. Better not speak about them, as Heroes is going to be the next squad. Oh my god! With grenades, with lead, with vehicles, whatnot. I think next they're going to use the land itself to, take down players in front of them.
13 finishes already. Are you kidding me? I mean, what are these guys on right now? Critic Esports, out of nowhere, completely invisible throughout the entire day, had their fair share of laughter. But suddenly in their final game, they're looking out of the world. And is it going to be the Autobots that put a stop at their menace that they're causing inside the lobby right now? Because it's getting so nasty with Team Solitude from the backlines coming after the players of Autobots. Now Mr. IGL, he's got out himself out in the open. And eventually gets taken down by Panic.
Again, Karate coming into picture, right? So this is where, Team Solitude has to just hold back, allow them to actually go in for it. Team Solitude, Sonic also knows the location of another player, but still is not going to dare to, give up his location. And that's the most important thing. They would have seen that, we are trying to fire and there's some other kind of firepower coming in from the other side. Let's just hold it off and try to, take up those finish points. DMES on the other side, final call, or whatever you call him at this point of time, is going to be coming to an end. As before he gets down, he wants to pick up that final finish point for himself. I don't know whether he'll be able to successfully doing it. I think he's going to live a little more longer to tell a different story. Mysterious X on the other side, 3 men standing. Do you think they have everything which it requires to make it in the next round?
Oh, certainly, I think so. Because Mysterious X still have managed to get that revive onto its damager. But final call, you've got to give it up to this man, holding on to his nerves in these situations. As Autobots, they've been eliminated by Kratik. They're now on 17 finishes without the loss of even a single play. I really cannot believe what I am witnessing over here, ladies and gentlemen. We've had the highest finish. I think it was Elite Squad with 24. Are they going to break it today?
I think they can, because they still have a lot of, bodies still everywhere lying around as snakes. Look at the precision coming in from the side of Panic. I mean, 8 finishes already in his name. With that mini, wipes off the complete squad. It was a 1v3 with a mini Farway and 8x coming in. I've seen a close range 1v4. What is this?
This is preposterous at this point, with Max Payne still going after Frag Boy, who in turn just stands up and gets the knockdown. And for Kid, he's going to prone in. He's got one of his players knocked out. He's going to play a little bit defensive as you have Sniper heading out for the flank. Has he spotted the other 2 players right in front of him? One good grenade can do the job as we arrive at Asla. The little nade coming in. Cyan, barely with sliver of HP, somehow is still alive. But Shan ensures that he gets a knock on the players of Solitude, as Ferocity and Pika are in cold blood, just dying down.
Grenades coming in from the side of Sonic, actually doing everything right. It's music for the teammates here as they can get more finish points for themselves. Flash OG on the other side is going to be quick enough to pick up as many players as possible who are down on their knees. That's going to be 2 specifically. Asla on the other side, what have I told? Never enter the territory they're holding, and this is going to be a fate with just, I would like to say, 0.1 HP. He does survive with a drop shot, and he's going to be healing it to his fullest potential. Now, that's the best way for you to heal up, using the complete capability of a health.
I do not know from the cusps of death how do Asla still somehow manage to survive as Kratik. Here they come. Who are their next targets going to be? Who do they have in the radar next? As the boys from Godsing have to make it inside the circle, but I believe the players of P6 are not going to give them that luxury of getting in, have that little bit of a high ground cover to themselves, and could spot out the players of Team Solitude anytime soon.
Absolutely. At the same time, this is like good for us to say that they've cemented themselves, and it's gonna be the gods giving away their lives to the play zone rather than giving it away to a space. And it's gonna be Kid who gets taken down by Sonic from far away, and I think this is gonna be a welcome finish point for them. They're gonna be picking up as many as possible at this point of time. Sonic has gone bonkers as he's gonna be confirming another one in his name. Now SNN on the other side is the safest team with the best kind of hard cover. There's a push coming in towards them from another squad. We can expect us to be the next skirmish to watch out for. Yes, it's going to be Zodiac versus the side of SNN. It's going to be the Zodiac spray. The first person to get taken down. SNN is cooking up another grenade to make sure that it's going to be a defensive one, not allowing anybody to push in towards them. Oh, it bounces back in the right corner, but still runs away at the right time.
Yeah, just ricocheting at the worst moment possible. Still no damage has been dealt as Zodiac. They somehow have to win this fight. They've been having really tough time. Tommy as Damager, he's going to be opening it up against Rival. Gets that first knock as it's going to be a grenade barrage everywhere as SNN. They need to capitalize at the right opportunity. Need to go in when it is all hotted up as Maximus out of nowhere is going to get that knock onto the Brandy as you have the player with a Japanese name somehow, holding it all along for his team as SNN and Zodiac battle it out for the ultimate glory.
I just hope that they read between the lines at this point of time. It's important for Zodiac to actually pick up this opportunity and strike when the iron is on, but I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them as Klink is also getting shot from far away. Look at this. Rival does find the right, person, but he just couldn't convert that into a finish or probably a knock as well. But yet again, another person walks into his crosshair, due to which he's going to be rewarded with a knock, but let's see whether he'll be able to convert to a finish. But from far away, somebody's going to steal it away from him, I believe, and that's going to be from the side of Team Solitude, and they're going to be very, very happy for the hard work done from the side of Zodiac.
I did not sign in for this. I did not. Definitely for the kind of chaos, for the kind of commotion. It's pandemonium throughout the map. But UP50, you've got to give it to them. How on earth have they survived and still going on? But for Mysterious X, it's going to be such an important game. But look at the players of Kratik. They know exactly where Zero is. All they need to do is put the right Molotovs at the right corners. And just that little bit of an opening, little bit of a breathing space for Zero. That's all he needed to keep himself alive over there.
Yep, and the final bullets going into the skulls of Rival. And that's Zodiac getting eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, with 5 finish points for themselves. I mean, in the 7th position, I think they've done a decent job. Just, mere small numbers, they might get selected or not. UP50 on the other side still surviving in these dunes where the zone is still going to favor them. All they have to do is make sure that they do not come out to the horizons and find the crosshairs of Mysterious X or probably the Ruthless CRC would root from far away. Also landing some more against, and this pick up the 18th finish, and they're counting for more as the grenade is going to be tossed in from the side of Hema. I just hope that he gets a knock at least, giving an opportunity for the team. His history going to be remade. His history going to be rewritten. Is going to be the next big question.
The circle shift completely favoring a lot of teams on towards that southeastern shore. As Mysterious X, they've got to make it inside the zone with a lot of watchdogs out there. The big question is, do they go for it or do they just focus on UP50? As look at Kratik, they're somehow getting taken down. They are finally starting to bleed as one of their players has fallen down. The other surviving barely with a sliver of HP, and taking the Wizard Tower is never the wisest of decisions, because when you're a 4-man team, you do not seem to have been pummeling out in that situation, which eventually is the case for them, as Solitude somehow are still being battered down with all those bullets. And now the question comes, how do they somehow keep themselves alive? They have the blessings of the circle as Shinigami. Now he's gone after the players of UP50, and it's going to be Aditya who's going to be the last player who's going to make a mad dash for the circle.
I don't think so, because the slithering snakes are going to just form up at this point of time. This is the place for you to actually prove with what kind of snake you are. Are you going to go in and eat up everybody like an anaconda, or are you just going to strike when the time is right like a cobra? At this point of time, we're able to see UP50 is just getting eliminated in the hands of Mysterious X. there's going to be a very small opportunity for the side of Team TS to actually take this all home, as Hema is going to be the last man standing coming in from the side of CRC. That's a wild pour of lead coming in from the side of Sonic, who's been living up to his name from the get-go of this game itself. He's been landing more finishes from his crosshairs than usual. 8 finishes is what we have seen, amongst which 4 coming in from the side of Sonic himself.
In the midst of it all, it's Deathmate Esports still alive and kicking. And from the brinks of extinction, they somehow have 2 of their players still alive. Now, Kratik, they might have had an amazing few first circles, but towards the end, it all comes down to him, who I believe is out of first aids. No, he is not, but has been spotted out right in the open, as Final Call is going to be putting a nail into his heads over there, depriving Kratik Esports of that chicken dinner. But 19 finishes, a top 4 finish in this game. Have they dug in deep enough?
I think they have, but Solitude on the other side wants the deep digger. This is not the only match they performed so well. This is one of other maps where they're going to cement themselves. In the previously when we started off the game, I asked you whether they can cement themselves. It looks like they've given the answer to me directly at this point of time, as they're going to finishing up in style. It's going to be Team Solitude with the winner chicken dinner for themselves. It's BMOC will survive a bit more longer with around 9 finishes for themselves. Deathmate Esports, I believe, is also making it into the next round.
Oh, that's the belief, that's the ifs and buts. Anything could possibly happen, because Deathmate Esports gotten themselves into the mix in the final game of it all. You know, have they garnered enough points for themselves in those earlier games? But for Team Solitude, it was a much needed respite, you know, finally finding that chicken dinner, you know, having 2 really back-to-back good games in Miramar. It was that Erangel game that they needed to work upon, and respecting the circle, making the right choices, did amass a lot of points. But it's going to be Kratik with those 19 finished points to their name, are on the top of the table over here with 27 points.
I somewhere feel that, you know, that mini 19 expert is going to be the person to be blamed over there. You know, the kind of finishes he raked up over there. But let's look at the bottom. RIS, Heroes, Mavericks, and then we have TTE, Gods, Autobots. I know Autobots would have done an amazing job. So for Errors, SNN, these are the teams under the radar of concern. Let's see whether they'll be able to make it into the next round. It's all comes to one single point. I do understand that, you know, you get to undergo the pain of not getting selected to the next round with just 1 point taken away from you. But I do understand the kind of maturity it gives you and the importance of placement points when it comes to the overall game.
Yeah, this time the lobby was so equally divided, right? Every single game you had some of the team, you know, really popping off, but at the same time the consistency was just visible from a couple of them. In fact, a handful of them were going to find themselves in the top 4. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the iQOO MVP for the evening. We do have Panic, 11 finishes to this lad's name, 69 points of damage at the survival time, 24 minutes. Oh, this is absolutely ludicrous numbers being brought up, and we were starting to wonder if, you know, the elite squad record of 24 finishes, is it going to be broken today? But certainly has to be waiting for a couple of days more as we charter into the top 5 players. And Final Call, he's been making a lot of noise. Definitely one of the players to watch out for if Deathmate sort of qualify to round number 4.
I just want to know if this final sell or final call, but yet he's done an amazing job. 7, and then we have been getting 5. Then we have Sonic. Then see, Team Solitude, according to me, have done the best of what they could get in this game. You know, they have grabbed all the opportunity and made sure they cement themselves, according to me. But let's see what's going to be, as it's going to be just 3 grenade finishes, the number of lead poured. We just saw, right, coming in from one team. You cannot expect much of them to get taken down because of those grenades. 67 knocks with 59 finishes, only 1 air looted, and the 311 coming in again from the side of Panic with that mini. Nothing to say.
Certainly that 8 times really helping him, you know, get all that vision out there, and look at that shot.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. You know, at a certain point, I really felt, you know, even it has been toppled over. Look at the right inside. You know, it's 3,200 plus damage. That's the highest threshold that we have, and they've crossed it. The highest damage numbers being put up in BMOC, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys. And it had been a handful number of teams who had really popped off, right? It had to be Team Solitude, who eventually walked off with that chicken. Deathmate also, considering the kind of situation that they were in, because at a certain point, I really felt that, Mysterious X, they've gotten the better out of them, but still managing to survive till the very end, commends to them.
Yeah, there are many teams who did perform like that, Somewhere I feel if not in this map, there was a map where Zodiacs performed really well, tried to survive until the end. I think Zodiacs have been there in the top 8 no matter what in all the games. So they are also getting some good points. Arsla on the other side is going to be one team which has always been that, I have a soft corner for the team, as I told before, because they have also performed so well. It's very hard for you to wake up every time you get taken down, and they've got up so many times.
A lot of underdogs, a lot of beautiful stories being built up, and to power it all, we've got Loco coming in, India's biggest gaming and streaming platform. For all you esports enthusiasts, your favorite streamers are streaming over there. Might want to head out and check them. If you have not downloaded already, it's your mistake, because you get to get all those nitsy call outs as well, and you sometimes can also become a streamer. But that being said, to stream on Loco, you need to have a really good device such as this, the iQOO Z6 G Pro for you guys, and they've got a message for you just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Where can you find this beauty? It's on Amazon special. And one other wow factor about this is the kind of price range they're putting it inside in 25k. Everybody wants to start off in a very good note, right? So back then when we were trying to play this game, we did not have the right kind of mobile, and then we were looking out for the person who could actually give us, if you're a person like that, if you have an average amount, this is the right kind of mobile for you. It can take you to tier 1 very easily.
Yeah, I mean, just what our Indian audience needs, right? And the men from iQOO have catered it specially for us, be it streaming, be it trying to get into esports. This is exactly what you need, right? You certainly, at times when you sort of start streaming, your phone starts to get heated up, and you've been talking about, managing a lot of applications running in the background as well. So, in order to ensure that you've got that seamless performance going in for yourself, this is where iQOO Z6, I have to urge you guys to check this one out. But now, getting back into the teams and what has been happening all along, a squad spotlight for Team Solitude, who have apparently having a really good day in Miramar, eventually had the final laughter in the game of Erangel, getting that chicken dinner. 45 finishes is what they have accrued to their name, and I think they've done the job, right? They've done the job, enough points collected to head off into round number 4.
I just hope they have, because every time we have predicted, one or twice we have been betrayed, when we saw big numbers coming in. They have done a good job. So 45 is what they put up overall. It's a decent one with the kind of damage they have retained, and an average of 20 minutes in every single game shows that they have done the job. Now for the other side, we'll be able to see Team P6 versus the side of Kratic Esports. All of a sudden, one game of crazy finishes coming in from their side puts them up against the side of Team P6, who perform so well, and thanks to the kind of gameplay, which the mature gameplay shown by P6, they're standing over here.
I mean, I'm kind of baffled by what Kratic Esports just did in that final game, because talk about the first 4, they've hardly had 14 or 15 finishes to their name, and in just that one game that they had to play, where they had to go all out, all guns blazing, I mean, 32 to their name. Now, P6 has again been one of the more consistent teams, getting those back-to-back 2 chickens, then getting that, second position finish in the first 3 games, and that's just about it, right? That's just about it. That's where they kind of went a little downhill. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally done with all our games for the evening right now. This was, of course, iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge, powered by Loco. It's, of course, me Fixes along with Arca and Salty in the midst, of course, signing it out and calling it a night. Till then, you guys take care and peace out.